It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Welcome everyone to a new day, a new broadcast, a new week here at the Star League in the 2022 fall season. It's good to be along for the ride. I myself will find alongside me, Juggle God, here to bring you day one, or week two, I suppose, of the Overwatch season here at the Star League. Welcome to the show yet again. Juggle God, it's an honor to have you here, and we've already had some fantastic action that continues here today.
That it does, and you know, a big part, I think, of the excitement for me today is we are going to get to see Kiriko. New hero, new abilities. This is going to be very, very exciting to see if these teams are embracing this new hero and what she offers and what she brings to the table, or if we're going to see more of the same like we saw last week.
It is going to be an interesting day nonetheless. Before that, we do have to consider how the season actually is going to go. We start off with regular season gameplay here in the early days, followed, of course, by the conference play-ins, then into the conference championships, followed up by a last chance qualifier to get into the playoffs itself, which then leads, as we know, into the grand finals. So a lot to be playing for here, early days yet in Overwatch. As I said, it is only week two action underway, and I mean, as we get a look at today's schedule, we start off with two fantastic Overwatch games: GMU versus ETSU up first, followed by Colorado School of Mines versus Blaine College, and then our third game of the day will be in League of Legends. So you know, three standout performances here early on, and we're already getting a sense as to kind of where teams stack up, Juggle God, as we get underway here fairly early in the season.
Yeah, we certainly do. George Mason and Eastern Tennessee University both coming out of last week with a 2-0 record, so I'm anticipating this series to be a really strong one. Both of these teams really want to make a name for themselves this season. Colorado School of Mines, we saw them play last week, taking one win. Since then, they've gone 1-1, but Blaine College is looking fantastic at 2-0 right now. So both of these series, I think, are going to be really fun to watch here tonight.
Yeah, that being said, of course, this is not without prizing at the very end. As you can see, their first place walked away with $2,500, and then the second with $1,250, third with $625. So not a shabby price pool at all. One that I think teams will be very excited to kind of play for here as we get set to kind of stabilize our rankings, get a sense of which teams are really going to start taking leads here in week, you know, at the end of week two, but at the end of 3 games, we finally get a sense of the separation, right? Because a 3-0 looks a lot better than a 1-2 sort of scoreline at the end. And, I think very much an important look towards the the tail end of the season once we get into those conference play-ins and so forth.
You're absolutely right. And given, too, that Overwatch started a little later in the season as well, there's not a whole lot of room for error for any of these teams. So each and every single game matters this time around in a very large way, more than it might have in previous seasons.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Of course, none of this would be possible without our lovely sponsors. Extra Life, play games to change kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today. And then, so yeah, definitely a good shout out there. Getting into moving on. Naystar League also runs on Duncan. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you.
And of course, our U.S. Army ROTC, become a leader for life. Thank you so much to each of these sponsors for helping make this NACE Star League happen for all of these students all across the country.
Indeed. Now we got to get a look at the rosters of our teams as they get set underway here for week 2 at the NACE Star League, starting off, as we said, with Eastern Tennessee versus George Mason. And I mean, looking at this roster, one thing we kind of highlighted, of course, with the addition of Kiriko today, we're going to have our eyes on the backline, on the supports, to kind of make a statement here for both these squads as they're sitting with that flawless 2-0 scoreline. Having that 3-0 would be a tremendous boon to them, kind of set themselves towards the top end of their conference here in the East Division in the NACE Star League. So really looking at the support line, if we're going to see the Kiriko, if we're going to see, or if we're going to see tried and true, like the Anas, the Zens, etc. That really, I think, is what I'm kind of looking for here today.
Right, and I think the effect of having Kiriko in the lineup is going to manifest itself as well, particularly in the tank choices, right? Because all of a sudden, to me at least, tanks like Roadhog become more valuable because you can clear those anti-nades with a protection Suzu, right? And in addition, I think Dive could be stronger as well, moving into potentially a meta with Kiriko if things end up going that way. So will we see more Dive this week? Will we see more Roadhog? I think it's possible that we get both.
We'll have to wait. So one of the big problems with kind of theory crafting meta this early on is that we don't have a lot of gameplay footage on this current patch. Again, Kiriko went live in ranked in Overwatch today, right around 2 p.m. Eastern. So still very, very early days yet. Teams obviously have been screaming a little bit, knowing that she was going to be unlocked in time for the games tonight, but obviously we don't have much in terms of game footage. Once we get into that, we can kind of actually understand how the theory crafting kind of works, how the compositions kind of work as well. I'm liable to thinking, or I'm kind of trending towards the thought that Kiriko is going to be useful in certain instances, though not the be-all, end-all that you may otherwise have seen in previous metas. I'm thinking, of course, even 2 patches ago when we had the Junker Queen kind of composition with the Lucio Brig was almost exclusively run, right? Because they synergize very well with the rest of the composition. I think Kiriko is a little bit more it fits a little bit more in place of certain characters and kind of augments some of their strengths as well. So not a drop-in replacement, but one that can definitely find value.
Yeah, she could absolutely be more of a niche pick here, moving into the rest of the season, because I absolutely agree. She could have her time, her place, and you're right. It's theory crafting at this point. It's maybe a little bit of hand waving. We can predict all we want, but what's gonna be really powerful is just how she's utilized today.
Yeah, one thing we can kind of draw attention to, though, is that of the last week of broadcast that we saw, the compositions we kind of found played the most were sort of those more brawl styles, right? A lot of Zarya being played, certainly a lot of Sojourn coming to the forefront as well, and teams definitely trying to stay with the healthier, more beefed up compositions, if you will, right? A lot of sustain. We saw, obviously some Moira for standing heal throughput, Baptiste, Ana, these kind of characters. So does Kiriko, I think, necessarily slot in as a replacement for anyone of those? Not so much. Her healing output is decent, but not, I think, enough to kind of take the spot of those. So if we continue to see some of those more, big compositions, if you'd like to call it that, then perhaps not so much. But again, it really does depend on how teams have kind of got an opportunity to make her work. And as we get into our maps here in the opening days of week 2 here, it is going to be Lijiang Tower up first here for map number 1.
And a classic choice here. Most teams seem to really favor this map. I feel like more times than not we end up going to Lijiang Tower first. It can be a comfort pick for players. It provides a lot of different opportunities. You can run brawl, you can run dive. So this will give us a taste of what these teams really favor, right? Depending on which sub-map we go to, or which sub-maps we're going to see today.
Not at all a surprise, as you said. Tower, very much a comfort pick, indeed. I would agree with that. Now that we're starting off on control, it really does give us an interesting, I think, glimpse, because it's control, especially Lijiang Tower. has a lot of options for many different compositions that you may end up wishing to run, right? I mean, you've got the 3 sub-maps, as you said. Garden, very often you would like to go with the high mobility composition, but with the, you know, map hazards that kind of exist out through the middle of the map. But then into, obviously, the night market and control center, you can get a lot more rush, a lot more, you know, those brawl compositions we alluded to earlier. And look at that. No surprises. Looking like we're getting the big compositions early. The Zarya in play here. As we get underway on Garden here, that first sub map of Lijiang Tower here in our first game of the day.
And it looks like we've got one side running Kiriko, the other side opting not to this time. It's going to be a TP right out of spawn. Outplayed moving over to the Genji as well. I'm going to be really looking to see how this Genji and Kiriko work together here. This D.Va might be a little bit rough as well, moving up against that Zarya, because that beam just goes right through that defense matrix. Getting a little bit of action over here near the bridge, near the mega health pack. Both teams having to fend off some threats from their back line. It's going to be Xenon getting decently high charge here. They're able to get a couple of kills on the back of Senior Law's disruptor shot.
Certainly an ability that can put a lot of pressure on a backline, really isolate supports. And as we said, George Mason University, they do have you know, a very slow-moving backline. The Ana Zen, not really a great combo at kind of being able to rush forward. So the disruptor shot, you know, bisecting the supports is a good thing to kind of notice here. Another thing too is that George Mason University, despite the fact that they have the D.Va against the Zarya, there's no Discord orbs. It's going to be very difficult to burn down the mech here. So the eyes on the Zarya to really try Xenon here to try and really put value into in that tank head-to-head matchup.
You're absolutely right. And looking at that tank head-to-head matchup as well, Xenon is building their ultimate a little bit faster. So if they can get that Graviton Surge online relatively soon, we could see a big boon here for Eastern Tennessee University. In addition, Yaxon, though, for DMU, getting a lot of damage in. They're going to be building this pulse bomb momentarily. They're going to be looking for a target for it. If they can find somebody, this could be game-changing. But in the meantime, it's going to be right in your face on the D.Va, who's able to take things into their own hands and give their first possession to George Mason.
Combination of a nano and the Discord orb just providing a lot of damage throughput here for George Mason University, right? You saw the assists on the feed, and that's going to be a big difference maker here. Now, I will say one thing to kind of highlight is the Genji Blade is going to be online. The Dragon Blade is available. They do have to dodge this EMP because this will strip a lot of HP, and that's a lot of members hit.
That certainly is. Already a couple of picks coming in. Here comes the self-destruct from right. It's going to clear things away, but not find any picks this time around. 3v2 right now favoring George Mason, but Eastern Tennessee is on the point, but that's not going to matter because the shots ring true from George Mason.
And very much not the case for Senior LOL from East Tennessee. That is an overclock. Done and dusted. Going to go over to a Sombra to kind of mirror out. Now, keep an eye out. It's going to be Transcendence versus the Dragon Blade, but they also have a Kiriko Rush, which, as we know, extends the amount of attack speed you have. So the Blade can attack that much more quickly. And even now, the Transcendence is gone with that elimination.
That it is. Right in your face is out as well. In fact, Eastern Tennessee University might not even need to commit any ultimates to this fight. But it's going to be Yaxon trying to see if they can pull something out of him, get a little bit more percentage on the clock before it turns back over. And nice play as well from Source, kind of helping to outduel that Tracer. Of course, Xenon finishing him off in the end.
Yeah, another thing to note, of course, with Kiriko is that her kunai, her primary damage dealer, does very low damage when it hits body shots, only 40 damage. It only spikes to 120 when you hit a headshot. So very much want to go for those crits. It really makes her a threat. So if you're not hitting those headshots, you really are losing out. Nice big hack here onto the Genji, and outplayed. Oh boy.
Wow, barely able to get that deflect up in time. And nice Graviton Surge here. We're going to see a lot of damage going in. Still holding the blade. Here it comes now. It's the tail end of the Transcendence, taking out both supports. That's going to be George Mason in a really rough spot. They are only down one hero, though. But the res comes in on the Source. And with that, even though the point has flipped in favor of George Mason, Eastern Tennessee will win.
That is a disastrous fight for East Tennessee State University, though. They use everything, and they flip the point over. So while there is an opportunity here for a contest to come through, and George Mason, they're going to have the EMP, the Nano Boost, and the Pulse Bomb. They need someone to touch this objective, because this very easily could turn back in George Mason's favor.
Oh, it absolutely could. And we're going to see the Nano Boost committed onto right in your face but Ibix goes down. There's no EMP to be found. The pulse bomb is a whiff as well. Right in your face gets hacked. They're going down dangerously low, as is Zapat. They're getting burst down. That's going to be Diva demech now. They're not going to survive too terribly long on point. And with that, Eastern Tennessee looks to be winning this first sub-map here on Lichang Tower.
An unfortunate occurrence there for George Mason University. They have all the tools they need to close out the fight and just can't execute with them cleanly. The Sombra goes off the side of the map, and no EMP in that fight, which would have been a win condition for George Mason. So East Tennessee, they outlast their opposition as they get into round number 2, and our first sub-map victory for the new hero here in the NA Star League.
That is true. Yeah, Kiriko, you know, maybe certainly a contributor to that fight. I'm not sure if they were necessarily the difference maker, but absolutely came in a big way. That extra damage that they deal can really help to poke out the Tracer, in particular Jackson on Tracer. But let's see how things are going to turn out this time as we move on to Control Center, where things are a little more brawly, and we do see Right in Your Face switching over to the Zarya.
Near mirror compositions, the only difference being the Lucio and Sombra here versus the Kiriko and Sojourn. A lot of damage in early, and Form has to keep everyone up, and Right in Your Face nearly goes down. So Immortality Field out early. George Mason on the back foot by quite a bit here.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be the go button for Eastern Tennessee University, especially after Zabit has been taken out. Jackson does strike back, though, so now they don't have that invisible threat of Sombra to have to deal with. But that beam from Xenon is very, very high at the moment. Ibix having a hard time staying away from it. Now, dueling the Genji, outplayed on the other side for Eastern Tennessee. Immortality Field has to be expended again by Anform, but they've been able to sustain through this. Now we've got an amplification matrix up, but outplayed seems to be getting the better of George Mason University this time around.
One of the main things there is Xenon is able to stay at much higher HP, so was able to brawl much more aggressively and had a much quicker Graviton surge, right? 30%, actually more like 45% ahead of Right in Your Face. So George Mason University on the back foot in that early fight. That being said, a Graviton that early means that it only gets up to 10%. So Right in Your Face is going to have an ability here to use a Graviton surge in this next fight.
That they will, but they're going to have to deal now with this amplification matrix as well. That's going to slow them down quite a bit. In fact, it's going to buy East Tennessee University quite a bit of percentage here, at least 5, maybe even 10. But now, Right in Your Face is going to be able to push through, and that Graviton Surge is coming imminently. Ibix as well has a pick onto Outplay. Now they don't have to worry about that. Source pops their ultimate as well. Here comes the Graviton Surge, though, but they're not necessarily getting the value that they wanted for it. 3v2 right now. Here comes the EMP from Senior as well. Xenon able to get another pick. It's just Ibix. They're hacked, and they're not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, that is a really good EMP for the tempo to make sure that you win the fight. And yet again, Right in Your Face uses the Graviton Surge. George Mason cannot convert on that big impact utility from the tank. And I mean, George Mason now significantly behind in resource marker up to, I mean, we're trending towards last fight as we approach that 70%. And George Mason, sure, they have the blade, but I mean, Xenon has another grab.
Oh, but Jackson has been able to get a pick. Here comes the Graviton Surge, though. The blade is out from Outplayed. They take out the Immortality Field. Now they've got to set their sights on some of the members of the team. They are able to get Anform out, but Sponk is down as well. So both Baptiste not to be found anywhere on the map at the moment. And now George Mason University, they flip the point. They do have the advantage in this fight, but Senior Law going to see if they can get a little bit more value before they retreat.
Xenon still not choosing to completely exit the fight, stays at 100 energy and is able to start farming a little bit further. So has now matched Right in Your Face once again in ult charge. And oh my god, Right in Your Face needs to back up. That is a lot of damage Zarya is taking.
Yeah, it certainly is. They use the amplification matrix to maybe get a little more heals, get a little more damage in there as well. But Right in Your Face caught in a bad position again. They're out in the open. Now, though, Ibix getting burst down. Jackson does find Senior Law, though, so it's not over for George Mason University, although with Anform out of the fight, things are looking a little less likely to stay in their favor. Sponk is picked, though, as well, so both Baptiste out, but George Mason doesn't have any healers, any support online at the moment now that Outplayed has taken out Zapit. But this fight is taking a very long time. Eastern Tennessee is giving a lot of percentage over to George Mason University before they finally are able to start to get this flip online. But look, it's Zapit back.
This is just a stagger here. They're not actually going to win this fight at this point. Too many respawns come in, and they are super far delayed. Jackson, yeah, gonna get taken out. That being said, Jackson actually gets 2. The Sojourn not yet done. Fortunately, there's not enough support to keep the Sojourn alive, and George Mason will have to reset. Now, a grab versus grab here. No defensive utility aside from the immortality field on George Mason's side. The protection Suzu does not last rather long enough to extend your HP out of the Graviton Surge. So East Tennessee definitely at a disadvantage here in this next fight.
And they get the Graviton Surge off first. Here comes the Kitsune Rush as well to give a little bit more power and speed over to East Tennessee. Jackson able to find one, but it might not be enough as East Tennessee University has the lion's share of the kills and in fact will take Control Center and Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, very commanding closeout. The EMP coupled with this Graviton Surge, there's no way to kind of defend against it in that particular moment. And East Tennessee, a pretty comfortable first map here as they walk away with the 1-0 series lead, moving in to the the next half of our series. A quick look at the highlight here from the Zarya. This high energy was tremendous from Xenon, and really a big difference maker in this in the head-to-head, right, in that tank matchup. East Tennessee, off the back of great tank play, is what gives them the victory there.
It really, really is. I mean, Zarya was a significantly higher charge, typically, than George Mason's Zarya, and in addition, they were just playing a lot more survivable. I don't know if it was necessarily the supports or just the way they were playing, the way they were hugging the geometry of the map, but in both regards, in damage output, I think, and survivability, Eastern Tennessee played that better.
East Tennessee also was able to get a little bit more value from ultimates, right? Getting combos online, making sure that you had a lot of synergy between the ultimates that were used. Right? Obviously, the last play there was this EMP into the Graviton Surge. There's no way to everyone's kind of clumped up. It's just free damage there from the Sombra, coupled with the silence of the hack. So a lot there comes down to the fact that East Tennessee just had better coordination in their ult engagements. I think in the neutral, the Zarya Xenon especially was a tremendous difference for East Tennessee. Now, as we move into further maps, can they continue that up-tempo style to really set George Mason back? I think is going to be a big difference here in giving East Tennessee a chance to kind of close out the series. We're not done yet though, because this is still, despite the scoreline, I think George Mason has an opportunity to make this a little bit closer. A tall task, to be sure, but one that is at least doable.
It certainly is, and map choice, I think, can factor into this a lot as well. I mean, we saw them come out on Gardens with the D.Va, right? A little bit more of a dive look, potentially, than what we saw with Eastern Tennessee University. So picking a map that maybe favors that could be a way to maybe force Xenon off the Zarya pick, although it's going to take a lot, I think, because for one, Zarya is still just so powerful, and Xenon in particular was just fantastic on the Zarya. So I'm anticipating them trying to hold on to that Zarya pick for as long as they can, and George Mason, they have to find a way, I think, to try and force Xenon off it.
Yeah, one of the differences, of course, is that Wright in Yoface was kind of the one taking a 1-to-1 against the Zarya, while the DPS for George Mason tried to put pressure on the opposition's DPS. That was not the case on East Tennessee's side. They very much had everyone kind of focusing down the tanks and moving on from there. So will they adapt into map number 2 as we head into Route 66 here in a moment? That remains to be seen, but at least there's an avenue for improvement, or an avenue, kind of to resolve the issues that George Mason are experiencing after the first map.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because this is, in my mind, it's a more flexible map, right? You can run poke, you can run dive, you can run brawl on any of these. I think any of them are a reasonable choice here. So we could see a little bit more flexing coming out of George Mason University here, in terms of, especially of their tank pick, which really sets the tone of what each of these teams is going to be doing.
What were your thoughts of the Kiriko after map number 1, by the way? I wanted to kind of get your sense, because I don't really think that it added or subtracted much. As I said, it was kind of a drop-in replacement most of the time.
Yeah, I felt the same way too, Lafon, actually. I think that's a really good question and a really good observation as well. I think the Kiriko did fine, but she certainly wasn't the difference maker in that match. I mean, we talked again about just how powerful Xenon was on the Zarya. Maybe Genji was able to get a little bit more value, have a little bit extra time in the backline, because of Kiriko. Maybe there was a little bit more extra pressure in the backline as well. And, in fact, that could have been it contributed to the fact that maybe Right in Your Face wasn't getting the same kind of heals, didn't have the same kind of sustain. But again, this is all conjecture, at least in my part.
I wonder if it continues into battle number 2, right? Because this is in the sense that it didn't fail at its at the task, but it also didn't like extremely succeed either. There were no fights won because of the Kiriko that would not have been won with another support. So the new shiny for sure, but is it going to continue? Something I'm definitely interested in. And I think even more critically, is it going to continue in our other games? Because this, I think, is something that you know, it's very much one case to be, you know, a comfort pick or perhaps a new pick by a team that wants to test things out. Does that withstand the test when we get to more and more games with more and more players?
Yeah, that's a very good, a very, very good question, because, you know, I think Kiriko is the kind of support as well where a player can really express themselves a lot, right? You can find different styles, you can find different strengths, right? Depending on how you play them. So, you know, it could be just an execution thing. You know, maybe we see somebody with a little bit more effect or impact in one of the matches moving forward. Maybe we see someone with a little bit less. It's only time is going to tell. But, you know, I do have to think back about the Kitsune Rush at the very last fight on Control Center, because I think that did help contribute to the win just because it increased the tempo a lot for Eastern Tennessee University. But again, not sure if that was going to be the difference maker.
Kitsune Rush, for those of you who are just you get a chance to witness what Kiriko's like, increases your attack speed, reduces your or adds cooldown reduction, so makes your cooldowns, you know, generate faster, and increases your movement speed as well within those tori, within those gates that are of the ultimate. So.
And we're seeing George Mason wanting to go back to this Diva look once again. So I'm excited to see if they're going to have more luck here on a map that's maybe a little better suited for it. They're getting a lot of pressure, though, outside of this cave right now. Eastern Tennessee University, well aware of where they are. Huge damage, though, coming in via George Mason, but Jackson down to about half health. They're forced to back off right in your face, seeing if they can contest that high ground. But they're eventually forced off as well. Just a sliver of health left and no mega health pack in sight for them. Despite that, they're jumping back up onto the top of Big Girls to put a little bit of pressure on the backline. But in the meantime, we've got picks on either side, and the card is still continuing to make progress for George Mason.
Discord or needs to have higher uptime. Gets put on the Mercy, but actually that's a really good read there as the Resurrect comes on to Senor. LOL does not stay alive for very much longer as the transmitter is not brought up in time. Still, Xenon doing a ton of damage here, and we're going to have a Kitsune Rush online in a second, because I believe an nano boost is applied to right in your face. They're going to take the aggressive position here to try and run down the backline.
And it's a good thing they have that as well, because that is a full charge Zarya beam going into right in your face, but they're able to sustain throughout it. Outplayed, though, finding some huge value. They're able to get both supports online. Can they turn this into a fight win, though? It's looking unlikely as the first point is capped.
Just an extension there is that the nano boost. One thing there is we saw the protection Suzu used to defend, similar to like a biotic grenade or an immortality field. But as it kind of expired, like, it's only about a second long that effect lasts. The anti-nade came in from Anform, and there's no cleanse because the Suzu was no longer available.
Oh, and a beautiful hack coming in as well as Outplayed, able to take Eye-Beams out of the equation. Big fight win here for Eastern Tennessee University. They're able to stem the bleeding somewhat.
Yeah, good. I mean, it's like two ultimates, right?
Yeah.
Valkyrie and Dragonblade, you expect to win that now. Here's an eye. Keep an eye out here as they're trying to scout the Sombra. Big hack comes into the Zen. They know there's no Transcendence yet. They don't know how far away the Zen is, of course, but this EMP now, they recognize there's no immediate counter. Good deny. The grab does not work.
Yeah, big eat there from right in your face. As soon as Eye-Beams goes out with that Dragon Blade, able to put a lot of pressure on. In the meantime, a couple picks come in. Spawnk does get the res onto Xenon, but they pay for it with their own life. And now George Mason University actually starting to turn this fight around now. Anform about ready to get another nano online. We see the Kitsune Rush committed as well, but it looks like it's not going to matter, and George Mason takes that one.
Still, the Kitsune Rush actually got the Transcendence out from Zapad, so that's, you know, a trade not necessarily ideal, but better than nothing here for East Tennessee, and they're going to be able to walk back in with an EMP. That there is no counter to here from George Mason.
Exactly right. That could be absolutely devastating to them. But Antform has this nano boost. Jackson has the overclock as well. And Outplayed goes down very, very low before they dive in. That bubble only going to last for so long. They are able to get healed up, and now right in your face a little bit. Yo, Jackson strikes with the overclock in a big way. Senior Law able to take a pick onto Zapid. The nano boost is committed by Antform, but I wonder if they hadn't won that fight already.
I mean, there was a dive coming in through the backline there with Senior LOL and Xenon still alive, so I just wanted to make sure that the tank did not go down.
And here comes a big blade from Outplayed. Can they find any value with it? It looks like they're not going to be able to this time around. At the last moment they do, is Antform and Jackson are taken out of the fight. Now Eastern Tennessee going to be able to take control of this card once again, unless something dramatic happens, but right in your face is out of the equation, and they had the self-destruct online, so going to be another hold for Eastern Tennessee.
Good recovery there from Eastern Tennessee indeed. They George Mason rather don't respect the opportunity for a recontest to come through, and kind of just abscond from the objective. You know, not giving that self-destruct on the point, not really zoning out, and it means that the fight is over. And critically for George Mason, they don't have anything to really defend now against the Graviton Surge, barring a big deny from right in your face once more. And it's not going to happen this time.
No, it's not. The Graviton Surge does land. Damage goes in, but they aren't able to convert it to any kill. So that is a lost opportunity right there. One win condition out the window right now. But Xenon is still building up that charge as well. They haven't gotten it quite as high as they possibly wanted at this point. And in fact, it's still falling kind of low, but it's still enough pressure to put on Ibinx, who's about to get the blade online once again. Here comes the self-destruct in order to remake. Not going to find anybody. But now Zenyatta in a very vulnerable position, but right in your face knows that they keep them safe. And in the meantime, Antform able to get a pick on the Outplayed as well.
Still, the Kitsune Rush will be brought forward. Xenon going to try and walk into the backline. Finds a lot of damage to Antform, but no elimination. Oh, and Zapad just barely gets taken out before the Transcendence is brought online. So not out of the woods yet, but certainly winnable for George Mason as they withstand Xenon's attempt at the backline. That high energy denied. It looks like there is going to be a small recontest here from East Tennessee.
Ooh, the EMP comes in and Senior Law gets out barely in the nick of time. Now we see the Dragon Blade online, but Outplayed going to be outplayed this time by right in your face. It's going to be George Mason University coming away with another fight win despite that pair of ultimates being committed by Eastern Tennessee.
That being said, every ultimate that East Tennessee uses there, Eastern Tennessee State University uses in that fight, has to be responded to by George Mason, right? So that was the Nano Boost, it was the Dragon Blade as well. And it means that now East Tennessee, all they have to kind of respond to the Graviton Surge is the Transcendence, which with an Ana online, well, previously online, would have been a possibility. Now they're gonna have to reset here. This fight's over. Really good collapse onto the backline there, and a shot from Jackson with the railgun to open things up.
Yeah, they didn't have to expend anything either, any other big ultimates, any other resources. So now they're gonna have 4 going into this next fight versus Xenon, who just has that Graviton Surge. Oh, Outplayed.
He's still alive.
Barely able to hang on, as is Jackson. The Transcendence has to be expended though, so they've got one win condition out of the way, or one at least negating ultimate out of the way. Now George Mason University going very hard on the attack. Xenon down. They're not going to be able to use that Graviton Surge, and the card is getting very close to completion here. George Mason University on the back of this, on the back of that overclock, able to take the point and finish with 42 seconds.
And that is, I mean, it's always tragic when you end a round with ultimates in reserve, but even worse when they are as big of an ultimate as the Graviton Surge, right? That is, I think East Tennessee playing for the end of the Transcendence, trying to, you know, get a little cheeky with the win condition. Sometimes you just gotta ult, you know, in Transcendence, sure, at least you collect them so that they, once the Transcendence expires, you can kind of, you know, they're all still grouped up. You can kind of isolate individual 1v1s that you can then take. Unfortunately, you just never get that opportunity because Xenon's focused down so tremendously as George Mason has recovered from that first map. A reminder, in map number 1, Xenon was surviving so much longer, you know, and now that has really turned on a head as George Mason completes Route 66.
Yeah, and a fantastic play all the way around from the whole team. Right in your face, able to stay alive so much longer this time. You know, not necessarily sure if it was because, again, of the sport, the map geometry, or what. But that had a huge effect here, you know, being able to tank all that damage coming in from Xenon. And now we're potentially seeing a swap as well from Xenon, maybe going over to the D.Va.
D.Va, of course, now provides a lot more. The Matrix is such an oppressive ability against its skin. I will say, though, that George Mason has Discord Orb, whereas East Tennessee does not. Again, that's that Kiriko being run, so you don't have that added damage debuff applied. And unless you're diving a lot more aggressively onto Zapat, you know, George Mason are going to be in that advantage in the tank head-to-head.
Yeah, they absolutely are, because, like you said, the Discord's just so powerful. We're seeing Senior Law put a little pressure onto the backline. They're forced to teleport out for the moment. Ibinx now diving onto point. They found Senior Law once again, forcing them out. They're not going to be able to help protect the backline, who was deleted by Outplayed in a matter of moments. Senior Law will fall, but this fight firmly in East Tennessee's hands.
That was an example of why the D.Va is so much stronger, despite the Discord Orb being available, because George Mason attempted to make a dive there onto the backline of East Tennessee State. However, East Tennessee has a more robust support play, right? They are less likely to just fall over. Meanwhile, Zapat, if that snap kick doesn't take you out of their faces, you are going to be dead. And George Mason find that out the hard way.
And that they do.
They do it again.
We're gonna. They are, yeah, Zapid out of the fight, as is Jackson. Both supports, as a matter of fact. This is a very quick fight win here for East Tennessee. They're going to be up to right in your face to see how long they can stall things out, maybe put a little bit of pressure on. They are able to take out Ibinx, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough for George Mason to come back in this.
No, it's not. You cannot be doing an aggressive dive here if you're George Mason. You have to kind of play into the fact that you are diveable, that your Zen will give you the damage throughput in the middle of the fight, but the Zen needs to stay alive, and frankly, that's just not happening right now. Yet again, look, that's a hack. Barely survives with that Sombra in play, and I mean, look how far behind the Transcendence is compared to both damage dealer ultimates on East Tennessee's side. And it's not the Zen's fault.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Once again, both supports just deleted. East Tennessee University has just laser focus on these supports right now, and that to me looks like it's one of the big difference makers here, is just the target focus.
You need to have a counter dive if you're playing. This is a counter dive composition from George Mason. They're not actually playing an all-out aggressive look. Zapat's going to go over to the Lucio, but the damage may have been done. That's 5 ultimates that East Tennessee State has at their beck and call, and they're halfway through second. George Mason are just slowly eking over to their first combo, and it might be too little too late.
It certainly could. They're going to have to try and get this Nano Blade online first, but that's not going to be the case. Outplayed already found Jackson as their sights set on Zapat, and they will find their mark. Ibinx staying alive for a little while, trying to dive onto point, but not going to find any success there as Anform is taken out as well. And this card, it has barely stopped moving for East Tennessee.
And not only that, they commit the nano boost from George Mason, so they don't have a combo. They're going to switch over to a Kiriko, but I mean, it's still 3 ultimates at the ready from East Tennessee. The EMP, I mean, the Kitsune Rush. East Tennessee, this is a time bank differential for sure. 440 compared to just 40 seconds from George Mason.
Now we've got Ibinx going in with the Dragon Blade. They're going to have a little bit of help from Anform in the back. It is going to be enough to find a couple of picks. Sources taken out as well, and George Mason going to take their first fight win on defense here.
That's the Matrix, right? You put the Matrix over the Genji, and even though the focus fire is there, the bullets just don't go through, right? So that's a big play there by the D.Va. We needed to see more of that from George Mason in the first half, or the first 2/3 of the map. Now, obviously, no longer a possibility, so we'll have to extend that to the 3rd objective.
Here comes an EMP. It catches 4 members of George Mason. Right in your face, gonna be demech. They're forced to use the self-destruct to try and remech. They are gonna be successful in doing that. Ibinx already taken out the support line once again for East Tennessee. Now it looks like George Mason has the right ideas. They're able to dive into the back line and focus down the support.
Yeah, but I mean, George Mason were forced to kind of use both the ultimates they had at the ready. And sure, the Sound Barrier is going to come up online, but you get an EMP. These are must-win fights for George Mason, right? So they have to commit. And East Tennessee could just, you know, bankrupt the economy of George Mason's ultimates, and that's what that EMP kind of does. It's a tempo play. Now you have a nano boost, there's a Kitsune rush, and right in your face, it's almost out of it.
Yeah, they were anti. There was no way they were getting out of that one right there because Anform wasn't in a place to be able to put that protection Suzu on them. Right in your face, able to get back into a mech though, and in the meantime finds Spawn. So this certainly isn't over, and in fact, both supports are down for George Mason, but there's no DPS online for East Tennessee, so it's going to come down a lot to these tanks right here. Iving's going down low, but they've got the Blade online as well.
That beat did not go anywhere.
Nope.
Zapat was killed mid-animation, so that's a little unfortunate for the Lucio player. Still, Blade here. I mean, it's going to be a lot hard to get value out of this time.
So the Senior Law does find the hack onto right in your face right as Ivings pops that Blade. They're able to get a couple of kills. That's no supports online for East Tennessee now. So George Mason, they are doing a great job burning time off the clock here on third point.
The focus fire of East Tennessee has kind of disappeared now that they don't have a backline to dive, right? And
right.
I mean, you need to adapt to the kind of throughput that's being applied to your team. Spawn going to go over to a Mercy now, looking to perhaps boost the Dragon Blade in this next fight. Of course, there's an EMP available at the ready. So, I mean, the order of operations here should really be Blade with the EMP to open the fight up, followed by Blade here.
And we get the Blade coming in first this time around from outplayed Senior Law, actually going to the back line of George Mason. Seeing if they can find something. In the meantime, though, Ivings has found a lot of value. Pair of kills on both sides. Anform going to use that Kitsune rush. See if they can keep this advantage that they built right now. Right in your face, able to take Xenon out of the fight as well. And now, East Tennessee University, they have stalled completely, and they just have this EMP for the next fight.
Looking into this this next engagement, I mean, you've got the EMP really has to be big, right? You're running out of time here if you're East Tennessee, and they had a 440 time bank at one point, which has kind of withered away into the final moments.
And here comes the EMP. Are they going to be able to find the value that they need off of it? No kills coming in yet. In fact, Ivings is able to take Sponk out of the equation. Now, Senior Law diving into the backline, able to get the hack onto Zapat as well. Nothing going to come from that, though. In fact, Senior Law down to just a sliver of health. They're taken out once again. And George Mason University has another hold here on third point.
You gotta keep Xenon alive here. If Xenon goes down, that's your fight just over. You need that energy stake relatively high here for the Zarya. You've got an overclock. I mean, this is George Mason now walking into near five ultimates of their own, right? The beat, the blade. Here's an overclock in play.
Ooh, the self-destruct comes out as well. Iving's able to find Bonk. It's going to be a counter kill, though, but now Xenon is so high charged. They are just melting through the opposition, and maybe the Zarya swapping back to it was the answer they were looking for, because they've got a chance to finish this now. It's not going to be with as much time, though, as George Mason.
What a sentence to kind of say, considering how much time they had to kind of bring to the forefront.
Right?
Now, I mean, you are going to be able to walk in a spawn with Beat and with Blade, and those need to be used simultaneously to keep the Genji alive to try and get into the backline here.
They absolutely do. Here comes the Graviton Surge, though, right out of spawn. But Iving's able to find the kills that they need. They're able to sustain throughout that. And George Mason University, with an unbelievable hold here on third point, is looking primed to win this. They just have to take out a few more players. They have the advantage here. And the respawn is so far away for East Tennessee. It's all going to be George Mason, and they are going to be able to tie this series at 1 apiece here, LaFon.
What a recovery there from George Mason University. An extended hold on Dorado third. 4 minutes, 42 seconds was the time bank when the gates were opened. East Tennessee just cannot convert that into even a third point capture, as George Mason will withstand and equalize our series here, 1 apiece.
Yeah, that was a great showing coming out of George Mason. I mean, you know, they definitely didn't look as strong on control center, and even through the first half of this defense, they were in free fall practically. I mean, they were scrambling to try and find something that worked, and you know, part of it was the swap over to Kiriko and to the Lucio, like you said, making the backline not diveable, right? Because that was kind of the Achilles heel for them in the first half of that map. So swapping to that, I think, made a huge difference for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna straight up say it. The composition that was being played by George Mason was played incorrectly, and that cost them. It is sometimes that simple. If you're gonna play a composition that has a very diveable backline but has a lot of damage throughput, you need to keep them alive long enough for that damage throughput to come online. George Mason simply did not do that, and it cost them 2 points very, very swiftly. Now, once you keep your supports alive and you're able to actually, provide value to the fight, things become a lot more doable. And a great corner hold there. I think right in your face as well on the tank line, doing a great job of trying to hunt down the Genji was a big part of that as well. And Outplay just not able to find nearly the amount of value they were earlier on in the map. So overall, a good recovery from George Mason. And I have to say, as much as we talked about George Mason making a recovery in terms of compositional choices in the third point, the same cannot be said for their opposition, as they just weren't able to kind of turn that in their favor. With that being said, though, Jolly God, we will return with more Overwatch action right after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back from a quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to the show. I'm still here, LaFon, alongside me, Jungle God, to continue the action here in the Star League. The Overwatch 2 gameplay continues. It's 1-1 between George Mason University and East Tennessee State University, as we are all tied up after 2. Lijiang Tower went commandingly to East Tennessee, and then George Mason, a heroic comeback with a third point of Route 66 to equalize. And overall, it's been clearly a difference in the support line, as we kind of alluded to at the top of the series. And KhazixMayJump has made an appearance and has not necessarily, I think, been the star of the show, but at least made their presence felt.
Yeah, she certainly has. I feel like she's been, I wouldn't necessarily say like a silent carry, but absolutely a contributing factor, I think, to both teams' successes here. Yeah. You know, just that added survivability, I think, was the key to some of George Mason's success on Route 66, along with the Lucio. You know, as soon as East Tennessee University didn't have those squishy backline targets, those easy to dive heroes, things went a lot better for George Mason. So, you know, it may have just come down to simply the survivability of those supports. You know, not necessarily maybe the kit that Kiriko necessarily brings, although it's certainly having an effect.
Yeah, Kiriko, of course, has, you know, just a quick rundown of what she kind of brings to the table. Is, you know, we haven't really gotten a chance to see her in a competitive match yet. The damage of the kunai has the healing of Fuda as well, so got another hybrid role. Similar to Zenyatta, has a protection Suzu, which cleanses and makes her targets invulnerable, meaning not targetable for 1 second. And of course, the Kitsune Rush, which adds attack speed, cooldown reduction, and movement speed to everyone standing within the Tori, within the ultimate itself. So as we head into our third map of the series, looking for a team to take another lead here, it is going to be Kings Row up next, and a lot of classics being played out here on the docket today.
Yeah, it really is. You know, when you get Lijiang Tower and Kings Row in the mix, that's about as classic as you can get as far as Overwatch is concerned. Now, I'm not surprised by this pick at all, because this pick is going to be East Tennessee's choice, and they've looked so strong on the Brawl. They're just going to want to stay there as long as they can. So anticipating, yep, Xenon showing the Zarya once again. No big surprises out from East Tennessee at the moment. So yeah, they're looking to just continue that success. What's that?
The only difference between the composition they have now is they have the Sojourn in play rather than the Sombra they've been showing earlier. Right? That's literally the only difference. Other than that, it has been all the same. And I mean, Xenon here is going to have a lot of pressure. Again, there's no Discord Orb this time from George Mason, so it's it's going to be very hard to burn Xenon down. And you have to think that right in your face is going to have to really strive to stay in mech, especially with the assist of the supports.
Right in your face, though, making a last-moment swap over to the Zarya. So looks like they are going to go for a more brawly composition this time around. Not a whole lot of pressure being put on point at the moment. It's just right in your face trying to build some charge right here. Xenon does the same. Now we're getting a little more aggression put on by George Mason, especially now that Outplayed is out of the fight. George Mason going to be much more free now to put a lot of pressure on East Tennessee State University, but a nice anti there. Going to keep them back, at least for the moment. Right in your face doesn't have a bubble to clear it at the moment, so they have to back up just a little bit. And despite one tick going on the board already, East Tennessee has done a great job of sustaining by going down one player very early, and now they get the strike back with a pick on the Ivy.
If Right in Your Face can stay alive, though, it's still doable. Getting chased down there. Anform gets focused, and there it is. Once again, the backline is gone, and the mid fight is no longer a viability. Again, so one of the big differences there is with Ivan's getting eliminated early. It means Outplayed can really step to the forefront and start to put pressure onto the tank line. And all of that comes down to Xenon once again taking sort of that aggressive posture. And something also to highlight is Right in Your Face, despite being similar energy to Xenon, behind an ult charge. The Graviton Surge is going to be here available for Xenon at the start of this fight.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Anform, though, does have the nano up already, but the grab is massive. An anti comes in as well from Spock, and that is a well-executed grab.
Yeah, first, I mean, listen, it's the first ultimate that's used in the map, and you don't really expect the tank line to be the one to kind of open up things, you know, in this fight. So now for George Mason, that's a big kind of tool taken away. They have to just survive the Nano Blade here. They have no defense utility against it.
No, they don't. We're going to see the Kitsune rush used, though. It's going to be East Tennessee pushing forward very, very aggressively on the back of it. They're not even going to pop the blade at this point, but George Mason starting to strike back now. Off the back of both DPS finding some tremendous value. They only have to get one more tick. And East Tennessee, they're having to back up very, very quickly. Apologies, they got to get 2 more ticks. Outplayed. Gotta wait until the last second to pop this blade, though. See if they can make something of it. Here it comes. They get moved back momentarily, but now they have been loosed onto the field. It's going to be Ibinx's blade, though, that strikes first, as George Mason able to sustain through Outplayed's blade that entire time.
That is a good read by both Right in Your Face and Zaphat. Combination of allowing the first slash to be on a bubble, and then as you know, you kind of build space from the Genji using the sound wave, the alternate fire of the Lucio to boot the Genji back, just gets no value from the blade. And once the bubble expires or sort of once Outplayed is kind of isolated without the nano, the Zarya at high energy is going to take you away. And George Mason, a good read on that fight to give themselves the first one.
Yeah, very, very well done. But now we're going to see Right in Your Face with the Graviton Surge. Jackson able to get a pick with the Disruptor shot as well. They're able to force back Outplay too, so there's not going to be a whole lot of counterplay here despite Xenon finding a pick onto Jackson. Going to be Antform keeping Right in Your Face up very, very well. They've got the nano boost applied to them as well, but there's an anti on them, so they have to back out just a little bit. And in the meantime, Ibinx does find Outplayed. Another anti is gonna hit, and this time Xenon finds the Graviton Surge, but are they gonna be able to get a pick off of it? Just barely, as Right in Your Face is taken out.
It's gonna have to be a reset here with no tank on George Mason's side. They actually cannot win this fight. They do get the... Oh, wait, they're committed to this fight. Right in Your Face is not here. They're actually committing as the overclock's brought in by Jackson, but I mean, you don't really have space to kind of find value.
No, you really don't. They're unable to get anything out of it, and so now they've got less to put into the equation for next fight. In fact, no ults are going to be online, at least at the start of this fight for George Mason.
We will have a blade soon, but there's a nano boost applied to Xenon. Gonna try and take a lot of space here. Kitsune Rush available at the tail end as well.
Ooh, but in the meantime, Jackson has found Senior Law, so the advantage actually going to George Mason despite committing that nano boost onto Xenon. They're going to be able to ride that advantage to a fight win as well, and getting really close to capturing a second point here.
I think they actually do capture a second point here, especially because the Graviton's online. Guys, no one's going to be making a guess at this point with the delayed stagger onto Senior Law. I mean, that was so close to being a difference with East Tennessee holding. A big part of that comes down to GMU being able to kite away from the nano boost to stay alive.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job just getting out of the way. Now we've got a Graviton Surge on 3 players. Kitsune Rush committed by East Tennessee, but Ibinx is going to be able to slice through it with the Dragon Blade and find a 4K at that.
That is a tremendous Dragon Blade there from Ibinx to read to get the deflect in time to keep everyone alive in the dash slash, obviously, as well. A very, very good ultimate there from the Genji. As George Mason continue their roll through here onto the last half of this third stage. East Tennessee, they commit nearly everything that last fight. They're going to have a play shortly, but I mean, they need it now. The nano boost here onto Right in Your Face is going to be a large, sustain here. You're going to have the sound barrier as well. George Mason in a good position to close it out.
We're going to see Ibinx now diving into the backline a little bit. They put a lot of pressure onto the DPS, and Outplayed to be taken out of the fight, but Source does find Zapit, so now there's no sound barrier in case East Tennessee is able to mount some kind of an attack here, because Funk is getting very close to that nano boost. But we're going to see Antform commit theirs first onto Xenon. They're going to try and push forward as far as they can, but Right in Your Face is able to take them out, but not before they find a pick onto Jackson. So it is a 4v4, and now Outplayed has the blade, but the sound barrier is there in time, and Right in Your Face is taking a lot of damage from Senior Law right now, who popped that overclock as well, but not enough damage. They're still in the fight, and in fact, East Tennessee is able to get a little bit of advantage here, and they're going to drive it to a fight win.
That is a little bit of an overplayed hand there by George Mason. Down a player, they elect to continue the fight rather than allow East Tennessee to kind of just walk away. Or sorry, just to kind of handshake and retreat. Something they were so good on second. Now, it's not quite yet a disaster territory as we head now to that 120 mark. I mean, you've got a Graviton Surge here from George Mason, and you're close to a blade as well.
Well, it's going to be Kitsune Rush committed by East Tennessee. They're going to be able to push very, very hard against George Mason. And Right in Your Face takes a ton of damage. They're forced down very, very low. Xenon is at full charge as well. So there's so much damage now going into George Mason. Ibinks is taken out right before they get the blade online as well. This might need to be a quick reset for George Mason.
George Mason also throw away a Graviton Surge and all of that. So they're banking on this Nano Blade being big here for George Mason University. I mean, it's a very good combo, but we saw how well it can be kited if the Zarya is paying attention. So Xenon will have to be a big player here for Eastern Tennessee as the blade comes through.
Oh, it's already going to find Source and Spunk. That's no supports left for East Tennessee. Xenon is down as well. Senior Law, the last player standing. They're going to try and stall this card out as long as they can, but it's not going to be for much. 19 seconds left to go. We might get a touch here, but it's going to be very, very close. East Tennessee now, they just need to try and burn off as much time on the clock as they can because this fight is over for George Mason. This is just stalling as much as they can at this point.
Now it needs to get into overtime. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And they've done it.
All right, they hit that crucial mark. So George Mason will be able to finish this map. It is going to take all their time and more, though, to do it.
They do. Again, and the reason why the overtime is so important there for East Tennessee is, of course, if East Tennessee capture the map with more than a minute remaining, no attack will be afforded to George Mason, right? So this is now, it really depends on how much time East Tennessee finishes the map with, if they finish the map, which is, of course, not yet set in stone. But at least it gives an opportunity for a true win condition to be established here for East Tennessee.
It absolutely does. Yeah, they and given how dominant we saw them on the first 2 points of Route 66, it's definitely not out of the question. But George Mason, though, does have a better idea of how to counter them now at this point. So I don't think it's going to be as easy for East Tennessee as it was before. So I'm excited to see what comes of this these first few fights here.
A lot of this comes down to the fact that Xenon's not nearly getting as much value on those Zarya as they were earlier in the series, right? Especially on that first map on Lijiang Tower. George Mason had done a good job kind of responding to the pressure, and you've noticed that Ibinks, Yaxon especially, I think, has been putting a lot more damage onto the Zarya, so it's giving Right in Your Face a little bit more space to kind of work with.
5, 4, 3.
Not going to see any major changes coming out from either side here. East Tennessee still committed to the Kiriko, and it has worked well for them. It's a little bit of chip damage being exchanged right now to try and build up some charge, bleed out a few abilities. I think it's taking a little bit of damage, but nothing exceptional so far. Xenon pushing forward pretty aggressively now. They've got a lot of charge, and I'm not sure that Right in Your Face has exactly the same, but it doesn't seem to matter because they're able to take this fight win with relatively little effort.
Right in Your Face using the bubbles more for peel for the rest of the team than as a damage soak for themselves. Xenon obviously using the bubbles a little bit more aggressively, but that means that, I mean, George Mason, they don't lose players, whereas East Tennessee do. And that kind of stymies this fight a little bit. And Right in Your Face has kept pace with all charge as well. So.
Yeah, they absolutely have a much better play coming out from them this time around. Xenon pushing in a little aggressively now, trying to take control of this high ground. They found Antform, though. This could be absolutely devastating for George Mason if they're able to get this pick. In fact, we're seeing Xenon chase practically past the first point. Now they've dropped onto the point, getting a lot of focus put into them now. Outplayed is very, very low, but despite that, able to get a pick onto Right in Your Face, able to get healed back up, and now East Tennessee look primed to take this first point.
Scattered attention from both teams, but the later frags come through from East Tennessee, and neither team really paying attention to their backline. They're just gonna run down the aggression. There's gonna be a capture for for East Tennessee, as George Mason are about to be trapped in their spawn here.
Yeah, they are already. Senior Law getting in a little bit of extra damage, charging up that secondary fire quite a bit, waiting for that bubble to go down. They throw out the secondary fire, but it's not going to find anything this time around. But they're building so close to that overclock.
That makes it a little bit closer.
Yeah, it
does. Ivan's Graviton Surge, though, from Xenon. They're going to try. I mean, this is This is a good opportunity here when George Mason trying to overstep their bounds. Oh no, with the outplayed down, you have to reset.
Yeah, that was a nice ante coming out from Anform right there to turn the tides of this fight on a dime.
Good reset now coming in from East Tennessee. It's going to be a very explosive next fight here, Juggle God, because, I mean, we're going to have near on 10 ultimates in play. Nano Blades, of course. I mean, that might be an overinvestment, but you got to expect the Graviton Surge to be committed here from both teams.
Yeah. Oh, and here comes the Nano Blade diving into the back line, but there's a bubble in place. It's not going to last long enough to save Senior Lal, though. But in the meantime, Xenon able to take out Ibinx. Here comes one of the Graviton Surges. This one committed by Xenon. They are able to capitalize on it and turn it into a fight win. They'll be able to get up at least past Bookshop.
I believe that was a Nano to Xenon, so that combo is a little bit more impactful than the Nano Blade. Again, the Zarya bubbles. They take 250 damage now in Overwatch 2, as opposed to the 200 in Overwatch 1. So that's a lot more you kind of have to get through. And it can really, I mean, lock a blade out if you time it properly. And I mean, now here's a combo we haven't really gotten a chance to see yet. The Kitsune Rush coupled with a Dragon Blade. It can be a very big damage dealer here.
It absolutely can, but right in your face is going to strike first with the Graviton Surge. We see the Kitsune Rush committed as well. That's going to give a little bit more staying power to East Tennessee. We have the Blade committed too, but it wasn't able to find anything this time around. Ibinx is out though, so no Genji online at all for George Mason. And now it's going to be Senior Lal putting in a ton of damage to the backline, but it's going to be Yaxen who takes them out instead. So George Mason going to be able to hold on.
The difference maker there is the Dragon Blade is caught in the Graviton Surge from right in your face. And then the dueling overclocks, it's Yaxen who plays the corner just a little bit better, waiting for their opposition to kind of turn around. And then as the overclock expires, uses that last rail to take the headshot out. So George Mason will stop the cart for the moment and buy themselves a little bit of time. Man, shot is such a strong ability. Look how much damage it deals. It just slows everyone down as well.
Yeah, it's a great ability, especially used on corners where you know the entire enemy team is staging. This is an interesting fight right here because this is going to largely be a dry one unless we get somebody building things up very, very quickly. But already, Outplayed has found a kill, so East Tennessee is going to be able to go on the aggressive front pretty quickly. Anform does build up the nano boost though. So now having that committed to right in your face is able to let them turn the tides here and take this fight win.
It's a good tempo ultimate there, and it actually means that right in your face is going to be equalizing Graviton charge as well. Now, I mean, East Tennessee does have a slight advantage in the next engagement, right? They're going to have the Graviton Surge. Yes, they're going to have the Nano Boost as well, to kind of punch through. So if the Gravs are too close to each other, and the Zaryas are you know, kind of facing off as they grab v grab, you got to expect that the Nano Boost will be the difference maker here. So East Tennessee in a slightly better position to open things up.
Yeah, let's see if they're able to convert it into an advantage. We see both Graviton Surges committed now. The Nano Boost is out. Senior Lal does find right in your face, and they're going to be able to ride that pick to victory here and be able to capture this second point.
Unfortunately, it's the case of one player just has more survivability, one player has more damage than the other, and the Graviton Surge turns around. This is just this extended stagger from Anform, though. A couple of kills means is actually going to contest. I think they're just buying time off the clock here. It's not bad,
right?
For George Mason.
No, it's certainly not. And now George Mason actually has 3 players back with them. Zapit going down low, but not low enough to be taken out. If they can get this sound barrier online, this could be devastating for East Tennessee. See, the Dragon Blade has already found a couple. Xenon does find Zapit, though. But it's going to be a 3v2 on point, but East Tennessee is so low, there's no way they're coming out of this one with a fight win.
That is a disaster fight for East Tennessee. That blade was used by Outplayed, but Ibinx at 10 HP, and Ante is still able to turn around in time to get the elimination to shut down the Dragon Blade. Senior Lal, the only one left alive in East Tennessee. They overplayed their hand. They thought they were going to walk away with that. Instead, it's now the Lucio to contest from Spunk, taken out immediately.
Yeah, that is brutal for them because Zapit still has the sound barrier online. Anform commits the Nano Blade too, and they're going to be able to wipe out the rest of what East Tennessee has throwing at them right now. A huge fight turn for George Mason University. That is going to net them a win here on Kings Row.
And that is another map back-to-back wherein an extended time bank is withered away as George Mason University come in clutch again and again. And that last fight turning on ahead. I believe this might actually be the play that closes it out. Ibinx Yeah, this is in fact it.
Yeah.
The damage comes in, isolating proper targets, gets the blade in a moment, and just a perfection Suzu that's a little too early.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We see the blade trying to be used there at the end as well by Outplayed, but they aren't able to get it online and find any value. And what a tremendous showing from George Mason as well. And, you know, part of me goes back to that moment where I called the fight for East Tennessee, but then they just had such a hard time bursting down that Anna, right, who was over near the mega health pack right there at the end of second point. It just took them too long to get those last few kills in. The staggers just didn't come in time, and that allowed George Mason to come back and win it.
Yeah, that's a routine fight for most teams, right? That's a fight that, it's a routine fight for East Tennessee, frankly. Something that we saw from map number 1, but it feels like they've lost their identity a little bit as they've moved into the second and third map here in the series. So you have to hope for a return to form, because that is uncharacteristic of allowing a support to stay alive. I mean, even on Route 66, one map ago, on the offensive side of it, they were able to kind of continue that focus on the support line. It just kind of seems to disappear from the third point of Route 66 onwards. And I mean, now they're staring down match point in a series where it looked almost inevitable that East Tennessee was going to win. And credit to George Mason for turning it around in a big way. But you have to think that there needs to be a little bit more focus fire here in these late fights.
Yeah, an adjustment certainly needs to come in now from East Tennessee University, because we saw George Mason make the adjustment, right? And it's yielded big things. It's yielded a couple of wins, you know, back to back. So, you know, whether that's a compositional change, like you said, just focus fire, having a little bit more of that. But you absolutely need to see some kind of adjustment coming out from East Tennessee University, because George Mason is in the driver's seat now, but East Tennessee does get to pick the map again.
They do get to pick the map. This is the second map that they get to pick, though. Keep in mind that Kings Row was East Tennessee State University's map pick. They selected Kings Row, which we expected, because, you know, they really showcased the Brawl as being kind of their best look. The other thing to highlight, though, is that now, I mean, George Mason has responded with a composition that is, or with a Brawl composition that is equally effective to East Tennessee's. And I mean, now as we head into map 4, you have to think that at least the pressure is on East Tennessee here. George Mason, I thought they were just going to be a better dive team. Their dive looked a little bit cleaner. They've looked like the better Brawl team as well. And that does not bode well as we head into map 4.
No, it does not, because now it looks as though George Mason has equaled or best them in multiple compositions, right? So what's left for them to try? Do they go to something like a Poke? Are we going to see a Sigma coming out? You know, maybe we go to something like Circuit Royale, where they can do something. But instead, it's actually going to be Coliseum. We're going to see our first push map of the night.
And make no mistake, it's not like George Mason's been flawless either. Even on Kings Row, there were plenty of fights that George Mason overcommitted to, used ultimates that they really shouldn't have, found no value in certain resources. I mean, I'm thinking of the Graviton Surge that was used as people were leaving the engagement. Yeah. So there's room for George Mason to clean up their gameplay as well, right? And I think that's even more shaky a position to be in if you're George Mason, or so if you're East Tennessee.
Yeah, it really, really is. And moving into a push map as well. I mean, I don't know which way this one is going to go. You know, just based on the map type, because you know, maybe we'll see a little bit of a return to form here from East Tennessee. You know, because I feel like this one ends up being a little bit more deathmatchy, perhaps, than some of the payload maps. But who knows? East Tennessee looks as though they're going to try something new with Sponk on the Moira this time around.
A lot more healing, a lot more damage too. That's easy to apply. But I mean, the coalescence builds very quickly, right? So that these are all three options that are things to kind of highlight. Other than that, very much the same composition. George Mason will open up for the first time on the Kiriko. Right? No Ana this time around.
Yeah, they're going for that very hard to dive backline once again. Oh, that's a big pick early on. They're going to be able to push a lot more aggressively now, and already we're seeing East Tennessee backing up, especially because Xenon briefly goes down to just a sliver of health right in your face, already up to a very high charge. They're able to burn through a lot of that health that Xenon has, but Bonk is doing a great job of keeping them up, and Outplayed is back in the fight now, so this isn't necessarily over yet. George Mason has only put a little bit of distance now on the cart, but iBeams again finds Senior Law. They're having a hard time staying alive here, Levon.
And I mean, this is a critical fight win as well, because the bot is going to move forward ever so slowly here. And this is going to be a first real fight win that extends into extends towards the checkpoint, because the bot's going to roll around the corner here. You're going to see Right in Your Face go aggressively try and find these pickoffs. With the Graviton Surge, they can easily snowball this into a point capture, right? That's all important checkpoint off of essentially one fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. I mean, the ults coming online for George Mason look fantastic right now. East Tennessee is a little bit behind. Senior Law opting to go over to the Reaper as well instead. Here comes the Kitsune rush now from Anform. We're going to see George Mason pushing forward very, very aggressively. Xenon tries to stem the bleeding with a Graviton Surge, but it's not going to find enough. George Mason still coming away with this fight win.
With that team kill, it's not going to extend the fight into the 100-meter mark. The bot's not going to get there because 2 players were lost from Eastern Tennessee. But with the fact that Right in Your Face is playing an aggressive look here, and the fact that Graviton Surge was used from Xenon, this should be the checkpoint earned here for George Mason. And there it is.
Yeah, they are able to get that forward spawn now, so things looking even rougher now for East Tennessee. They are going to pop the Coalescence now, see if they can turn the tides a little bit, but here comes the sound barrier from Zabit, and iBeams has used the blade as well. So now a lot of danger coming in from East Tennessee. Another Kitsune rush from Swords. They're building that incredibly fast right now, Levon.
Very expensive fight for George Mason, considering they did not get any real value in it. Both the blade and the overclock were popped at the same time while the Coalescence was running. So there's no way you're getting in range to actually do anything there if you're George Mason, and they kind of dump everything in that fight. The one saving grace is that East Tennessee is forced to do so as well. So a fairly neutral fight coming in. Taken away, iBeams is assassinated from this guy here by Outplayed.
Yeah, that's a big advantage that, once again, East Tennessee is going to be able to ride into a fight when here, Right in Your Face, unable to sustain throughout all that damage. And Senior Law already built up a Death Blossom as well. I think this Reaper pick is yielding a lot of results.
It's a little bit more a mid-fight brawl. You can actually play close quarters compared to Jackson, who wants to play just a little bit further away, right? Now the question is, can they get a checkpoint? It's really going to come down to, can this Reaper get an ultimate with the death, or get an elimination with Death Blossom?
They go in for it, but the bubbles are there, the sustain is there, and Jackson gets a beautiful headshot from that secondary fire to take Senior Law out of the fight. Anform now dropping that Kitsune rush again. You can see how fast iBeams is able to fire into that. But they're taken out of the fight. Xenon removes themselves this time, and George Mason going to be able to turn this one around.
Critically, they also don't get to that checkpoint. So while George Mason do lose a couple players, they actually force ultimates out of East Tennessee. We saw the Reaper, the Death Blossom, there's that 250 HP. Zarya Barrier coming into play yet again. And they get the Graviton Surge out of Xenon as well. So George Mason definitely with an advantage in this next fight. You expect Right in Your Face to go for a Graviton Surge, and I mean, the impetus is on your opposition. You can play to wait for the bubbles to be committed by East Tennessee before you use your ultimate here.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Here comes the Graviton Surge. We're going to see Sponk able to get out of it. No kills come from it. So it's a big resource that is expended without any results. And now Outplayed has the blade online. And the DPS are going to be able to start to turn this in their favor. It's only a 1-player difference, though, but it's going to be enough as Source is finally taken out.
Now, it's enough to win the fight. It's not enough to set you up for success in the next fight. It's a good dash there by the Genji because the Kiriko will be able to, there it is, swift step away. And here's a big problem. You've actually been forced to turn around. George Mason, despite losing the fight, have not had to reset the bot at all. And East Tennessee are going to be able to regroup and come right back in to engage.
Absolutely, they will be able to. Sponk gonna find Right in Your Face, and without a tank now, things are gonna go from bad to worse for George Mason unless something major happens here. Zapit almost has that sound barrier online. I imagine they're waiting for the blade to use it, but they're gonna wait a little too long, and East Tennessee gonna be able to pick up the card again, and they may actually equalize or best the distance that George Mason has now.
Yeah, they're gonna get to the checkpoint at the very least. I don't know if there's anyone can recontest before they take the lead. Still have 4 minutes remaining, so a lot of gameplay yet. Jackson makes a switch over to the Reaper, so a near mirror here. The only difference between the Lucio and the Moira.
And here comes iBeams now with the Dragon Blade. They're trying to chase down Kiriko, but they're able to stay alive with that protection. Suzu And now Ibinx is caught up a creek without a battle because East Tennessee in the meantime was just picking apart the rest of their team.
Yeah, I mean, a Blade that chases down, who do you pin down, right? With the Blade against his competition. Not the Kiriko, not the Moira, not the Zarya, not the Reaper. I mean, it's really, really difficult without forcing cooldowns to go in with a Blade, and George Mason just don't have any tools there.
No, they don't. And now we're seeing Yaxon swap in kind over to the Reaper. And it's going to be a win for George Mason here. But again, already East Tennessee has a better distance now.
Yeah, it's about a 20 meter distance, so it's still within the realm of contest. George Mason used obviously the Kitsune Rush rather. Now here's where it gets difficult for George Mason, because both DPS ultimates are online for East Tennessee, or will be shortly, coupled with the Coalescence. How much can the sound barrier deny here in this fight? That really is the question.
Yeah, that's gonna be really, really important to find out. Right in your face is going to have the Graviton Surge, so they could be able to use this defensively, but no, they go for it offensively instead. We're gonna see the Coalescence try to beam them down as hard as they can, but the Death Blossom finds one. Outplayed now using their Blade as well to see if they can turn the fight in their favor. They're able to get a couple picks, and this will go the way of East Tennessee.
These Graviton Surges really have not gotten any value. You see Ibinx try to give the teleport over to Anform. I think it was successful. Yep, the Swift Strike was able to return in time, so you keep the Kiriko alive. That means now you can actually get back into the fight that much quicker. Graviton Surge, though, available for Xenon. And, I mean, you have to expect the Zarya to be a threat here in this next fight.
And already bearing their fangs as Ibinx is taken out. Xenon not going to be content with just one kill. Finds right in your face as well. And Yaxon forced to back off and give more space and more distance now to East Tennessee.
And with that being a fight that they don't actually have to commit the Graviton Surge with, that's even more disastrous for George Mason, because we're now heading into this final fight. The Blade really has to work around this big crowd control ability.
Yeah, they are going to have the Death Blossom on as well. In addition to the Kitsune Rush, here comes the Graviton Surge. They try to stop this fight before it starts, but Yaxon says no. Finds Spunk in the backline, and George Mason will take this fight and reclaim control of the cart. And
they deny the Graviton Surge again. It's tough to say if there's good peel towards the Graviton Surge, or just not good setup from the Zaryas at this point in time. Another Suzu, another bubble, all of that. The Solo Grab just not able to be punched through, and George Mason will survive. But that is an extended lead at this point. 110 meters is about the position where we kind of consider push to be really difficult to come back from. And there's only a minute 20 left here. George Mason fighting for their life on Coliseum.
They absolutely are. Each of these fights here gonna need to be close to perfect if they're hoping to make it out of it. They commit the Kitsune Rush. Here comes the Dragon Blade as well, but right in your face has the Graviton Surge online too, but they're not gonna be needing it as they convincingly win that fight.
Yes, the Blade and the Kitsune Rush is enough. We saw how quickly the Genji is able to dash around the map. And it's going to be close to getting to that lead. This Graviton Surge is going to be of great importance because East Tennessee don't quite have support ultimates online here. And if they can close out this fight with the Graviton Surge early, they may be able to take the point.
And they're trying to do that just now, but the bubbles are there. The protection Suzu is there, and now we see the counterplay coming out from East Tennessee. And with Spunk using that Coalescence, there's nothing that George Mason can do.
That is now another failed Graviton Surge. Just not trying to kite out. They just cannot burn through the bubbles and the Suzu. And you know, banging your head against the wall is not going to find value. So East Tennessee, in what is final fight, has the Blade, has the Kitsune Rush. George Mason have nothing. This is going to be a difficult fight to close.
It really, really is. We see the bubble come out trying to protect Zap it. They do have that sound barrier online. They're going to use it right now. Here comes the Death Blossom as well, in addition to the Kitsune Rush. They're only able to find one pick with it, but they are turning that into another one. Senior Law doing a great job staying alive, courtesy of Spawn. Here comes another Death Blossom, this time from Yaxon. They are able to find one with it, but the Graviton Surge is keeping them in place. And that will be that. East Tennessee gonna tie it up at 2 apiece.
With the final fight, it's the first Graviton Surge that finds value in the game in East Tennessee. They equalize the series. We're headed to a map number 5 here in our first game of the day.
Yeah, both of these teams are looking spectacular so far tonight. They're doing a great job really utilizing Kiriko as well. The longer that I see Kiriko play, the more I'm appreciating her in these compositions. You know, it's not necessarily big, flashy plays that we're seeing out of Kiriko, but there's a lot of utility that's coming into play for both of these teams, courtesy of her.
Yeah, obviously we're getting value from the protection of Suzu a lot of the time. I mean, obviously we can't really see in terms of the statistics of how well they're able to kind of balance healing and damage, but at the very least, the ultimates are being built fairly quickly. So the Kitsune Rush is coming, you know, every second fight or so, which is about what you would expect from a support ultimate. And I mean, yeah, it hasn't been a lights out performance from either Kiriko, but it has definitely provided a level of sustainability in some of the later fights that has been, I think, a big part as to why East Tennessee were able to kind of equalize here as we get towards map number 5.
Yeah, you know, just being able to cycle those bubbles with the protection Suzu is tremendous, right? It doesn't seem like a whole lot of time, right? But in reality, it is. I mean, in a fast-paced game like Overwatch, things happen in a split second, and if you time it right, which honestly both teams I think have been doing a pretty good job of, then you find tremendous value out of it. So yeah, like you said, LaFon, we're moving on to map number 5. So this one is going the distance tonight, and I think your guess is as good as mine as to where we're going to go, because the ball is back in George Mason's court.
It is, yes. I will also say that something that we're kind of noticing is that the singular graviton surges, meaning the gravitons when Kiriko is on the playing field, where you try and isolate an individual player, are almost, in fact, on Colosseo at least, never a good idea. Simply because you just can't burn through that much sustain that was available to either team, right? I mean, it's about 500 HP plus a second of invulnerability that you're dealing with when you solo grav someone against a Zarya. So I mean, that's something to kind of keep in mind as we head into map number 5. If we're going to continue to see, you know, the Zarya be played, are we going to see an adaptation there? In terms of which map we're going to, I truly don't know. I think you probably want to head to, well, I don't even have to guess. We can find out right here, right now.
Yeah, that we can. It's going to be Busan. We're heading back at a control map. So despite George Mason taking an L on Lijiang Tower, they think that going back to this control look is going to be part of the secret to their success here.
Perhaps as their brawl has kind of warmed up, because it did not look very convincing in map number 1, right?
Right.
Perhaps as the brawl has warmed up, they're more likely to want to go to a map that kind of plays into the Zarya, because they're able to equalize. I have to say, like, they've not really fallen far behind. It comes down to, I think, performance at this point, and especially with the fact that I think supports have really stepped up for George Mason. Yeah. It makes things a little bit more likely to find value.
Yeah, it certainly does. And once again, we're seeing both teams hover over that Kiriko and Spawn. So, you know, despite George Mason not wanting to commit to it early on, they've absolutely embraced Kiriko now in these later games.
3, 2, 1.
We're seeing a Sombra come in. So Ibing's going to get off the Genji and give the Genji to Yaxin instead. Or actually, okay,
yeah,
really delayed swap off the teleporter.
Yeah, that was. That was interesting.
That was so delayed that they're actually late to the fight.
Yeah, exactly. And now East Tennessee is able to get a lot of space off of that, being able to push them back practically past the choke, past that very first choke. And Xenon already looking at this very, very high energy. They're going to have a relatively easy job keeping them at bay, at least for the moment, while they turn the point in their favor.
I mean, you're looking at Ibing's getting the backline. There's a hacker to the Kiriko, but the focus fire is just not there. And the cleanse means the hack is no longer online.
Yeah, exactly. And in the meantime, it's going to be Xenon who's able to just melt through a lot of the health of Right in Your Face, and that leads to the first fight win.
Yeah, I mean, control is so snowball prone, right? Ability to turn one fight into a fight win into a continuous fight, that being that delayed to an engagement is actually pretty problematic. Xenon's gonna have a graviton. I was gonna say Xenon's gonna have a graviton surge early, but Right in Your Face has been keeping pace, so it's about matched.
Yeah. Yeah, which is interesting, you know, just considering how quickly Right in Your Face was able to go down. I mean, it went down. you know, they've been able to build it just incredibly efficiently, more so than Xenon. Right in Your Face does have it online now. They're going to go ahead and commit it, see if they can burst down Xenon. And in fact, they are going to be able to help there with Anform as well. We see the Kitsune Rush now committed by Source. But this is a losing fight here for East Tennessee as George Mason just blazes through them.
Right in your, I mean, that's just the Graviton Surge. Zarya being able to outpace their opponent despite being behind in sort of the positioning department. So a good play there by Right in Your Face to keep pace. Now, I mean, the Graviton Surge is online for Xenon. They have to expect that the EMP is going to be here. They don't.
Oh, massive. Taking Spock out of the fight right when they pop the Coalescence as well. That is something that's going to reverberate into the following fights.
Still, an expensive fight for George Mason. Actually, I believe the Coalescence was canceled from Sponk as well. So
yeah,
the EMP working overtime there. They do commit the Kitsune Rush on top of it, do George Mason University, so they only have Beat and Overclock at the ready. And that's going to have to deal with both Blade and Grab.
It certainly is. And here comes the Overclock now from Jackson. Trying to see if they can get rid of Outblade before they make a play. It's going to be Ibex who finds Sponk once again, who's having a terribly hard time staying alive. Now we see Outblade, though, coming in with the Dragon Blade. It does find, too, so the kill feed is going to be equalized now. It's anybody's fight at this point. Xenon, though, does come away with a little bit of an advantage here. And that's going to turn into a fight win for East Tennessee.
George Mason will barely exceed the percentage for the points that was accrued by East Tennessee. Still a fairly expensive fight for East Tennessee, right? The Blade and the Graviton Surge were used, and it took a while to get there. Outblade needs to stay alive.
Ooh.
They do get Ibex though, so that's actually a good trade. It means that George Mason are going to give away the sort of the advantage that having this Graviton Surge is going to be available to them, right? So EMP Grav yet online for George Mason.
Oh, we're going to hear the Death Blossom come out, but it is grabbed out of effect. So now George Mason has an opportunity, especially considering that the EMP is online right now. But Outplayed, able to take out Right in Your Face. They aren't able to get anything online because Source pops the Kitsune Rush and just gives them such a tempo advantage.
George Mason just started in that fight. The Graviton Surge is, I mean, sure, you want to shut down the Death Blossom, but you have to think that just kiting for the EMP is a little bit better of a choice so you can close out with the Graviton Surge. Unfortunately, it's not the case, and George Mason cannot withstand the Kitsune Rush. East Tennessee, they have more ultimates towards the end of the fight, and they're able to close out a round victory. Now 1 round away from completing this 5-mapper are East Tennessee. George Mason have to win 2 sub-maps in a row.
So let's give it to them.
That they do, and we're going to be going to one of the more brawl-favored maps as well, and you know, earlier on in this series, I would have said that's an advantage for East Tennessee, but George Mason has made such a comeback, and they've looked so good on the brawl maps recently that it's absolutely still very possible for them to come back in this series. In addition, we're going to see the Reaper come out now for Ibinks. They're definitely going more for this up-close brawly style.
The bigger difference is that we're getting a Baptiste from George Mason, so a lot more healing here. And the survivability of the Immortality field, right?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how this plays. I believe the first time we've seen Baptiste tonight, Senior Law goes down very, very low, forced to drop back just a little bit, give some room to George Mason, and now they're going to have to give more room because Jackson has found Xenon. Senior Law falls shortly thereafter, and George Mason come back in a strong way here on Mecha Base.
I mean, focusing down the tank there, something that George Mason struggled with on the first control map, is not a problem here. And when you don't have the sustain, the damage, the sheer HP of the tank player, later fights get very, very difficult.
The Senior Law once again trying to push out of that choke, but is forced back because of the Disruptor shot. And Right in Your Face's very high charge Zarya beam. They're just having a hard time getting out of this choke right here. George Mason doing just a fantastic job of punishing them for just taking too long.
Right in Your Face, living up to the name. I mean, the Zarya not allowing the players to kind of step through this choke point, seeing the retreat, the rotate coming in from East Tennessee. They're going to meet them at the second choke point, off the back of the Disruptor shot slowing them down. And Graviton Surge getting it online here from Zarya of George Mason University.
And once again, Outplay tries to push out, but it's just lasered down by Right in Your Face, so they're forced back once again. George Mason is just doing a beautiful job of controlling the space here right now. And with the Graviton Surge online, we see Outplayed actually able to take a bite out of right in your face. But George Mason still coming away with the lion's share of the kills. But it's actually starting to turn the way of East Tennessee. Xenon is just too high charged right now. We're seeing the Death Blossom emitted that will, in fact, end the fight and win it for George Mason.
The Kitsune Rush opens things up, and it just means that no one can actually stay close enough to deal damage to the Graviton Surge. But Ibink stays alive long enough, and everything has been expended from East Tennessee so that Reaper is able to turn the Death Blossom into a fight win. That being said, George Mason has nothing. And it is going to be the Graviton Surge Dragon Blade here. Xenon gets to grab in. It's a pretty good one.
That it is, but the blade wasn't online quite quick enough for them to be able to just slice through everybody with impunity. And now that means George Mason coming back in with a fight win. East Tennessee pushed it a little too fast, and they're paying for it. And they may pay for it with this sub-map in its entirety, because I think there's very little chance of East Tennessee even making it back to the point.
Yeah, we are going to the final round here on Busan of our final map of this series. The difference maker there was the Immortality Field in the Graviton Surge. Again, just not able to clean it out in time. And the sound barrier as the blade gets through. So George Mason equalized, and we now head to Sanctuary for the final engagement here in our first game of the day.
It all comes down to this sub map right here. Both of these teams have played out of their mind here today. It's been such a wonderful back and forth affair. It's going to be tough to see one of them take the L, but both teams have just performed exceptionally tonight, and I think regardless of the outcome, going to be very tough going up against either of them in the future. And once again, we've got Yaxon on the Sojourn versus Senior Law. Oh no, it's actually going to be Ibinks versus Senior Law. Genji versus the Reaper. Which one is going to get more done here today? First engagement happening up here by the drum. Xenon starting to get a bit of a high charge. S is right in your face. Anform has to commit the Immortality almost immediately, though. And nobody has still quite recovered from George Mason. East Tennessee is firmly in control right now of this map. Despite there being no kills coming in just yet, but George Mason has been able to regroup. They do have their health back. Now they're starting to take the fight to the point, see if they maybe have a little bit more luck here. But Anform taken out by Senior Law means things are looking pretty rough here for George Mason. They don't have any supports online. Just Source, though, for East Tennessee. This is going to come down to just the DPS and the tanks at the end of the day, and George Mason just has a little bit more alive here at the end. Xenon doing everything they can to stay alive, and more. They actually flipped the fight.
Yeah, the right-click mortar at their feet as Ibix tries to close the gap for the elimination. Xenon's still very weak, forces to use the grab, but that is actually going to be a disaster because there's no one back in time to close out as the Immortality Field keeps everyone in check. And George Mason University, they return with the revengeance here as they look to try and turn this fight back on the head.
But East Tennessee has still been able to hold on to the point. Now Outplayed has Zapit out of the fight as well. East Tennessee not letting go, and this is a tremendous play coming out from them. Outplayed just playing out of their mind in that retake.
A great recontest there. I mean, it was so close to being a turnaround, but Outplayed gets a dash reset on a low Lucio at the tail end of the Graviton Surge, and George Mason just cannot close it out. Now, a remarkably inexpensive fight, all things considered, for East Tennessee, because they never actually give up control of the objective. And scattered though it may have been, now George Mason are in the unenviable position of having to commit, while their opposition has tools to work with.
And here comes the Kitsune Rush. They're going to push forward as quick as they can, but Yaxon has found Source. And with 5 ults in the bank for George Mason, they're just going to be able to outplay them in that way, despite that Kitsune Rush being committed.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 ults to 1 there. The Kitsune Rush is denied by the Graviton Surge, keeping everyone away, and then the Immortality Field is Outplay tries to get in the backline. Now, it's going to be very difficult for East Tennessee State University in this next engagement because they have both DPS ultimates, yes, but the Immortality Field coupled with the Sound Barrier, that's a lot of sustain to break through.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and Senior Law, it just does not find the value that they're looking for with the Death Blossom. It's an easy job for Yaxon to just focus them down. Ibinks will be taken out of the fight, but it's not going to make much of a difference as once again George Mason takes the fight.
Clean fight win from George Mason University. The Death Blossom is so difficult to find value with on this. Not only just the submap, but the fact that there's an Immortality Field, there's the boot from the Lucio, the bubbles, etc., etc. And George Mason just has way more survivability. Now, this does not change the win condition for East Tennessee. They need to burn the Immortality Field and force the beat to try and get value from this blade, followed by the Graviton Surge. It's a small window of opportunity, but it does exist. And Outplayed needs to be very, very good at kind of pulling both those tools out here.
They absolutely do. We're going to see him commit the blade. Here comes the sound barrier as well to try and keep everyone alive. In the midst of it all, though, Jackson pops the overclock and finds 3. Ibinx is there for the 4th. And right in your face for the 5th as George Mason equalizes and bests in the capture percentage.
We're going to see a switch over from East Tennessee as they're going to go to a Baptiste of their own. Xenon has to be a hero here in the final fight because George Mason, I mean, all they have to kind of deny is the Graviton Surge. Ibinx close to a blade, and it's really going to be Grav versus Blade here in our final fight of this map.
Let's see which is going to come out on top. Right in your face, giving up a lot of space to East Tennessee. In fact, they're going to let them flip the point, but as long as George Mason wins this fight, it's theirs. They're waiting for this blade to get online. Meanwhile, Xenon still holding on to that Graviton Surge, but now we got right in your face starting to push in. Xenon is doing a tremendous job holding on to the Graviton Surge right now, waiting for them to build up. Here comes the grab. Are they going to be able to find anything? Ibinx now has popped to the blade. It's all coming down to this. Ibinx has a kill, but so does Senior Loft. Jackson strikes back and takes out the DPS. George Mason University is just Xenon left for East Tennessee. George Mason is going to be able to take the fight and the map and the series. What a show that we have had tonight here, LaFon.
Patience from George Mason in that final fight, recognizing that East Tennessee have to commit. So they pull the Zarya out of position to go for a Graviton Surge. And then that allows Ibinx to have that much more space to work with the blade. Jackson, this is going to be the fight. This is going to be the overclock that pushed them to that final fight. Oh, actually, it's going to be the closeout on the really expensive one. Yeah.
Yeah. Big Graviton Surge. And yeah, that's just, you're just shooting fish in a barrel right there if you're Jackson.
Okay, I think the final point actually had a better play.
Yeah, I agree.
That was anticlimactic. Okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. But that being said, George Mason taking the victory here, 3-2 in the final scoreline as they continue their run through, staying undefeated 3-0 at this point. And I mean, hey, credit to East Tennessee for making it close, but George Mason steps up and takes the victory at the very end. And a better understanding of macro towards the tail end of the series, right? Especially from that Route 66 game. I think that was a big turning point. The 3rd point defense. Really, I think that's when when George Mason came into their own, and East Tennessee kind of lost the pulse of the match. Especially with the supports just staying alive so much more dominantly from George Mason University.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It was, to me, it was the fact that George Mason, instead of going for a more aggressive approach, they went for sustain, right? They went to the Baptiste with the Immort, they went to the Lucio, the Kiriko, just keeping those supports alive rather than trying to pump in as much damage as quickly as possible. Ended up being the right way to go here today.
Indeed. And this is our first taste of Kiriko in competitive here at the NACE Star League. So a sight for sore eyes in the support line for sure. Some new showcases there. And I have to say, perhaps not a grand difference maker in the sense of like meta defining by the Kiriko, but certainly a boon to both the teams that she showcased on. So we saw some fights turned by the Kitsune Rush. We saw obviously Protection Suzu have a big effect on a lot of fights. I think Colosseo was probably the most obvious, where the Graviton Surges just were completely iced out between the Suzu and the bubbles, the barriers from the Zarya. So overall, a very strong addition to the roster of the support line, and one that I'm curious as to how she'll evolve as we kind of move forward.
That's true, and we've got another match ahead of us as well tonight. So excited to see if we're going to see Kiriko still make a showing there. And honestly, if this match is anything to show for it, I think we absolutely will be seeing more of her.
Yeah, still a case to find out what other teams have in kind of in store as a combination to go with her? Because we didn't see, I mean, the Kitsune Rush, what we saw from it really was more of a tempo factor, right? Not really using it as a combo necessarily, but a lot of neutral fights going with the Kitsune Rush. I think it's a good read, especially if you have the mechanics to kind of back it up. Well, with that being said, though, we are not quite done with this match. An interview lined up with the victors here of George Mason University. Congratulations on that 5 map, the third, taking that final victory at the very end.
Yeah, no, it was, oh my gosh, what a game, what a series.
What a series indeed.
No, I am sweating.
Was that closer than you were expecting it to be?
It's definitely closer than we would have liked it to been, but new game, like it's a new game, new meta, new playstyles and stuff going in. We have a general idea of how good each team is based off ranks, and this team seemed to be around our skill level mechanically, but macro is so out of whack. People are still discovering new things. We just came with the intention to win. That's all we came to do, and we did it. So that's good, but we had no idea how close it was going to be.
And, it was looking really rough for you, not gonna lie, the first map and a half until you all got to that third point in Route 66, and you all put your foot down in a huge way. Now, from your perspective, because, LaFon and I have been talking, we have our own theories, but from your perspective, what was the difference maker there on that third point of Route 66 that just allowed you to really turn this entire series around?
So we did this really high level move we realized that Kiriko was a character, and we then we picked Kiriko because our backline just wasn't surviving. Usually in the Mac we've been playing, so we've been playing without Kiriko, it's been basically trade backlines. That doesn't really work when there's only one person on their backline and 2 for ours. Then we're just gonna lose the rest of the fight. So we're like, hey, they're playing Kiriko. That solves that issue. So we picked it up and we just adapted to the macro accordingly.
Actually, it's a good
segue. I can see you.
It's a good segue into the actual the point kind of today's match is that Kiriko is available. How are you finding she kind of slots in terms of the macro of the gameplay? Because obviously a highly maneuverable support, has a lot of get out of jail free cards, high damage, high healing. So it seems to be kind of a jack of all trades here.
No, it's so I'm not a support player, so I can't really describe the niche that Kiriko falls into. I just trust my support players call and like, oh yeah, she's good here. And it makes sense to me. I believe the main draw is that she's just second to she's on the same level of hard to kill as Lucio and Moira, and Suzu is absolutely insane, giving your allies like a second or 2 of invincibility. You see, negates entire ults sometimes, and negates a whole lot of abilities. It is just, it's wild. But yeah, she kind of is jack of all trades. We have a comp we're planning out on trying later today, actually, but we didn't want to bring something we didn't prep too hard to this game.
Gotcha. Now, before we let you go, just one more question from me. Would you like to give any shout outs to anybody today? Team members?
You won't want to give any shout outs. I don't think they're hearing me, but
they're already in another practice.
No, we got a shout out. Let's go. Yeah! Yeah! No, that's
and they're right back to it.
Yeah, and then that is Yaxon. There it is. And no, the entire team, they can't all make it today because some of them live like mostly off campus, but no, the whole team is great. I'd like to thank all my friends who are watching and stuff too. Like, that's kind of, it's fun knowing that I'm playing and people I know are watching it and enjoying it. But yeah, that's the players and the audience, I guess.
Excellent stuff. Well, once again, congratulations on your hard-fought 3-2 victory over Eastern Tennessee State University. Again, that's George Mason taking away the 3-2 victory here tonight. That's going to do it for our first match of the day, though, as we get done with our first one. Congratulations once again. Thank you for joining us here on the interview. Ibings, and we'll hope to see you around.
All right. Hope to stay in the league, yeah. All right. See you guys.
And that's going to do it for our first match of the day. Juggle God, don't go anywhere, though. There's more Overwatch yet to be had, yet to be experienced, yet to be enjoyed. When we return, it'll be Game 2. Colorado School of Mines versus Blinn College up next. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
not going to be by that much at all. As Rulu is just, at the moment, destroying West Virginia. Simplicity loses another stock, or at least the first stock. So Rulu, oh, there's the other stock. I spoke this a bit too soon.
May give an opportunity, but Scrubby and Caillou are here to stop any aggressive plays. With Nano Swarm, 2 shots, looking for the wall bang. Caillou finishes it off. This is a hasty maneuver, only 10 seconds left, but no one can make the play.
There is going to be a last-second contest. Ashton University don't want to give this one up quite yet. They have the blade, they have the overclock, and with B1H coming in, if that's a kill, this is well and truly doable.
Yeah, this really is. The Papa Smurf out of Megan, out of the fight now completely, and B1H fires.
Down in towards Secret.
Ogre.
Watch out, Elite's low. Gonna get taken out. Europe on for the ace. And he's got it. No way.
Oh, Zenith blade right in onto Zyle. Zyle staying in the middle. Will use that lantern to get out. Berg following through, but here comes High Key Savage looking to bring one right back for Harrisburg. Drops it with the solar flare. Gets a double kill onto the bottom lane. Looking for more though. Will be Western Kentucky. They return 1 kill, but High Key Savage wants to make this 3 with a triple kill.
No idea where these players are. Meathead in quite the ratty position, just lane tunnel. Ooh, you have quite the retake if you are north of no information, and Dak gonna get an unfortunate peek. Not unfortunate. Oh my gosh, Dak!
This guy can do it all!
The days of firsts here in Overwatch 2 gameplay here at the NA Star League. Of course, it's myself, Wolfon, back at the desk with Jolly God as we get a look at the schedule for the upcoming week. Today, of course, Tuesday, Overwatch 2 and League of Legends, which will be coming out later tonight. Wednesday, Call of Duty and Valorant, followed by Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on Thursday. And then we close up the week with some Counter-Strike Global Offensive. So, a jam-packed week of esports action here at NA Star League in the collegiate space, Jolly God.
It always is, and happy to be a part of it. You know, Overwatch 2, we got started a little bit late, but we're here and we're excited about it. And got another matchup coming your way, and including one from a team we saw play last week.
Yes, the Colorado School of Mines makes an appearance for the second time on a broadcast here, as we get set to see them take on the undefeated Blinn College in this division, in this kind of setup. You can see there the 1-1 versus the 2-0 Blinn College, and I think this is going to be a hard game for Colorado School of Mines, no doubt about it. As we get into our week 2 action here for our game 2 here in Overwatch here, as we see the rosters coming in, and keep an eye out on that tank line, the tank player, I suppose, as Jinja shows up there. A long-standing player in Overwatch, has played on some pretty reputable teams and continues to kind of make their way in collegiate here.
Absolutely, and College Lone, a name I'm familiar with as well. So a couple of familiar faces on Blinn College, and of course everybody from CSM we saw last week. And in particular, I'm gonna be watching Donch again. Donch really impressed me last week, so I'm gonna see if they show up again, if they're able to help bring Colorado School of Mines another victory here on stream. But like you said, they're going up against Blinn College, and that is no small task for anyone.
As you can see, we're kind of in opposition in our predictions here. Jolly God going with the hometown team.
Yep.
Well, I guess the local team to you, as I go for the Blinn College representation here as we get the predictions in. But yeah, the expectations here, I think, are obviously in favor of Blinn College, as they are undefeated with that 2-0 scoreline. CSM taking that one defeat. In as much as, perhaps it was just a really tough game and they made it close. We'll have to see how well they perform in map number 1. As we said, the cards are stacked against them here in this matchup.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely. Blinn College, if you look at it on paper, Blinn College is going to be the stronger team coming into this. But of course, that could all change, right? Kiriko is in the mix, right? And that's a huge wild card that could really disrupt things. I mean, if Blinn College isn't ready for it and School of Mines is, then we could see an upset here today.
Yeah, obviously, one of the strengths that Kiriko has is the survivability, as was showcased in our previous series here today. Her ability to sustain through some pretty impactful utility between her healing throughput, her teleport to keep herself alive, and of course the protection Suzu as a sort of a cleanse and invulnerability in the backline there. So a lot of utility in that sense, and I'm looking to see if she continues to make an appearance because, you know, as we said, the new shiny showing up here in our second week of play here at the Naystar League.
Yes, it absolutely is. And hey, no surprise here. We are going back to Lijiang Tower. It's a favorite of a lot of people in a lot of schools. And again, you know, this could also be a response to Kiriko being here, right? Maybe you want to go somewhere that's a little more comfortable for you, that you know really well, since you do have that wild card thrown into the mix. And I can't think of you know, maybe King's Row is more played than Lijiang Tower, but not many maps.
Not many indeed. But certainly amongst Control, one of the most played.
To try taking fewer hits this time.
Oh, look at that. Oh. We have a look. I mean, expectations is we're going to see a lot of Zarya today. Continue Zarya, one of the stronger tanks right now, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of expectations to set. And if you're stylistically, you're either playing Zarya for the kind of the brawl, the rush, because she has so much energy, so much damage, or you're perhaps playing the diva for like dive, right? But obviously on control center, command center, you're not going to have a lot of dive. Kiriko brought out by Blinn College as Dragon Blade makes, Colorado School of Mines bringing out the Kiriko.
Yeah, gonna be curious to see how this goes. Sustain and survivability does appear to be the name of the game, at least for the backline for both of these teams. I think they're recognizing that that's such a big part of potentially what is developing into a new meta here. A lot of fire going back and forth on point, but nobody taking significant damage outside of Chalkboard right now, who goes down low but is able to recover. Now Dragon Blade taking a little bit more damage, but Don's already up to a high charge, making it difficult for Blinn College to move on to point, but Jinja is able to find Chalkboard, so that is a big opening now. College Sloan is forced to use the Immortality Field, but it doesn't matter because Blinn is continuing to put the pressure on and getting great picks as a result.
One of the differences between the Immortality Field and Protection Suzu is the extended amount of time relative that the invulnerability exists for. Suzu is only 1 second, whereas Immortality Field I think is 5.
Yeah, I believe you're right there. Jinja backing up to point right now. Guts is taken out of the fight as Beagle is able to reflect that secondary fire right back into them. Wall coming up from Big Energy to save some of their team, and now Donch is able to strike back with a pick onto Vader. Colorado School of Mines primed to take this fight.
That's a big May wall too, to deny the amplification matrix, the mortars into the Graviton Surge. That could have been the fight turner with the amount of damage that was coming through. So a good wall from a Big Fig Energy. As Colorado School of Mines will have grab of their own. They'll have a sound barrier as well to extend and defend against this Dragon Blade here.
And it's going to be Colorado School of Mines who expends their Graviton Surge first. Donch is able to get the kill onto Jinja. So this should be another quick fight win for Colorado as long as they play this by the books. And as long as we don't see Vader pop off with his Dragon Blade, but they're opting just to back up and reset.
Guts has really not been able to make their presence felt positively for their team yet. As Chalkboard continues to try and hunt down the DPS of the opposition, but they'll escape for the moment. So Colorado School of Mines actually a very cheap fight for them. They sustain just the Graviton Surge, and now they'll have basically everything else at the ready.
And Big Energy gonna drop the Blizzard. Chalkboard forced to use the sound barrier as well, but that draws out King Piggies too. Here comes the Dragon Blade now from Be Cool. This could be the difference maker if they're able to find their target. But it's gonna be Guts who takes them out of the equation. However, School of Mines still holding on to point.
They will hold on to point, but with that Lucia going out, I was going to say, there was an opportunity there for Blinn College off the respawns and the closer position to kind of get into the play. They're not going to give up too much space here as they want to walk forward. Maywall going to slightly dissuade them, but not for very long.
No, but it is going to help mitigate Guts overclock in a pretty huge way. Colorado School of Mines forced to use the Kitsune Rush as well. Now, College Sloan going to try and turn things around with his Amp Matrix, but once again, Dragon Blade, or rather, Big Energy is doing a beautiful job of holding things at bay with a Maywall, but it's not going to last long enough as Blinn is able to finally smash through the defense that Colorado has been putting up.
Yeah, Jinja's making sure to stay in contention there. A really good Ant Matrix. This time the combo of Grav and Matrix was enough for Blinn College to kind of punch through. But that is 99% aborted to Colorado School of Mines, and they don't have much to Blinn College to kind of withstand this next fight. Again, Daunch with the Graviton Surge at the ready. Vader forced to deflect early as they kind of have to take a lot of damage on that throughput.
They're gonna dive in, but Jinja already has a pick onto B. Cool. It's gonna turn into a pretty big fight win here, despite Daunch actually committing that Graviton Surge. So that's a huge fight win here for Blinn College.
That is a massive fight win for Blinn College, and it's not, I mean, no disrespect to Daunch, that Graviton Surge was used at the same time as Colorado School of Mines lost the player, so it's not like they committed to a fight they knew they were losing. Blinn College, I mean, they turned that one on ahead. Now they're going to have Dragon Blade in the next one. They're going to have Sound Barrier as well. And Colorado School of Mines, they are in last fight territory. So that's that 70% marker. Big energy. You're going to have to isolate multiple members with this Blizzard to really turn this fight on ahead.
They really are. Vader has that Dragon Blade up online now. They're going to go ahead and pop it. They already find value. Huge value as Blinn College is able to end that fight in a split second. But they may have left just enough time for a stall here as Chalkboard could get back to point in time.
I mean, it's really difficult. You're going to see them switch to kind of staggered fight picks because the Graviton Surge is going to be available from Jinja once again. I don't think anyone touches.
I don't think anyone touches. Yeah, you're right. It was close, but no cigar for Colorado School of Mines. But great showing from them coming up. Definitely playing above, you know, where I think we both initially gauged them at. So a good showing from them, but Blinn College able to win it in the end.
A very up-tempo first round here from our squads in Lijiang Tower. And if this continues, this is truly going to be a fantastic match. So Colorado School of Mines, unfortunately, the one disadvantage is the one fight where they slip up just a little bit. Blinn College punishes heavily. And that, I mean, that early aggression from Vader when the Graviton Surge was brought in by Daunch, just they could not recover from that in time. And that's what really is the difference maker in the round one lead here from Blinn College.
Yeah, just a little bit of a difference in play separating these two squads in that first sub map. But here we are on night market in the day, maybe better called day market at this point, and Colorado School of Mines is going to take an early position on point and see if they can just deny Blinn College from being able to push through this choke. But big energy going down very low, forced to use that ice block to stay alive. They try and put the May wall up in time, but Jinja is able to squeak through and put the damage in onto them. Now at full charge as well, they're just bullying the rest of School of Mines off of point at this juncture. So as long as things continue to go this way, they should be able to come away with possession, despite Guts going down as well. But it looks like Colorado School of Mines, they're not over with this yet. They want to keep pushing the issue, seeing if they can turn this around.
Yo, the supports need to die here. Chalkboard will go off the side, I believe. And that heralds the... Yep. Yeah, everyone going to take a quick trip off the short clip there as they reset. Jinja, once again, a Graviton Surge in tow, 40% ahead of their opposition. So a big part of the difference maker there. Colorado School of Mines will actually change their DPS. They need more damage in the mid-fight. It'll be basically a mirror here.
Wow. Oh, that's a huge pick, getting Dragon Blade out of the fight. They were close to their Kitsune Rush. Maybe not going to be immediately available, but certainly towards the end of a fight if it had gone long enough.
This is where the snowball really comes into play because you're too far away from any... This is a next ult. This next fight is basically a guaranteed fight win for Blinn, and then we're in final fight territory.
Yeah, huge Graviton Surge going to come in. They're going to be able to burst down everybody just about caught in it. Kiriko and big energy escape, but for how long is the question? They are going to be able to isolate Dragon Blade.
I mean, a fairly, I suppose a fairly expensive fight for Blinn College because it was Ant Matrix and Graviton Surge, but now you have Blade. Truthfully, though, Colorado School of Mines have an opportunity to turn this fight around. They have beat for the counter, and then the Kiriko, the Kitsune Rush, kind of open things up in terms of the damage.
And here comes that opener. We're going to see Colorado School of Mines push in very aggressively now, but here comes Vader with the Dragon Blade. They're already able to take out Dragon Blade, as a matter of fact. They go down very low, but the Immortality Field is there from College Lone to help them survive. They're able to back up to point. and continue to hold on. Now we're definitely in last fight territory, and there's no time for Colorado School of Mines to waste. We see them push in, but the sound barrier is too big, and Guts takes Dodge out of the equation. Now Big Energy gonna try and see if they can pick away at somebody on point from a distance, but they're gonna have to touch as well as Jinja continues their tirade and just bursting through everything Colorado School of Mines has. They get the Graviton Surge off point, and nobody can touch.
Close round one, but a very different story on the second one as 100-0 comes through. And there's the one weakness of the Kitsune Rush that we saw in play here. Just walk away from it. Just leave. And on very open map types like Control, you really don't have a choice but to do just that. Jinja, who we hyped up a ton at the top of the show, showcases why. And that's going to be map number 1, going over to Blinn College to take an early series lead here. I mean, already showcasing some of the strengths behind the composition that we're seeing.
Yeah, I think you're right. And you know what? One interesting pick that we didn't really talk about was Big Energy on the Mei. And Big Energy, they got a lot of value on Control Center. I mean, we saw them shut down Amp Matrices. We saw them shut down just a lot of the aggression coming out from Blinn College and having a big effect. But when we moved to that more open map type, when we got to Night Market, the Mei just wasn't having the same effect. And so I wonder if maybe seeing a little bit of a compositional swap there out of Big Energy could have yielded more results, because they really, it was incredible because they were there in a huge way in Control Center and then just absent on Night Market.
Unfortunately for Mei, I think right now, especially the way that these teams are playing, Sojourn just is a better version of Mei, right? Disruptor Shot is such a good ability to kind of control space. Again, it does a ton of damage. It slows you down when you're in it. So put in a choke point if you have to really think about whether you want to go through, that ability, which also opens up the railgun. And then the mid-fight damage from the Sojourn is so tremendous, right? The one-shot capability, the mobility as well from the Sojourn with the slide, all of that combined just really sets the pace. And the Mei just simply did not provide enough damage for Colorado School of Mines, which is what allowed Blinn College to really take the lead over the Mei.
We are headed to Kings Row next, so it's going to be Brawl on the menu most likely. And, I think if Big Energy decides to go with the Mei again, I think this would be one of the better places. I agree with you. I think that the Sojourn is a better choice. But if you're going to run Mei somewhere, Kings Row is a fantastic place to choose her.
They're on the attack, so I'm going to wait till they're not going to spawn.
Yeah. Yep, don't want to fall into that trap.
No, but I have to say, I think for Blinn College, the clear-cut victory condition is that there's more tools to provide damage with the Sojourn, with the Genji. It's not just up to the Zarya. Colorado School of Mines, sure, they have a lot of opportunity with the Mei to kind of break the line of sight, but it's not, I think, especially with the fact that Immortality Field is available for Blinn College, they have a much greater window to recover around the Mei wall, which Colorado School of Mines only has the 1 second from Protective Season.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And already we see Dragonblade going down fairly low. Nice wall from Big Energy to try and isolate Jinja, but they're able to kite away from it, sustain themselves through that damage. College Zone looking a little bit rough at the moment, but they're going to be able to heal themselves back up. And now, with Ice Block extended by Big Energy, they're in a tough position. They're forced to back off a little bit. They're going to try and take it through Hotel, see if maybe they can find that back line, but they're forced back out of it. Now we're seeing them try and push on the point. Vader going down very low, so this is an opportunity for School of Mines to really push forward and find some value here, especially now that the Immortality Field is down too. Blinn College still looking a little rough for wear, but Guts is able to find that one-pick potential with Sojourn. And despite a great push from Colorado School of Mines, this is going the way of Blinn College once again.
They don't even get that first tick, so really good attention juggled by the tank line, or by the tank of Blinn College, coupled with Vader tagging in for a moment to prevent that from turning around. And there's that difference maker that we were kind of highlighting. The damage, the healing throughput, the survivability of the Immortality Field is such a difference maker in Blinn College. They're going to have a Graviton early. Colorado School of Mines, sure, they have a Kitsune Rush, but how do you even find value with it when you're all clumped up?
Right, exactly. We see the Graviton Surge committed. Dragon Blade tries to use the Kitsune Rush, but everybody is just deleted from the Colorado School of Mines side.
The one upside, I suppose, is that you get the Zarya's energy reset here. And Jinja has to walk back in, right? So that's a small consolation if you're Colorado School Mines. You have grab, you have sound barrier, and you made a change over to your full mirror.
We're gonna see Vader taking a lot of damage, but despite that, they still dive in. They try for the blade. It's not gonna find anything. School of Mines pops the sound barrier to try and ensure themselves this this victory here in this fight. They've got 2 ticks on the board. Gonna see if they can turn it into 3. I don't think anybody from Blinn is gonna even try and touch.
Yeah, they were posturing for a recontest, but they just didn't have the survivability, and Jinja's gonna be isolated there. Really good turnaround by Colorado School of Mines. As I mean, there was an attempt to go for a play, but the blade Vader was just too weak.
Yeah.
And the Graviton Surge isolated and ended that attempt immediately. So Blinn don't overcommit after the blade and the sound barrier don't find value, and instead retreat. The one problem is that they didn't all die on point, so now they're forced to get the far back reset and give Colorado School of Mines a lot of control over the middle part of King's Row. And,
yeah,
I mean, they don't really have much. Well, okay. Well, I was gonna say they don't have much, but a good headshot like that. The blade's gone. Colorado School of Mines has to retreat.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to back up as quick as they can here. See so much damage coming in now from Guts and Vader there. Yeah, they're just gonna recontest now.
I mean,
but they've got the card up to Bookshop.
It's better for the defense to be here though. That's a power Sojourn, right? Overclock at the ready as well from Guts.
Yeah, and here it comes. There's going to be the Immortality Field committed by Dragon Blade. They're going to use the Amp Matrix as well. That's turning things around as they're able to find a pair of picks. One off the back of B equals Dragon Blade as well. Guts desperately trying to escape right now. Getting healed by their support. They will be able to get out of the fight, but beautiful fight win there for the School of Mines.
Nice turnaround. Close to the Graviton Surge as well is Staunch, right? To be able to build a lot of energy, and you're going to open up with Overclock here for Colorado School of Mines. Blinn College walking into a ton of damage as they try and make a stand here on the second point.
They're getting close to some of their ultimates on Blinn College's side, so this Amp Matrix could let them charge it up, but with big energy out of the fight, this is absolutely an opportunity for the comeback and take control at this point. Here comes the Amp Matrix after the Graviton Surge. Both Immortality Fields are out. Nobody is taking a trip back to spawn just yet. Both teams being able to sustain each other through this fight. Very high energy coming out from both of these artists right here. Jinja, though, strikes back with a Graviton Surge, and that one is going to yield the fight win.
Yeah, that's the difference maker when you're down a player, right? If you're a Colorado School of Mines, I guess you're somewhat pleased that Jinja felt the need to commit the Graviton Surge when you didn't start that fight with an advantage. Colorado School of Mines, they open up with the Overclock, but Vader was quick on the draw and gets the Reflect in, and then the final headshot to deny it any sort of further value. Now, Sustain is going to be the name of the game this next one, because it's going to be dueling beats versus the Blade here from Blinn College.
Yeah, a little bit more in the bank for Blinn College, but now they do have the Amp Matrix online, so a lot of damage starting to come through with that. But here comes Vader with the Dragon Blade. It's going to be able to find one pick on the chalkboard, and that just lets the snowball to victory commence here for Blinn.
And disaster strikes for Colorado School of Mines, because as chalkboard went to activate the sound barrier, it put them outside the Immortality Field long enough for the Blade to find purchase. And that is no defensive utility that is gone. So what once was going to be an advantage for, or about equal, has turned firmly into an advantage for Blinn College, as they are down to the minute mark here on the defense.
Yeah, and this fight's going to be very hard for Colorado School of Mines to win. They might just want to try and take this fast, build up some ultimates, maybe bleed a couple out of Blinn College, but already it looks like Blinn is going to be able to win this fight without expending any ultimates. So this is looking to be equally as tough now for Colorado School of Mines. They didn't really gain much out of that approach. Donch will have the Graviton Surge, though.
Yeah, but there's a sound barrier here for... oh, it whiffs!
Oh, that was a big
whiffs!
whiff. Yeah, and now that's going to be the go button for Blinn College as they pop the sound barrier as well. The Immortality Field is out, but Guts gets a huge pick. 3 picks, as a matter of fact, off of that Overclock. And now there's just about no time for anybody to touch. Maybe Chalkboard gets there in time.
No, they don't, because they're going to get Graviton Surge out of spawn here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There it comes. That's going to keep them all in there. The Immortality Field already has to be committed by Dragon Blade. They're going to push out, but They get the picks. Oh, that's got to be heartbreaking. No, somebody touched. There's somebody back on the cart, but for how long? Can they make it there? They're pushing as hard as they can. They've got the advantage. They might actually be able to see third point here. Chalkboard doing a phenomenal job on point. I can't believe they got that.
What an overstep by Blinn College. They grab the spawn, but they don't get the kills, and the Blade instead finds value. A greedy play by Blinn, and it's going to cost them the second point. What should have been a guaranteed hold is now going to be a look at third, and Blinn College don't have anything. They have the Blade. They're going for the play.
Oh, wow, they're going for it early before even School of Mines has had a chance to regroup.
There's no one here.
Yeah, but there's nobody there for them to find any value. That's a pair of misplays coming out from Blinn College that might cost them dearly here, because now Dragonblade is going to be able to use this Ant Matrix to help charge some of the other ults for Colorado School of Mines.
Well, I'm going to be at Blinn College with a back foot here for sure, of their own making.
Yeah. Oh, and now Chalkboard has the sound barrier too. Even if Jinja gets this Graviton Surge online, they're going to have to fight through the sound barrier and this amplification matrix too. Now we've got Daunch just about has their grab. Big energy does get sent back to spawn. In fact, it is going to be a fight win for Blinn College, but there is a solid shot for the School of Mines to come back, but beautiful stagger there from Vader. That actually might be the difference maker.
That is going to be this should be the hold here now for Blinn. But this is such a what if scenario for Blinn College, right?
And this time we're seeing Jinja holding onto that Graviton Surge, maybe waiting to use it at a little bit more opportune time, anticipating it very soon. They're not going to be able to get there, but Daunch, I believe, does have the touch there. Back a little bit further. Be Cool taken out of the equation. That's going to be Guts finding Chalkboard as well. No sound barrier for School of Mines this time around. The grab is committed, but Blinn will take the fight win.
And they'll finish their defense here. Still, what could have been for Blinn College is that might be the difference maker defensively if Colorado School of Mines can be buoyed by their presence on second to get that last second contest. Perhaps they could push all the way through, and then, I mean, very winnable if you get to that second checkpoint, right? That turns into a very different looking map, and now it's up to Blinn College to kind of set the tempo on their attacking half.
Yeah, it is, and School of Mines, they absolutely have a chance at holding this. You know, in sustain, I think is going to be the name of the game again, and to me, that's almost been like a theme throughout the night here. You know, is going for the sustain rather than the huge damage. And School of Mines, they are going to opt for the Baptiste Lucio, which I think is a pretty good look here.
I think the Baptiste is a stronger pick than the Kiriko at this point in time with this composition, right?
Yeah.
Immortality Field so strong in some of these extended survivability scenarios. It also forces you to take your attention away from damaging, you know, the players, because you have to get rid of the Immortality Field to try and turn it around, which gives you more time to get a heal up, especially the Zarya, to keep them as a real threat later on. So, yeah, I like this change over to the Baptiste rather than the Kiriko, especially because Kitsune Rush hasn't really found value at all in this series.
Not in this series, no. I think we saw a lot more in the previous one, but oh, that is Chalkboard flirting with disaster there. Vader took a nice shot. Of course, gonna swap over, just looking for a couple quick picks out of the gate, but none to be found. And now that Vader is back in it, we're gonna see Blinn College starting to push forward, putting a little bit of pressure on. Jinja gonna see if they can get a little bit more value, maybe going through Hotel. Immortality Field has to be committed. They're already pushed out and through. The Immortality Field is down, but College Lone very low in health at the moment. This is an absolutely brutal defense coming out from the School of Mines right now. They look to be fairly well in control of it, especially with Vader out of the equation now, and College Lone too. That's a first in what needs to be many holds here for the School of Mines.
Yeah, it's a really good start there by Colorado School of Mines, especially as they balance attention between the front line and the back line of what Blinn College is running. Right, we saw Jinja, you know, sort of flip Hotel on its head as they went through it, but then the turnaround means that the supports are kind of left out alone, and Daunch really is, you know, eating good there in that scenario.
They certainly are. Even though they're down in the ult percentage, Jinja's going to be able to get the Graviton Surge online a little quicker, but Dragon Blade has already popped the Amp Matrix, and that's going to give pause to Blinn College. They're going to back up a little bit.
I mean, just a little bit of time wasted, but it doesn't get much more value other than that. You kind of want your ult to get a little bit more. It does allow Donch to equalize in Graviton Surge percentage.
Yeah, it certainly does, and now they're firing on full cylinders as well. See the Immortality Field come out as well as the Graviton Surge from both Zarias, but Flynn College strikes first, strikes harder, and they will take the point.
The focus fire on the Immortality Field. I mean, it just means that, you know, Colorado School of Mines, they're that much more vulnerable, that much quicker. And unfortunately for Blint in College's favor, they are able to kind of isolate the Immortality Field because it's in full view. So that's really what the difference changes in that run. Now, I mean, Blint College, because their DPS were so slow to kind of build utility in that last fight, they're now entering second phase with both Overclock and Blade at the ready. And while Colorado School of Mines has the opportunity to, you know, respond in kind, they have to get their Zarya up to high energy, which, you know, takes time to build.
It does. I mean, we can see Jinja was able to hold on to their charge phenomenally well. It's got just about all of it here. We're going to see the sound barrier committed now, so Blink College is going to go on the offensive. It means Chalkboard has to use the sound barrier as well, and crucially, Blink College still has both ults online. Here comes the Dragon Blade. They're able to take out the Immortality Field, and with that, they'll take another fight win.
That's a full team kill, as I'm just making sure that Colorado School of Mines are playing from the back foot there, right? The sound barrier to engage, Colorado has to respect it. They have to respond in kind. And all of that is also off the back of kiting away from the overclock of big energy. So Colorado School of Mines, they just don't have, you know, response for their opposition. And now, I mean, overclock here from Guts, they're going to open things up as the Blade tries to come in.
And here comes the Amplification Matrix as well. It's going to be Cool who finds Guts initially, but they haven't been able to get much other than that. And Jinja's going to be able to equalize now in the kill feed. But Dawn's coming in a big way, and they needed to right there.
Yeah, it's oh man, I was gonna say it's very expensive though for Colorado School of Mines, and Donch, while they were, you know, a big part of that, they don't actually get that much ult charge from the fight.
Yeah.
And that means that Blinn College are gonna walk in with a Graviton Surge before their opposition. The fight is gonna open up with a Grav from Blinn, and I mean, you can see one fight away from ending second right now. Blinn are, it's a tough place to be in. Donch needs to be really big with this damage throughput.
They really do. Especially because College Loan has that amplification matrix too. So if you can grab people in front of that window, that could be absolutely devastating. People could just disappear. Here comes the Graviton Surge. The Immortality Field is out. Chalkboard able to find a pick on the Guts though. So Colorado School of Mines have been able to sustain at least through this initial salvo. And now Jinja down to just a sliver of health. School of Mines holds.
Chalkboard's a big clutch there. From getting that elimination onto Guts is massive because no one is going to focus on the grab. It's just Jinja and Vader trying to keep things up. So yeah, the Lucio coming up clutch for Colorado, and Donch gets the later grab there in time to kind of respond. So a decent amount of time taken off the clock. In fact, a whole minute from the start of the outset of that fight to the end of it, and Blinn College are forced to go back to the drawing board.
They are, and they're looking a little worse for wear in the ult category as well. Dragon Blade going to have their Ant Matrix online again. Both sound barriers will potentially be able to be used here in this fight as long as it takes long enough. Here comes the Ant Matrix now. It's going to be a lot more damage going through, but crucially, Donch is very low energy, so they're not getting a whole lot done at this point. And in fact, the Immortality Field has to be used by Dragon Blade. They respond in kind with a sound barrier, popping it a little later than Blinn, so they got a little bit more of a chance here to come away with a victory, but Equal is out of the fight now. That means Vader is going to be able to get her Dragon Blade online first, and they're not even going to need it for this fight when they're going to be able to see third point with a little more time in the bank than School of Mines.
I mean, they will have, what is it, 2.5 minutes here? Yeah, exactly, to continue the third point, and that is halfway through third. They're going to get very close to that point just by the natural state of it. Colorado School of Mines playing from the back foot from here on out. And, I mean, Donch needs to get high energy. They need this Graviton Surge. They need this protection against what Blinn College is bringing to bear. Be Cool is gonna, this blade is great to have, but how'd you get it through?
Yeah, we're going to see the blade come out immediately. Vader finds 4 immediately. That is an absolutely stellar blade coming out of the Genji player, and I don't think anyone touches. That's going to be Blinn College with their second map victory here, putting them on match point.
And Blinn College, they make it interesting at times, but at the very end, they were in dominant performance. as they'll get the victory in map number 2 to settle match point. As we move into map 3, Ginjo with the second highlight of...
Wow.
I mean, this is just the everyone collected for the Dragon Blade to find value.
Yeah.
And then the shutdown on the Dragon Blade at the very end. So a close fight, but one with Blinn steadily taking the lead more and more frequently overall. So CSM not out of it, but certainly a very, very tough road ahead as they now need to confirm a reverse sweep to win this series out. And I mean, Blinn College looking to keep their undefeated streak going.
Yeah, and they're looking very, very popular. I mean, outside of a couple maybe overreaches from Blinn College, their play has been consistently higher value, higher quality than Colorado School of Mines. So the School of Mines, I think they're doing a good job. They're not. This isn't a blowout by any means. They're putting up a good fight, but we're gonna have to see more come out from them in this next map, 2 or 3.
Yeah, and I'd like to see the sustain. If we're gonna move to another rush-based map, I'd like to see the Baptiste remain in play, and I'd like to see the Sojourn remain in play as well. It just gives you more opportunities for success, right? The Kiriko, a lot of her abilities are shut down or avoided in its entirety just by leaving, which is not something you want to do. You should never be in a situation where your entire fight is ended because the person just walked around a corner, right? And unfortunately with Kiriko, with the maps that we've been to, it really has been a case of Blinn just walking around a corner and being like, all right, we'll wait 10 seconds and then just re-engage into the fight and win out because we now have more resources than you do.
Yeah, it was a very similar thing with one of the Baptiste windows, I believe, on first point during the defense of Colorado School of Mines, where they bought time, right? They were able to bleed time off the clock, but they didn't really get any value outside of that from that window. So I think both of these ultimates could be utilized a little bit better. You want to use them when the enemy team just doesn't have any options to leave the fight. That's when you're going to try and find true value from both of those ults.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing we're kind of noticing is that Blinn is setting the tempo much more aggressively. The sound barrier to engage has been something that Blinn has done repeatedly and has found success every time they've done it. So that's another thing to kind of note, that playing from the back foot, as CSM has been multiple times, is going to need to be shifted if they want to kind of bring back a victory here in the next map and, ideally eventually the series. But I mean, Blinn College really putting, one of the things is when you're up in tempo, a lot of teams will take their foot off the gas. And that even includes when that blunder came in from Blinn, right?
Right.
It's really easy to fall into the mental habit of just giving up in the next fight, but Blinn continued their assault and were able to turn it around into a victory.
That they were, and we will be headed to Junkertown for our first map. I believe this is the first time you and I have seen this map so far this season. I don't think we saw it last week, so love getting fresh faces in fresh maps. So this will be interesting because there's so many long sight lines here that honestly Brawl doesn't feel as good, at least initially to me, as something like a Pope composition.
Make sure this goes smoothly.
Here's a small problem with that statement though, is that the best Brawl hit scan is also the best Poke hit scan right now.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Sharp eyes.
Sojourn kind of good right now. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I picked up on that a little bit here and there. I mean, I think there's been at least one Sojourn in just about every map we've seen these last 2 weeks.
I've been playing a lot of Sojourn of late. I really enjoy her kit, plus she's Canadian, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But man, the railgun, the disruptor shot, all of it is so much.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Blinn now makes their first Kiriko appearance.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm curious, about the logic of choosing it here on this map. Maybe they're looking for a little more survivability, maybe a little bit more damage, because interestingly, Chalkboard is on the Zenyatta as well. So both teams, I think, going for a little bit more of an aggressive style here as we head into Junkertown.
Yep, that's a lot of damage onto Daunch, who's playing from the low ground. Not a place you want to be. Nice little jump up there.
Ooh, yeah, but Jinja does a great job of focusing out that Genji, keeping them away, keeping them from doing anything and following up on that damage, because Yeah, Jinja went down relatively low. They were able to sustain there, and oh, nice pressure put on the Genji once again. Kart's making a decent amount of progress right now. Blinn College needs to hurry up and win this fight, otherwise this is going to be a potentially easy push in for School of Mines. But Mortality Field has to be used, and most players down to very, very low health. So Blinn College just doing an excellent job of keeping the damage on. There comes that Disruptor shot again, really taking things out of equation. Jinja with a grab already. Big Anti's going to be hitting Chalkboard and Dodge. They are going to be able to follow it up with a couple of kills and a fight win, and that's a minute 30 off the clock.
So something to note is that the majority of the damage for Blinn College is going through Jinja. Guts and Vader were nowhere to be found, so you can see the pocket coming in for both College Lone and Pink Piggy on the support line, really all in on the tanks, whereas Colorado spreading out the damage just a little bit as, you know, they go over to the supports, over to the DPS, and Donch is still trending behind Graviton Surge-wise. Now, Be Cool makes a switch over to Widow as well, dueling Vader. Still a very tough place to be in. And I expect as the grab comes in onto Jinja here, there's going to be a nano applied to the Zarya to keep him alive.
Yeah, here comes the amplification matrix as well. Donch is able to find College Lone. So things turning around for the School of Mines. We have a nano boost committed onto Jinja. They stay alive for longer than I thought they would. But the School of Mines able to break through that defense.
And critically, they don't actually spend the Graviton Surge either, so they're going to have that for the next fight. Still, and the nano boost was committed by Pink Piggy in that fight, so yeah, this grab is going to be able to burst through whoever they capture. Likely the opposing tank, if someone even touches, which I don't believe Blinn will. They're not postured to get to the point. Yeah, there it is. It's going to be a reset here. They take high ground. And Colorado School of Mines, really inexpensive fight for them to kind of, you know, open up into get into second.
It really was. They're gonna have a bit to help them out here. We see the Kitsune rush coming in now. It's gonna be able to allow Blinn College to push in pretty heavily, but in the meantime, Be Cool does find Guts. So now we've got that carry DPS out of the fight. Be Cool continuing their rampage, finds Pink Piggy as well. Nice fight win coming in for the School of Mines.
That's an open headshot from Vader from Be Cool onto Guts, rather. So the Sojourn is out of the fight, as you highlighted. Ooh, very careful. You have to be dodged. Speaking of Zarya's, though, Jinja has equalized in Graviton Surge. So both Grabs going to be here in this next fight. You can see Big Fig Energy looking, kind of hunting to see if someone's open.
Ooh, they go for the flank play on Vader, not able to find anybody, and in fact, Vader's gonna find two immediately. Coming up huge for Blinn College. That's gonna be a fight reset for the School of Mines.
And Grav was used as well.
Yeah.
That's the protection Suzu coupled with the bubbles. We saw it in our first series of the night, how much, you know, sustainability there is in that engagement. And the Grav just does not find value there. So Colorado School of Mines gonna have to reset. Only the overclock, I believe, committed in that last one from Blinn, as Colorado School of Mines lose it out. So, yeah, Colorado going to make a change over to a Diva, try to put a little more pressure on the hit scan. But this, I think, opens up Jinja to be just that much more activated in the neutral engagement.
Yeah, it certainly will. They're going to be able to put in a lot of damage onto Donch with relative impunity. Vader, let's see if they can find the Zenyatta. Unable to, and in fact, Be Cool strikes back. Big Fig Energy has their ultimate online and ready to go. Donch eats the grab. That is absolutely massive for the School of Mines. A big anti comes in. That might slow them down a little bit, but Donch is still in the front line, able to put a lot of pressure in. And now Chalkboard has the Discord Orb out, and they're focusing things down a little bit better than we have seen them in the past.
That is another nano boost that's going to go to waste as Jinja gets hit with the nano. And they use the Kitsune Rush, but it gets one kill onto Dragonblade, who will be right back in it. And now, I mean, Blinn College expend everything. They're going to try and mirror out tank-wise as Jinja moves over to a Diva. But Colorado School of Mines have sort of resuscitated their ultimate economy. Transcendence, Nano Boost. They have the Overclock as well. Blinn, though they go to a full dive, don't have anything here.
No, they don't. This is likely going to be another quick fight win for the School of Mines, barring any serious misplays here. So this is just Blinn College looking to try and build ultimate so that they maybe can win the next fight after this, because yeah, this is just firmly in favor of Colorado School of Mines, but they're not doing things quick enough, and now Vader and Guts are both getting close to their ultimates. The Nanoblade is committed. Big Energy finds one. Transcendence has to be used as well, maybe to keep themselves alive in the backline. So an expensive fight for the School of Mines. Well, they only spend 2. It's maybe not so bad.
And the cart rolls around the second half, and there's still a minute 48 left, so still a very doable scenario to close out with the overclock here, coupled with self-destruct for zoning. But I mean, this pulse bomb could end things. There's no defensive utility aside from the Matrix if it sticks.
And here comes the overclock. We're going to see the self-destruct thrown in as well. It's going to take out the immortality field. So now this overclock can potentially find even more value, but they're going to have to back up. And there's the pulse bomb. It finds Chalkboard. Dragon Blade is out as well. So Blinn College will be able to stop the cart.
And now this next fight is looking a little bit dicey for Colorado School of Mines. Literally, in fact, as Vader has the Dragon Blade online. And Jinja will return with the sound barrier in the mid-fight as well. So, I mean, Colorado School of Mines perhaps overplaying their hand a little bit. Big Thick Energy going to move over to a Sombra, looking for those backline picks, but has been scouted early. You can see everyone knows where they're going. And, I mean, Jinja's now the biggest threat here on the map.
Yeah, they absolutely are, especially with that Graviton Surge coming imminently at this point. And Colorado School of Mines with nothing to really respond to it. So this might be a fight that if they lose, they want to lose fast so they get another chance. But we're already at the 30-second mark, so Colorado School of Mines, they've got to go in with what they have here. And Chalkboard able to find Guts. They're not going to find that value in the backline. This is a big opening now. They don't have to worry about that, but there's so many ults online. Chalkboard finds College Lone as well. The Zenyatta is absolutely popping off. We're going to see a little bit of a commit coming in from Blinn College, but overall, the School of Mines able to win this fight despite not having any ults on board.
I mean, win the fight, yes. Put themselves in a winning position, no. Matrix at the ready. There's still the blade. It is overtime. This is the final fight. And Blinn College, they open up with the first pick. That's 2.
Yeah, this should be Blinn College with a hold right here. Donch is out of mech and out of the equation. Chalkboard almost had that Transcendence online. If they'd only had it a little earlier, this could have been so much different from the School of Mines. But they got a very good push through Junkertown, which is a tough map to complete.
Considering how the opening fight kind of went and how much Blinn was willing to brawl, yeah, Colorado School of Mines a decent showcase here on Junkertown, and I think the second phase of the map was really where they came alive and took full control of that second phase. But you know, now that we head to the defense, Colorado School of Mines, they have not been. Colorado School of Mines have showcased on their offense decent presence in fights. They've not been able to close fights out. At the very end, where things are kind of in anyone's kind of space, that's where it's fallen apart for Colorado School of Mines. And they're hoping for a change here. As a reminder, Blinn College at match point, completing the map, completes the series here, and they'll take the victory with a 3-0. So Colorado School of Mines needs a very strong defense.
Yeah, they really do here. It's all coming down to this for them. We're gonna see double sniper coming out. Big Energy opting for the Hanzo, and that's gonna put a lot of damage potentially into if Jinja holds on this Sigma into that shield. So this could be an unexpectedly, I think, really good situation here for the School of Mines. Ooh, going over to the Orisa. Oh, back to the oh,
nice
wow.
Snipe there. I think, I mean, the Widow, you know, gets a quick glimpse.
A little bit more damage into Jinja right now. Colorado School of Mines just letting the cart progress a little bit till it's in a more advantageous position for them to really start to pop off. Nice shot from Beagle. They are showing up in a huge way right now on this Widowmaker. Chalkboard trying to get that Discord onto one of the tanks to keep them from pushing forward, but Guts strikes back, takes Big Energy out. They haven't really done a whole lot yet on this Hanzo, and now Blinn College is sensing a little bit of momentum. They're pushing forward, going to be able to get quite a bit of space with this push.
Yeah, Yeah, especially with the Widow being taken out, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna slow things down tremendously. Setting up. There's still a recontest available, but you kind of need your snipers to get a pick off here. That Sonic is not going to clean too much of the backline available, so you don't know where the snipers are situated from Blinn.
Dodge is able to push out onto point right now. Going to be able to start putting some pressure onto the back line, but Jinja wakes back up and comes in swinging hard. That's going to be Blinn College taking first point.
There's that production. Suzu wakes him up ahead of schedule. And where Colorado thought the tank was taking a nap, they suddenly were not. And that's a big brawl presence on the point. Donch already at half HP, Bubble is expended, so can't really make anything of that. And now, I mean, aggressive high ground position being taken by Blinn College as they look to try, kind of extend their lead. Donch will move over to a D.Va. And the only ultimate that's really going to be in play here in this next fight is the Gravitic Flux. And I don't know if there's anything to defend against it.
There doesn't really look to be anything at the moment. So if Jinja finds an opportune moment for this, it absolutely will win the fight. Their shield's gone down fairly low, though, so here comes the Gravitic Flux. They're going to see if they can just demech this D.Va, but in the meantime, Big Energy has found a pick, and the Gravitic Flux doesn't really yield anything other than slowing D.Va down for a moment, but they're right back in it, and so is Big Energy, who has seemed to find their footing now on the Hanzo.
Yeah, a lot of this comes down to the fact that Jinja is the one kind of providing the majority of the damage for their team, and the DPS just weren't really showcasing themselves much. And I mean, no shade there. The D.Va really holds up Matrix and just denies you any sort of opportunity. Now, with the switch over to the Genji, there's going to be more backline pressure afforded by Blinn College, and they've got the Nano Boost, they've got the Considerous Dragon Blade, so very weak.
Wow.
They forced Transcendence out despite winning the fight. So that's actually a decent trade here by Blinn.
It is, and in fact, they're going to come away with a couple of picks off the back of the Kitsune Rush. So, huge play coming out, I think, from the Kiriko to really give them value and give them tempo in that fight. And Jinja has been able to build up another Gravitic Flux. They actually catch the D.Va with it. It's going to be another D-Mac, and that's going to set Colorado School of Mines back quite a bit in this third defense.
What a tempo set by Blinn there. And I mean, this is that recognition that Jinja's like their player that they really want to build around. Really want to have kind of take the presence in because they nano and Kitsune Rush the Sigma, right? That's just Jinja becoming a raid boss in that later half of the fight.
Yeah, it really is. You just walk forward, shoot things, and win at that point. An anti-nade's going to slow down Vader momentarily, but Dragon Strike going to split up some of the members of Blinn College, but doesn't really find its mark. So outside of just a little bit of disruption for a moment, not really finding much there. The self-destruct, though, will find Vader. Beacol taken out, though, as well, so things still looking pretty even for both of these squads. Chalkboard trying to find the head of that Ana. Eventually, they go down to Big Energy, and Colorado School of Mines doing a decent job holding up here, but there's still a lot of card progress happening, and now that Donch is demeched, things aren't looking so great for them.
No, it's not looking great at all, and Chalkboard, of course, does not have the Transcendence here, so Vader's going to be walking back in with a blade that is not going to have a response. I mean, Dragon Blade, perhaps a Sleep Dart, perhaps there's a big headshot from Big Energy, but it really is going from hard to even more difficult here as players are falling to the wayside now. Blinn College towards the tail end of the map, and time is not on Colorado's side.
But Beacol hits a huge pulse bomb, taking Jinja out of the fight, who was just about to get that Graviton Surge again. Vader, though, striking back with the Dragon Blade. Can they find the value that they need here? It's going to be Chalkboard, though, taking them out. The Glass Cannon, Zenyatta, getting the kills that they need in a huge way. Chalkboard has been deadly, to say the least, on this Zenyatta.
I mean, it's still 245 left. That's like, what, 3 fights?
3 fights, at least,
for Blinn. And I mean, you really have Nano. You have support ultimates here for Colorado School of Mines. You have to kind of commit in response to what Blinn College brings to the table. And then you're kind of left in a fight where you have nothing. So Blinn definitely has the advantage in tempo. And so very close to the closeout. It was 8 meters difference at this point between the payload completing the map and the 3-0 here for Blinn.
Ooh, that could have been deadly. They're going to be able to catch the Zen and the Gravitic Flux. Chalkboard is still alive. The Nano Boost, I think, committed to the Zenyatta. And they still have the Transcendence online and ready to go. Big Energy finds the Pig as well. They don't even have to use their ultimate. And Colorado School of Mines wins an unlikely fight.
That is a lot being put into the Zenyatta. They extend the Transcendence. That's big. Keeping the Transcendence in Vito is really, really huge because now Blinn College, they are going to be able to walk into this next fight. And Colorado's going to have the sustained advantage, right? So now you can see Blinn are playing for final fight. With 1:30 left on the clock, there are 2 fights left in this map. Colorado is going to have to commit to this next one. Blinn are banking on the final fight being the one that they are going to be able to walk in and find victory.
Yeah, if they can hold on to a couple of their ultimates here, they can absolutely come back in this, push it over the line. 90 seconds left to go. Vader is diving in, trying to put some pressure on the Zenyatta, but the pulse bomb lands again. Dodge, though, might be demeched here if they're not careful. In fact, they will be, but it doesn't matter because, again, School of Mines comes in big, but they had to put in an ult for that fight win.
2 ults. The Dragon Strike and the Pulse Bomb were both committed. Now, I mean, Colorado School of Mines are still going to have 3 in reserve, right? They're going to have the Nano, they're going to have the Self-Destruct, they're going to have the Transcendence. So it's going to come down to executions because Blinn's going to have 4. And I mean, this Transcendence from Chalkboard is going to work overtime. And on top of that, there is the anti-nade available from Pink Piggy. So, I mean, Colorado School of Mines, they have withstood to the final moments. We are in the last 30 seconds of play in the final fight.
And here it comes. We're going to see Guts popping their ultimate first. Chalkboard going down very, very low. Has to use the Transcendence. So now Vader's going to be free with his Dragon Blade, and they're going to have the Nano for it as well. Dodge has already expended the Self-Destruct as well. Colorado School Mines did not get the value they needed. Now the Kitsune Rush and the Dragon Blade online. But Pink Piggy is down. Dodge has found value, and Vader, crucially, has not. But it's not over just yet. Chalkboard very, very low as this big energy, but too many people on Blinn College are going down. Colorado School of Mines, they have what they need to hold. Are they going to be able to pull it off? There's just nobody left remaining for Blinn, and Colorado School of Mines lives to fight another day.
What an absolutely fantastic final third there from Colorado School of Mines. Their win conditions play to perfection, and Blinn College, their penchant for overplaying their hand continues once again. This time, though, they're punished for it. And Blinn College will not close out the series in a 3-0. Colorado School of Mines claw one back at the very tail end. And we head to a map number 4.
And this was a great look for them. I mean, having Chalkboard on the Zenyatta, I think, was actually potentially the difference maker here. I mean, they threw so many resources into Chalkboard over those last couple of fights, and Chalkboard delivered time and time again. So, you know, we saw the Zenyatta come out in our first match, and not to really any success at all. But here, School of Mines finding a lot of value.
I mean, the big difference there is that Chalkboard was not forced to use a Transcendence until the very last fight. And that's sustained. Just, you know, throughput was pretty great. I will say, though, Blinn College should have won the final engagement. The Transcendence, Self-Destruct, and Nano were all used prior to the fight actually commencing. But a bit of a greedy blade that really had no chance to succeed. A Graviton Surge there was no follow-up for. And I think Blinn College overplayed their hand a little bit, right? Getting a little bit of panic in a situation where, frankly, they held the upper hand. So, yeah, credit to Colorado School of Mines for putting the pressure on Blinn so successfully. Is there going to be a recovery in map number 4? That remains to be seen because Blinn, for the first time, headed to a map selection.
Yeah, that they are. And you know, any map is available, by the way. So you know, there's no set order for any of these maps. We're not going control center, hybrid, push, whatever. So the whole landscape of competitive Overwatch is really available to them now. So let's see what they have decided to go with. It's New Queen Street, so we are going to get to see another push map tonight.
Yeah, this is an interesting look, especially because we get to a different push map as well.
Yeah.
This is, we saw Coliseo earlier. Again, this, I think, obviously favors Blinn tremendously because we know that they like that rush, that brawl with the Zarya. And I think on New Queen Street, that really has more avenues of success. Being able to kind of, afford yourself the advantage in the middle of the map is tremendous. And of course, setting your Genji up for success on flanks is a huge part of it. So yeah, it makes total sense to me that Blinn would choose to go to New Queens.
And this is a map type as well that I think like the snowball potential is really strong, similar to Control. You know, if you win that first fight, you're likely gonna take that second one pretty handily. So, you know, if Blinn College can come out of the gate swinging, if they win this first fight, then I think this is gonna be very likely going in their favor. Dodge opting for the Diva once again, so that has yielded them quite a bit of success, and now we're seeing Dragon Blade over on the Kiriko this time around. So squishy backline, but very mobile, very survivable. Jinja already trying to put a ton of pressure into Dodge, as is the rest of the Blinn squad. So it's going to be Dodge forced to back up and take a little bit more defensive position while they recover some of their HP. But that just gives Blinn the high ground now from which they can just rain down damage. It is going to be Beakle trying to put a little bit of pressure, though, on that high ground. This is going to yield a pair of kills from both sides. Dragon Blade, though, going very low, but not before Dodge is able to find some value. And the School of Mines come away with this first fight.
The difference maker there is that Jinja's not able to get up to high energy in that fight. And with Blinn putting a ton of resources into their Zarya as kind of the main throughput for their offensive line, right? Blinn end up being completely unsuccessal at closing out that fight, and that's going to be, I mean, something they're going to have to resolve. Guts and Vader have to really come online if Jinja's not going to be up to energy.
Yeah, exactly. And despite that, they've still got the Diva to deal with, right? Who can just neutralize any of the damage that they throw in. We're going to see the recontest coming in now. Chalkboard going down relatively low on the Diva. Do we see Dodge diving in, trying to put some pressure on that DPS, but instead is going to be demeched quickly. So this is a huge boon now for Blinn College. If they can get them taken out of the equation before they remech, which they do, going to be able to push forward pretty aggressively. But Beakle finds one. They're going to go ahead and pop the blade, see if they can't turn this fight around. They're trying to slash through the bubble, but it's going to be Guts who takes them out, as Jinja is able to sustain through that fight. So that's a pretty big resource expended there, as is the sound barrier.
That is an overcommit by Colorado School of Mines. That was them thinking that they had an opportunity, but with just really good play, really good reads by the support line of Blinn. And on top of that, they didn't even commit anything to it. It was just the raw healing coupled with the bubble. The bubble was 1 second away from not being there in time, but, you know, it's a game of inches. Overwatch is sometimes, and that's what it comes down to. Now, with that Graviton Surge being committed, still not ideal, but that's a good block from Jinja. And they get the elimination with the Disruptor Shot, too. So Colorado School of Mines is going to have to back up off a fight they thought they were going to engage into.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, Dawn's getting kicked out before they can remech was absolutely devastating for the School of Mines' chances at winning that fight. And now we see Dawn swapping over to the Zarya in kind. So opting for that more brawly style as well. Big energy committing that overclock, but Dragon Blade is already taken out. So again, Blinn College just going to be able to continue to push pretty aggressively here. Just about winning that fight without expending too much.
Well, there's a Kitsune Rush, and Dragon Blade, though, is the first to fall. And that's not ideal.
No, it is not. Beakle's able to strike back and take Jinja out of the fight, though, so that's a pretty big swing, and now Daunch is able to find one as well. Guts, though, continuing to pop off on the Sojourn, eventually taken out by Chalkboard. So good effort, but not quite what they needed.
I mean, on push, it is what they needed, because the truth is the respawns are gonna be so much closer for Blinn that Chalkboard has to retreat. The spot gets reset slightly, but you cannot win fights by losing players on push. You have to have all 5 alive if you want to make progress. And Blinn, despite having technically lost the fight, are right back in to contest here on the objective.
That they are. No real distance lost, and now the Graviton Surge comes out from Jinja College Lone, able to follow it up with a pick onto actually both supports are down right now, and here comes that 5-player win you were talking about. Everyone from Blinn College going to be left standing.
That's what it comes down to, right? The overclock is what sets that up, because Guts is able to take 2 players out with them, and players touch the payload challenge, touch the bot challenge. Yeah, the fact that it's not a full reset, Colorado School of Mines have to walk back in a disadvantage.
That they do, and already the amplification matrix giving them pause, causing them to back up just a little bit and play defensively for a moment when all they want to do is try and get the cart. Here comes the Dragon Blade from Beakle, though. The Immortality Field is out and taken down. They're able to get one, but Vader strikes back with a pick. So this is still an even fight. Colorado School of Mines, though, pushing forward pretty aggressively. They do find the other support. So with that, they should be able to win this fight and get some progress this time on the payload.
This time around, they will get progress, exactly so. Because of that delayed kill onto Jinja, who, I mean, they try and back out. I think you should probably just reset on the objective. They're going to be able to get the payload in time. Still, there is a pretty hefty lead here by Blinn College, and they're going to be able to get a contest in before the point actually hits the checkpoint.
And they may even be able to get that sound barrier online, but already Vader is taken out, so another pick follows it. So this fight is effectively over again.
Another greedy play this time by Blinn. Something they've been prone to earlier in the series, but get punished for it. So the checkpoint will go over to Colorado School of Mines. I don't know that they can necessarily take the lead here as the respawns come in for Blinn. But there will be a fight, and if Colorado wins this one out off the fact they have 4 ultimates here, then this will be when they take the lead.
It absolutely should be. Here comes the Graviton Searcher trying to isolate the Baptiste. Are unable to get them. The Blizzard does come in, though, and finishes the job alongside the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier. They threw everything at that one, Lafon.
I mean, it's a fight and you need to win, right? If you are Colorado and you lose this one, you're down to the last 2 minutes and you don't have the lead. It is a disaster territory. So Colorado were forced to invest, and now they're going to, get to that point. There's that recontest from Blinn. The lead still has not been afforded over to Colorado.
No, it hasn't, just barely. They are less than a meter away, but big energy to their credit, able to find a pick onto Vader. But both DPS are very, very low from the School of Mines, so that's not going to be able to put any pressure onto Blinn College. They've regrouped pretty successfully now and are pretty high health as well. In addition, they've got the Amp Matrix, which has just been thrown out, but Pink Piggy looking very, very low. They are able to kite away and sustain themselves, survive through that fight. And now Blinn College, Jinja going down very, very low. But they've still got such high energy. Even if they lose this fight, they need to make it out with this energy, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to.
And with the players being taken down, this is a fight that I was on a knife's edge, but Blinn College will end up losing it. They'll end up losing the lead as well. And this has now turned the final fight. Jinja needs to stay alive. They're at the spawn doors. If the capture comes through, Colorado will close it out.
Yeah.
Still stays up. The Graviton Surge is online for both Zarya's. Lobbed into the back line.
Oh, beautiful wall. Nice bubble right there to sustain through the surge, but Pink Piggy does find Shockport, and they had that sound barrier online. We see Vehicle popping the blade, but they're not going to be able to get anything from it. They do eventually pick up Pink Piggy, so things have turned around in their favor again. But the respawn's firmly in favor of Blinn College. But with Jinja down due to that Blizzard, things are looking rough for Blinn College. This might, in fact, be Colorado School of Mines taking this map. They have certainly taken this fight, and they are just inches away from success. We may, in fact, be going to a map 5 once again, Lafon, unless this defense is just stellar right here from Blinn College. But they're fighting from behind over and over again. The Amp Matrix is out. The Immortality Field has been used. Guts strikes back, finds big energy. Maybe they can sustain through this. They, in fact, have turned the tides. They have won this fight, but they have got so far to go here, Lafon.
They have so far to go, and they are now in a disadvantaged composition as well. You're forced. Jinja is forced to go over to the Zarya, loses a little bit of percentage of ult charge behind. Now, Colorado School of Mines, though, they did commit everything, so it's just the overclock in tow here in this next fight. That being said, Blinn has to be flawless in the next 3 fights to try and equalize. They essentially have to complete the map here. And Blinn only has, Colorado School of Mines only has 1 minute left to take off the clock.
Exactly right. Guts gonna jump into the back line, using that secondary fire to try and click someone's head, take it off their shoulders, but they're just unable to. But everybody going down very, very low on the School of Mines. In fact, Be-Cool is taken out before they get that Dragon Blade online. It will be Blinn College winning this fight, the first of 3 or so that they're going to have to take.
And they get a good stagger kill there on Chalkboard as well. So the bot will move forward a little bit. Jinja moves up closer to the Graviton Surge. It's 2 fights now is the magic number. We are in the last 30 seconds. So the winner of this next fight is essentially going to be the winner of the map, I think. It's all about commitment. here, right? Colorado's going to have the sound barrier. They're going to have the Kitsune Rush. Just the Graviton Surge here.
Here comes the grab. Are they going to be able to capitalize on it? They try to. Big Energy goes down so low, but they're not there. Here comes the Death Blossom. Now it finds one of its targets, but Daunch takes out Vader as well. Both DPS actually down now for Blinn College. Colorado School of Mines coming back in this. They found what they needed to find success here. This is a huge fight win. Only 5 seconds left. And if the School of Mines keeps control of it, we will be going to a game number 5 once again.
And that is the map pick of Blinn College that fades away from them as Colorado School of Mines will force the 5th map here in the series. A very, very close series indeed. But at the tail end, the damage, the isolation of the May, just too much to escape from. And now they're really putting their prowess, their control in play here. The ability to slow things down. And Colorado School of Mines turned that into a map victory that forces us all the way to the end. And Blinn College, I mean, they were, I want to say, a kill away from closing the series out in a 3-0 fashion. Have now watched it slip away, have to close out one final map to prevent this reverse sweep that Colorado School of Mines very much up-tempo wise here to try and turn things around.
Yeah, this is an incredible showing from the School of Mines. I mean, they're a good team, but they, you know, definitely the underdogs coming into this series, but they have shown up in a huge way. And I think a big part of it is they're really punishing Blinn for their mistakes, for their overcommitments, for their greediness, right? You brought that up several times, LaFon, and if anything is going to be the Achilles heel of this Blinn squad, that's going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, another big part of that is that the main throughput for Blinn has been Jinja, right? Has been their tank line. And when you're isolating that much damage on one player, if you take them out of the equation, then all of a sudden the answer ends up being that Blinn doesn't have anything to respond with. So as we head into map number 5, Blinn for recovery, you're going to have to get Vader and Guts online. Because frankly, right now, it has really been a tale of, has Daunch been playing at the same level as Jinja? No, they have not. The Zarya difference has really been in favor of Blinn. However, as a totality, in the last 2 maps, it has been the case that the DPS for Colorado School of Mines have been able to get more done more consistently. And that has been the big difference maker here for why CSM has been able to at least bring back an equalization in the series in map 5.
And map 5 will once again be Busan. Echoes of our first match tonight. Went to game number 5 there as well. So let's see what this one is going to bring us today. And yeah, this is, again, maybe not the most expected pick coming out of Blinn College, but I'm excited to see what they're going to do to try and turn the tides here, because momentum, confidence, I think all of this now in favor of the School of Mines.
We do now head into a map, though, that is slightly more favorable to the style that Blinn has been, showcasing all through. They get to go back to their strength. The May also not nearly as effective here as it perhaps can be on New Queen Street.
Right. Yeah, that's very, very true. And with so much of this high ground, too, at play here, I like Blinn's lineup a little bit more. It's going to be Blinn College trying to take possession of the point first, not opting to kind of fight over that mega health pack area. Really content to let the School of Mines have it, and already Jinja finds a pick. That is huge. Going to be followed up very quickly by Pink Piggy, and this is the kind of start that Blinn College needed if they want to come back in this series.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the first capture, and this is where, the Mage does not have the near strength in the mid fight that it did on New Queen Street, right? Because isolating an avenue is not as big a deal here once Blinn gets out into the courtyard. And once Blinn has control of the courtyard, the May loses a lot of her mid fight power until Vader overcommits a little bit, and now they're going to get punished for that aggression.
Going down very, very low. The Immortality Field has to be used. Kudos to College Lone for saving it for that long, but it's not going to be long enough as this fight going very quickly in favor of the School of Mines. It's going to be the rest of Blinn College just backing up and I think counting their losses. No, they are going back into it as College Lone has been able to find a pick, but it's not going to be enough. However, that's just more percentage captured for Blinn.
I mean, you say it's not enough. There's still the respawns coming in. Jinja's gonna be back in just a moment, and they've got another kill. It's Pink Piggy who's kept everything alive, got in the final blows. And yeah, with the Zarya back in tow, the Lucio has really opened things up. And this is a fight you want to commit to.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're going to see the Graviton Surge come out from Jinja, and they're going to find the picks that they need. What a showing coming out from Blinn. That was on a knife's edge for them.
That was Pink Piggy, the big difference maker there. The Lucio bouncing back and forth, drawing attention, then losing it before getting some final blows in. Trading blows with Vader as well, and Blinn College, a very, very, I mean, close fight that opens up with them losing. They now get to a firm lead in the series.
That they do. Be cool though, going to launch the Dragon Blade. A couple of picks already in favor of School of Mines, but they have to make sure that they finish this off. They haven't been able to do that in this last fight. There's still 3 members, make it 2 of Blinn College on point. Guts is going to eventually back up before they're taken out.
That was the blade for both Beat and Dragon, or sorry, and Graviton Surge. So Blinn College almost, I mean, they scared Colorado School of Mines enough to commit more. Now, here's where it gets a little awkward, though, for Blinn, because Colorado School of Mines, they're going to have the ability to control Courtyard here through this middle area where May, regains her strength. And on top of that, they're going to control the choke points with the Blizzard. So Colorado, really a lot of opportunities to kind of slow this one down. That blade really is just forced to retreat, by the way. It does not give anything of value.
Yeah, that's a big boon for Blinn College. Now they're gonna pop the Amp Matrix to try and see if they can burst everybody down. Kitsune Rush comes in on the back of the Blizzard. This should be a fight win for School of Mines, but they're being Blinn College is sustaining through all of this damage right now. Can Donch find the kill he needs? There goes College Blown, but Be Cool's out of the fight as well. Everybody though from Blinn College with barely any health left to speak of. That's gonna be a fight win for the School of Mines.
And Guts is not going to get out yet. They're going to attempt to. They're just staggering themselves. Ooh. This is a really, really greedy look by Guts. Still, that is very expensive for Colorado School of Mines, right? They have to use everything. They don't get much in return. So now Guts with the overclock, get Jinja up to high energy. That's really your play if you're Blinn. And Colorado are going to have to expect to have either a lucky shot from big energy or kind of a brawl in close quarters here to close the round out.
Yeah, they are, because if Blinn wins this, then it is last fight territory for the School of Mines. And if they are looking like they're going to lose this one, they're going to need to lose it fast. Guts going to pop the overclock maybe a little bit early. They lost a lot of time to it because School of Mines was able to just back up. And now Guts in a bad position, but they're able to find Dragon Blade. They're still relatively low, though, but Vader able to follow up. There's no more DPS left now for the School of Mines, and they're going to get it to 99, but Blinn College now in control.
So now it's Sound Barrier versus Graviton Surge, and someone's going to need to touch the objective. It's still winnable for Colorado, but it's scattered, it's harried, it's going to be ugly to get to the point. You can see scouting. Jinja looks to the coastline because they know they're coming in from train side. There it is. Hooks them off the point, but overtime has been contested. Sound Barrier to keep everything alive, and Donch has a grab in reserve. Huge
Sound Barrier and grab there. Dragon Blade finds a pick. That's going to be School of Mines capitalizing off of that Graviton Surge. The blade is used by Vader, but to no avail. And the School of Mines will take their first lead in this series.
And now we head to what could be the final point, as Colorado School of Mines are 1 round away from completing the reverse sweep here in our best of 5. Blinn College, it's a story that's happened multiple times in this series. In the final moments, overcommit a certain angle, and Colorado responds with just better reserves.
And now we head to Mecha Base, and this one definitely favors a more brawly composition, a more brawly style of play. And interestingly, I think the School of Mines, I don't know. Both teams, I think, look pretty good coming into this. The only difference, that May versus the Sojourn. So it could all come down to this difference right here, as both teams get set up to start to brawl on this high ground for control.
The May is going to put a lot more pressure into the reduced healing that is going to be supplied, considering they have a Kiriko here at Blinn College do. No longer the Baptiste in tow.
Ooh, but Jinja is going to strike first with a pick onto Be Cool. Big Energy forced to use their ice block as well. And now the wall to try and keep away some of that aggression so that Colorado School of Mines can kind of regroup. And they're paid for it in dividends. Daunt finds a Jinja. And now they go on the offensive. Are they going to be able to finish it off? Guts, though, turning things around by finding Dragon Blade. Big Energy striking back again. This is a very back and forth affair right now. But Daunch and Big Energy holding on for dear life here, as well as B-Cool. Point has gone in favor of the School of Mines, but now Daunt's getting a lot of pressure. And Blinn College able to come back in. They get two big picks, one on top of the other in rapid succession. So they will, in fact, win the fight. And they'll have a little bit more capture percentage as we get into the second.
A big pick up there by Guts to get the headshot onto the support of Dragon Blade. So Colorado School of Mines, so they do get the first capture percentage, will be eclipsed fairly swiftly. And Blinn College, I mean, not far ahead in terms of resources, but it's slightly to this point. Oh, another big. There's Big showing up yet again.
Yeah, they are, and they're almost 80% to their Blizzard, but they're getting pressured pretty heavily at the moment. Doesn't seem to matter though, as Daunch is able to relieve some of that by finding another pick. And now Blinn College on the back foot once again. This goes back in favor of the School of Mines.
Back and forth here on this mecha-based round. Colorado School of Mines, though, they win a critical fight where that no one has anything, right?
Yeah.
Because this next one, it's easier to play from a position of strength in terms of choke point control with ultimates. So that was such a critical fight for Colorado to win. Because now they have Blizzard, they're going to have Grav. I mean, they're going to have everything, essentially. And while their opposition is going to be able to respond, Colorado has the benefit of controlling the choke points.
Oh, and look at this. They find the flank as well. They throw the Blizzard over there, but it doesn't find the value it needs. Vader, though, taken out by Daunch. The sound barrier was good from Chalkboard. Both Genji's out of the fight right now, and Jinja starting to put a lot of pressure on the point, driving the School of Mines back. Guts finds a pick. Jinja strikes as well. Dragon Blade commits a Kitsune rush. It's not going to be enough, though, to sustain, as Jinja really comes online here and is able to burst through the rest of the mine.
So we turn yet again in another fight to turn the objective over. And I mean, that was such an expensive fight for both teams. So the fact that Colorado ends up losing it is pretty disastrous. You have just the blade here from Be Cool. And Colorado School of Mines, I mean, they're trying to, against a beat, that's a difficult proposition at best. And then you have to, bring into the calculation the barriers from the Zarya on top of it. Blinn College, this should be the first time where the pattern gets broken of the point flipping back and forth here on Mechabase.
You're absolutely right. But if the sound barrier can get pushed out before the blade happens, then maybe there's a chance for the School of Mines to come back in. Guts has popped the ultimate as well. Vader finding a kill alongside them, and you're absolutely right. Blinn College will break this trend and win a second fight in a row.
And the big critical difference there is that because the trend breaks here in Blinn's favor, they're going to have Graviton Surge without any response. So as long as you can bait the bubbles out from Daunch, the Protection Suzu is not going to be enough to sustain through it. It really comes down to execution, though, because Blinn should have the advantage here in what is the final fight if Blinn win it.
You're absolutely right. Here comes the Graviton Surge out right off the bat. Are they going to be able to sustain through it? They, in fact, do. So now we're going to start to see the counterattack coming in, but there's nothing really in the bank for the School of Mines to do anything with it. They don't touch!
That is, I mean, trying to chase down weak members, and Guts, I think, eliminates the one player who was close enough with a charged railgun. So an anticlimactic finish to that second round, but we are even at 1 as we head to the third and final round of this series.
Going the distance once again, and we find ourselves on Sanctuary to end it out. This is so many echoes of our first map here today. School of Mines just doing a fantastic job coming back in this series, defying expectations and odds to go toe-to-toe here with Blinn College, who, yeah, maybe they overcommit a little bit, but they're still showing up in a pretty strong way. So let's see what this last sub-map has in store for us. Again, Big Energy on that May versus Guts on the Sojourn. What's going to be the difference maker here?
First fight so critical on control. Daunch, they get a ton of energy. Ton of damage too. The wall actually isolates the Zarya. The Jinja stays like, oh, they get big early.
Wow, that's a huge pick from Vader. Because Big Energy, they had the advantage there. That wall was fantastic. But now School of Mines on the back foot. Daunch not long for this world. And once again, Blinn College going to take first control, which I believe they have in each of the sub-maps we've seen so far in Busan.
This is going to be now... No, they just need to clean up here. There's no real way this fight gets turned on the head. Yeah, and with that elimination onto chalkboard, it's over. Still, if anything, this is just extending time. This is kind of an awkward play from Colorado because they don't really get much ult charge. And the fight doesn't happen any sooner. So Blinn, I mean, they're gonna get first capture. The blade is going to be the first tool, I think, at the ready, barring, you know, a random pickoff. And I mean, that's what Blinn kind of has to play off of, because Jinja's so far behind now. A rare sight, actually, in the Zarya head-to-head.
Yeah, I think one of the first times we've seen Daunt come out of the neutral fight in the lead in terms of ult percentage. A lot of pressure now being put on Blinn College. Colorado School of Mines taking a lot of space on the point as well. Beagle going down very low. Forced to back away, but in the meantime, Daunt finds Guts. That's a huge threat that has been mitigated and neutralized. Now both DPS are gone. This should just be cleanup for the School of Mines.
That is going to be the turnaround here, and actually the big thing there is, again, it's another neutral fight that Colorado wins, and Vader just should have had the blade online, but good focus fire from Colorado. They just get into the back line, they really put pressure, and while the supports are kind of trying to keep their DPS alive, that's a lot of space that's just lost. Colorado, now, I mean, in an ultimate fight, having the point, you know, we've talked about it, it's such a big boon. You're not forced to kind of play super aggressively. You're going to be able to respond here as Graviton surges online.
And here comes the Kitsune Rush. That's going to give Blinn College an advantage in terms of tempo. Sound barrier committed by both sides as well. Beagle popping the blade at the same time as Vader. Daunt, though, gets the Graviton Surge, and that will be the difference maker in this fight.
Yeah, literally one ult difference is what changes things around, because Blinn don't use the overclock. Every other ultimate that was available was used. So that was 9 ultimates in one fight.
Wow.
And Colorado School of Mines will take a temporary lead here. We'll see if it sustains through, because they have to survive this overclock, which, to their credit, they've been better at as the series has kind of gone on. And, I mean, Guts has to be a hero here.
Guts really needs to come in big. And here comes the overclock. Already it's found big energy. That's the kind of opening that they really needed. Because that May has been a thorn in their side. They're able to find another pick. Vader is down. 70% though on the board for Colorado School of Mines. It's going to be Blinn taking this fight. But they have positioned themselves very well.
Into final fight territory, in fact, as the Genji just continues to be a nuisance, and big energy trying to drain some damage through. So yeah, they are, I mean, Colorado School of Mines one fight away. Still, a really cheap fight for Blinn, because they just used the overclock. Colorado had nothing, and because they lost it so so quickly, they don't actually build much. So now we're about even, and I will say, in the neutral, Colorado has had more chances at victory. So it's going to come down to a hero play here. You're going to need to see the tanks come up big and kind of take control of these fights.
And Daunt doesn't really have that much energy pushing into this fight. They go up to 50 relatively quickly right after I say that. So an opportunity for them to push in, but Vader finds a pick on a big energy. Once again, things are looking rough for the School of Mines. They need to lose this fight fast. They need to get out and regroup, because this is now last fight territory.
This is last fight territory. Colorado once again lose it a little too cleanly. They only build about 20% per ultimate, so... But we've seen this story before. Blinn College, in a fight that they should be winning, the fight where they have resource advantage, have thrown it away. Can they end the trend here and now?
We're going to see things start out with a wall on the point. Overtime has been triggered. Big Pink Piggy finds Beagle. That could be the beginning of the end. The blade is now big energy going down very low. This needs to turn around fast. We see the sound barrier committed by both squads, but it's a 5v3 Blinn College with the advantage here. Beard Cool swaps over to the Tracer to try and get back to point, but it might all be for naught as overtime is slowly ticking over. Guts is finding the value they need with the overclock, and it will be Blinn College holding on to the very end and taking the series from Colorado School of Mines.
The theatrics were in full display here. Blinn at the earliest attempt to completing the series are one fight away. They throw it to the wolves, and at the very last second in the final map, they are able to close out the series in a 3-2 fashion. A good game indeed.
Yeah, what a showing from all 4 teams we've had here today. I mean, both of these came down to literally the final moment. So really evenly matched squads, and a very good showing from the School of Mines. But it was Blinn who held out in the end and keeps their perfect record.
And I mean, that 1-2 scoreline from CSM does not tell the tale of their actual performance, right? They really came, I think, close to bring this one all the way back. But eventually, for Blinn, it was a tale of 3 attempts at closing out a series where they had an opportunity to get victory, where they threw away multiple fights, right? And at the very, very end, it finally turns for them where they're able to close it out. So play with fire for that long, you get burned eventually, and that's what happens for CSM, as Blinn will walk away the victor. Limp away the victor, I think, probably a fair way of saying it, with how close that was. A very, very hard-fought victory here for Blinn.
It really, really was. And again, kudos to CSM for bringing it so close. I mean, it looked very one-sided from those first 2 maps, but they dug deep, they found something, and they extended the series out to 5. So, you know, they're definitely a team to keep your eye on moving forward, despite, again, having a losing record at this point. So, looking forward to seeing them in the future. But yeah, Blinn today coming away with a hard-fought victory, and adjustments had to abound for both sides during this matchup. So, but in the end, again, it was Blinn.
Yeah, and I mean, some takeaways early as well is that Kiriko, I thought, would be slots in about exactly where I expected her to fit, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily a drop-in upgrade, but a very useful part of certain compositions that can really provide a tempo utility shift, you know, with her ultimate. The Suzu also very strong, but in certain cases also a little bit weaker than perhaps a Baptiste or an Ana or something similar to that. So definitely interesting to see the first games played with this new character, and excited to see how that kind of continues. Blinn towards the tail end, making great use of that as well. So, still a very, very interesting couple of weeks ahead of us as we kind of expect to see the meta shift a little bit, destabilize with some new additions to the roster.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what the adjustments are, you know, between this week and next week, right? What are these players going to learn in this intervening time? But we're about to learn a little bit more about Blinn College, as we've got an interview coming up. Hello, welcome, Vader and Murdo. Congratulations today on your hard-fought win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I mean, first of all, we gotta get a quick reaction there, because you guys were up 2-0 at after the first 2 maps, really close on the 3rd one to closing out the series. It goes all the way to the final round on the 5th map. How worried or concerned were you at that moment?
I guess I'll speak first. I mean, nerves were high because obviously no one wants to get reverse swept. But I mean, deep down we know that we could do it. I mean, we're all really close as a team, so we kind of just pulled through. Everyone just told everyone to calm down. We got this. This is our game, and we just played it out.
Yeah. Now this game. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I was gonna bounce off that. While nervous, I still trust the team, so I wasn't worried that we'd get the win at the end of the day.
Now, this game came down to inches multiple times, and just little plays here and there that ended up being the difference makers. What were some of the more impactful moments from today, from your perspective, that helped contribute to your win?
I think a lot of the grabs that we have definitely impacted a lot of the team fights and turned them the right way. Our main tank, Gabriel, Genja 2012, he's very good. At times, though, he is often over-aggressive, which can cause us to lose fights and win fights. It's double-edged sword. But his plays at the end of the day and his shot calling is really the big difference maker throughout the entire series.
I want to take a moment to dive into the macro of the game itself, though, because obviously we have a new hero coming in. Overwatch 2 has shifted a lot since Overwatch 1. Reduction of moving to that one tank. Between the changes to the game itself and the addition of Kiriko, what kind of has been the difference between even, last week and this week?
I'll let Bader take this one.
Okay. Like pre-Kiriko and post-Kiriko, it feels like Baptiste has kind of phased out, and because I feel like Kiriko is just better in almost every way, pretty much. I mean, her cleanse is obviously super strong. It completely negates like Ana's nade, and then like obviously having the invulnerability frames of that as well is really strong. And then Kitsune Rush is just absurd because your entire team can push in like stupid fast.
Yeah, we saw a lot of aggressive pushes coming off the Kitsune Rush, for sure. Now, before we let you all go, any shoutouts that you would like to give? Friends, family, teammates, whoever.
I think our tank player. I mean, everyone talks about him a lot whenever we're on stream. Jinja. I mean, he really is the backbone of our team. Like Kai was saying, a lot of his grabs are really good, aside from when he gets over aggressive on King's Row. No, but he really is. He's the captain. He's the main voice that all of us are listening to. So probably biggest props to him, for sure.
Yep. I'm also going to shout out. We have a couple people behind the scenes that don't get credit, are overlooked. Joshua Manning, Crazy Hobo. He also works with Cryex. He's a student here and he's a team manager for our team, so he definitely helps out a lot with some from an analyst perspective. He can provide us a lot of interesting perspective into our team comps and our play style. That feedback is really necessary, as well as we also have a JV player, Diorite, who also steps up, and we're looking to bring him on hopefully in the future on the varsity squad, but he's here every single day. So I want to give those two players who are kind of overlooked a big shout out.
One final question, actually, before I kind of let you go. It seems that Blinn has a program that's a little bit more involved at the collegiate level than, or trending towards the top end of collegiate. What's kind of the play here for Blinn moving forward?
So the play for Blinn, which one I'm going to start out today, was awful. I'm extremely disappointed with the performance that we showed today. This is not what we're capable of. The goal is to go extremely far in NACE, whether that's ending out of group conferences, ranks 1 or 2 seed. We're going to be happy either way. We have Boise State. That's kind of the big competition that we're looking forward to at the end of the semester. We look to win in JCAA, with our main competition being Bryan and Stratton, of course. They're one of the other 2-year schools that has a significant program just like ourselves. Yeah, Overwatch, and we are very committed, and we want to show every 4-year university that just because we're a 2-year school, we can take on the big dogs, and we want to be recognized at the end of the day.
Well, there you go. So Blinn trying to make moves for sure. I mean, on your way. Stay 3-0, flawless so far. Congratulations once again to the victory at stymieing the reverse sweep here, as Blinn College will take the 3-2 victory here in the NACE Star League as they complete the 3-0 scoreline for their first games in play. Thank you guys so much for the performance once again. And I mean, that's going to do it here for the broadcast today for Overwatch, as we have completed our 2 matches. So once again, thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you all for having us. Y'all have a good one.
And that's going to be it from us here, Juggle God, for the first half of the broadcast, first 2/3 of it, I suppose, as the Overwatch comes to a close. Any final thoughts here before we head on out and give the reins over to League?
I gotta tell you, this is the most excitement I have felt for Overwatch in a long time. I mean, we get to launch the new game last week. We get to introduce a new hero this week. I can't wait to see what next week is going to bring us as well. It's been exciting from the word go here, and I can't wait to see more.
That is going to be it from myself alongside Juggle God here in the Overwatch booth. Don't go anywhere. When the stream returns, there'll be League of Legends.
Hello and welcome everyone to NA Star League week number 2. We'll continue our dive into Collegiate League Legends as we cover the next generation of players of universities from all across the region looking to do battle here today. For the cast nest, my name is Eric Desrex Patron, and joining me on the desk, of course, the Collegiate King himself. It is Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. We've been waiting a good amount of time to make sure that we get into this fantastic series that sits in front of us. I'm excited for reintroduction of Maryland into some of the collegiate space. It's been a while since we've seen them, so got themselves a full plate here tonight.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. We hope you enjoyed that banger from Overwatch 2. We got some bangers of ourselves, but let's run you through our secret recipe first. 8 weeks in the regular season, top and bottom seeds will compete to become the champion of their respective conferences. If you don't make it there, that is okay. Last chance qualifier, got another chance to shine. 16 teams will compete in playoffs where collegiate squads from all across the continent will battle for a spot in the grand finals and the lion's share of scholarship prizing here at NACE. Now you got the recipe, it's time to get cooking. What are we cooking up today? It's gonna be University of Maryland versus the University of Missouri. How you feeling about this one, D?
Like I said, Maryland is stepping back in. They were in Eastern Conference a couple years ago. This is the first time we're actually getting a chance to see them for like 3 years. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do in some of the reintroduction. And I've been a big fan of Mizzou for the last couple of years. I think this roster's been super underrated. Last year in the Northern Conference, like there was an argument to be made that they should have been part of the playoff race, and they got knocked out in the final week of kind of regulation, playing up against ISU, and unfortunately just barely not making it in over top of that squad. So Mizzou's got a lot of backing it. They got a new ADC, I think, stepping into the lineup as well, bringing back quite a few veterans. I think it's a really big test to Maryland to see what they're capable of doing, especially given that right now Mizzou, they're sitting at that 1-1. They're in the middle of the standings. They want to stay up there with some of the other members in East 3 Conference to make sure they're staying competitive.
And this is where it gets so much fun because it's a different type of style coming out from both of these teams when it comes to their respective programs and whatnot. University of Maryland, it's their first year with this specific structure, as you were mentioning before. They've participated in CLAW in the past, but this is the University of Maryland's new take when it comes to NACE. And for Missouri, it's been a squad that has been more student-run than anything else, especially having conversations with some of the players within their program itself. It's a relaxed environment. It's much more community-oriented. Now, Dean, you obviously have more experience in the collegiate space. How do you think that vibes when comparing the two?
It's of interest because it's very rare. I haven't heard too much of programs that, if I recall previously, Mizzou has actually had a GM at one point that was paid on staff, and now not really the case anymore, and instead it's much more student-run. I find that the student-run ones, especially when they're driven by very, very kind of success-oriented players, which it seems like right now, Mizzou's trying to foster more of an environment that's set around winning, that's a really big deal for them. I think of teams like MSU that were very, very similar, where they've got this big setup around making sure that they're win and that they're competitive despite the schooling is right there, and one of the biggest things important to them. And UMD stepping right back into this kind of esports space, back into League of Legends and collegiate level, and they're pushing this a little bit more softly, right? They're focusing on education, and this is a bit of a secondary thing where they say esports can grow alongside, and we're going to grow ours alongside esports as we get in the college space a little bit more. And so I'm expecting Mizzou to potentially be a bit more competitive when it comes to their versus today. They're going to be battling. They're going to be battling. That's not to say Maryland isn't to be aggressive, isn't to be able to contest them. I think UMD is a very good team, but my expectation is that Mizzou really, really wants this one because that's what they're here for. They're here to compete.
Yeah. And, you know, I want to jump on that point you were saying where they put education first. I think there's a different way to frame it there. I think they're prioritizing their athletes' educations first. I think it's important to put athlete at the very front of that because they're still focused in esports. They're still looking to show up here and put on a performance here in NACE. Pretty much the entire program believing that esports needs to get up to the same level of stuff such as NCAA. So when they have that mindset coming out, you know, it's still going to be the first year of this type of structure for UMD. It's a long road to go, but it's a strong belief in esports itself that has me very excited, especially for UMD, and Missouri definitely not far off into that regard.
And finding the ground of what they want to actually be, because a lot of programs walk in and they say, okay, we want to be Maryville, we want to be Harrisburg, we want to be these super established. And some of them, they make that jump pretty quickly, especially inside of the League of Legends space. You think about UST, you think about SLU, you think about some of these schools that popped up last year that are like, they aren't just one-offs, they're building something to last a lot longer. Winthrop even a couple years ago starting that off. And so, you know, you have a program like UMD that's in its infancy. It's a question of, you know, they come out in this first year and they're really competitive, or they find themselves in a position where they say, wow, we really do want to attach ourselves to this collegiate esports space, and then they build another roster like Winthrop, like UST, like one of these ones that's competing with some of the biggest and the baddest around there. This is their introduction to that, and so this is a really cool place to be, where being competitive and showing off what esports really can be for a college like this does make a fair amount of difference.
And as you see in the bottom of your screen right now, this is one of the more beautiful things about competing in a tournament such as NACE. You are setting up for your future for a lot of these players because this is scholarship rising. This is paying for your education. So there is something to fight over here. You know, the weight of NACE is definitely different from team to team and how they want to pursue this, but it's still something big to pick up for a lot of these squads. You know, I know both of these teams, especially Maryland and Missouri, as they're still building the infrastructure. NACE is where they really want to dial that in before you start to see them pop off more into like a CLOL setting.
And I've really liked that this like preseason stuff that we've been seeing actually pop up has been massive for both of these rosters. It's been massive for a lot of the preseason because we're getting a chance to look at these in a lot better light than I think we had previously. So there's a couple of names I want to point out from these two rosters specifically. One of them that pokes out to me on the side of UMD, Mephistopheles, is somebody that I've noticed and watched. I think you've even been around for when he was inside of UPL and some of the amateur stuff. It's a name that pops up pretty consistently. I'm not super familiar with anybody else except for Sunbe, but I know that Mephistopheles, if that is the building block, that's a solid building block for the side of Maryland. On the other side, to me, the one name that sticks out more than anything else is Arrogant. Arrogant is returning to this roster as that veteran, building up a lot of these other players, keeping that, you know, kind of the Missouri-type beat of wanting to be competitive, wanting to be at the absolute top level. So expectations are high around that top laner here.
We had a lot of interviews with Sunbe from UMD before last split in the spring for NACE. He was a very informative person who very confident in his support into that end, and very confident in what UMD can bring into the field when it came to the collegiate space. For Missouri, I did have talks with some of their staff, and one of the players they were saying to look out for is specifically Ghost Toasties. More specifically on the champion Ezreal. So that's where I'm getting curious now. You know, when you start hyping up these players, especially in the earlier parts of the season, obviously we don't know too much about what's going on when we don't have that much tape. So we have to listen in to what's going on when it comes to scrims, when it comes to just the practice environment altogether. So when you hear players like that getting the shine out from their coaches, it does put a lot of excitement over.
It does, especially since, like, I can remember last year, especially when they were competing in the Northern Conference, when I watched Mizzou, they had a player named Twilly, who's somebody that I'd known for a fairly long time, even out of when Mizzou was elsewhere, sitting inside of some of the other regions, some of the partner regions and such, that he was really talented. So if they're speaking this highly of a very young player, that's some exciting stuff, where Ghost Toasties, or I guess Ghosties is a nickname that I'm going to claim before anybody else has the chance has the opportunity. Yeah, you gotta start the branding early, man. Like, not everybody has Scary Jerry in their back pocket. You gotta have boots. All
right, we are going to take a look at what the draft came down to. The taking a look at this, I see a lot of strong engage coming out from Missouri. Looking at Maryland, I see that Kali can jump onto that backline. A lot of fun stuff being picked both ways.
Let's go. Also, I threw out the comparison of Maryland alongside MSU and being this kind of I threw her along the lines of some of the student-run organizations like MSU. How about the Sunlight Garen here from Maryland popping out the top laner, saying that that's what they're going to go for. They went for it blind, too, as according to this draft, which is wild to me that they've got that level of confidence playing into Arrogant, where he's got the Darius to be able to just flat out stomp that top lane matchup. So I do like the meta read a little bit here from Missouri. I love the Maokai jungle. I think that's been super meta. We've seen that all over the place. They've got good control, good scaling, good aggression for the bottom lane as well. They can put that for their new ADC to be able to play very, very aggressively on the bottom side alongside that Leona. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from both sides. Specifically, I'm liking Missouri's comp though.
I love the hard engage coming out from Missouri's comp. And two sources of that hard engage, both having the Leona and the Maokai alongside that. I mean, we've been watching a lot of Worlds. Maokai has kind of become a meme now when it comes to pick bans, and what he offers in terms of the grand scheme of things on the Rift, both being a top lane menace and a jungler to that regard. So it's a lot of power coming out from the University of Missouri if they want to take those fights. I mean, what it comes down to is going to be the shape of the lanes, the state of the lanes. If they can get out of that in a good state, I imagine they're going to be fighting very well against Maryland.
And they've got, on the opposite side, of course, with Maryland, you set up your Garen, you set up your Akali, both of which are self-sustaining kind of mid laner or solo laners to be able to work with across the map. But the big one you're looking at is that bottom lane, where again, you're playing up against this very aggressive Leona Tristana, and you're putting this Aphelios into a rough situation where the lane could go very poorly, very quickly if you aren't careful. But you pair it with a Braum Sejuani, you've got a lot of counter engage and a lot of front line to work with right there, a lot of backline pressure with both the Garen and the Akali, which means that this ADC is set up to succeed very heavily. I think last week we saw a whole composition designed around team fighting where it was just the Misfortune that was all of the damage up against Harrisburg, which very nearly worked. It was actually quite nice to see. It just didn't get powerful enough fast enough. This is a similar situation where it feels like Aphelios is going to be so important here for Maryland's composition that we're keeping an eye on that bottom lane versus bottom lane because of how much we've heard about Mizzou's bottom lane as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, from the side of Maryland, I do get worried for their early states and how they're going to try and take this Aphelios into the late game, get him online. Braum's a great pick. Braum's a great pick to go ahead and pair with that because, you know, one of the things you usually want with an Aphelios is some level of protection, some level of kill to make sure that Aphelios is going to be okay and not get dived on too much. And that is going to be put into overtime considering we just talked about Missouri's composition. That is my worry for Maryland. I mean, I kind of feel it both ways from both teams. It's not the most early game. It feels like it's going to be more around mid-game skirmishing based on the drafts.
To me, it feels a lot like Maryland has this big opportunity to capitalize on steps that are kind of cut by Missouri. So Missouri should have a bit of control to begin this game. Akali doesn't have the most wave clear out of mid lane. The bottom lane should be in an advantageous pushing position. You've got Tristana for early push, and you can jump on the Aphelios, so you're playing pretty defensively already. But then on top of that, if you go over to the opposite side and you say, what are we going to do to try to pick people out around objectives? You've got massive plays, right? You combine the Sejuani Braum, that is an amazing amount of CC you can throw into a single target. Ultimate locks down, has a bunch of area control as well, and it means you can solo out individual members. Akali's really good at that, and Garen's really good at that as well. So for me, there's a lot of hanging gold that exists from Missouri that they do have to take care of by making sure they're setting up around proper timers, setting up properly around objectives, and if they don't do that, that's where Maryland gets to strike. That's how they get their Aphelios out of this mid-game, and so to me, I'm looking for clean gameplay from specifically Missouri. The less clean that their gameplay is, the more likely it is that Maryland is going to get some kind of little dabbles of gold here and there that shouldn't exist.
All right, this leads us to our predictions, Rebel. It's plain as day, as you see on the bottom of the screen right here. I'm feeling for Maryland. I liked their attitude when it came to Nace, especially last in spring. And, you know, I really do believe in this mentality that Sunbay has coming forward with this one. I want to hear it from you, though. Missouri, why are you feeling it?
I think it's nice and sweet. I like what Maryland's able to do as well, and I like the fact that they're putting education first. But man, there's only one team with a big red M as a logo that can fit in my heart. So I'm gonna have to go with my Northern Conference boys here in Mizzou.
You know what? That's a good answer. I can't fault you for that, Rebel. We are now ready to get into the game at University of Missouri, Columbia versus University of Maryland. We've already done our bets. We know where we're going with this one. Now, just leaves it up to the Rift to really assign this.
It does. You get a chance to actually take a look at what's going to come through here as well. And again, paying attention to that bottom lane is going to be #1, at least in my name. I hadn't seen a lot of these skins. Like, I'd never seen High Noon Victor. The splash art's kind of awesome. I really didn't, I didn't realize that was going to be the case.
I'm looking at Sugar Rush Braum. I mean, right now, this is the time for skins. It's Halloween. It's around the corner. Bewitching Tristana. Ghosties, you're on the right track. You're staying to the theme. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we got one at least. The name and also the skin, both of which are the correct choice here, so that's quite nice as well.
Yeah, gotta have that combo. Full dedication to what the season is. Does that mean when we switch to November and Thanksgiving comes around, we like thank Toasties? Toast giving?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
I think so. I think we reprimand them for having any sort of Halloween type skin or Halloween themed name, unfortunately. Only people, honestly, at that point it's Christmas, so we might as well just throw in Christmas into anything else, because we don't really do like late fall skins, right? Like, usually it's just other stuff that fills time until it's time for the snow day skins, which is what everyone's really waiting for.
We are really celebrating the Halloween theme right now, as Nocturne has ulted and taken over our space. So it's all right. It's all right. It's okay. Let's turn the lights back on and bring it to our face while we solve that situation. Game's going to be underway in just a second. We still got to hype out the matchup, though. Missouri versus Maryland. You already said the big red M does not belong to you. It belongs to me. I will stick by that. I still got to see what's going to happen for this late game. You said the play has to be rather precise coming out from Missouri. How do you feel for Maryland, though?
Yeah, I think for Maryland, there's opportunity. There's always this like feature of like, if we get Aphelios to 3 items, we have a chance in a team fight, right? Like, we've got these bricks that can sit in front of them and soak damage. We have, backline divers eventually buy space. Garen always has the threat of just eviscerating a whole team fight by saying, I'm going to press E and I'm going to stand in the middle of your backline, and what are you going to do about it? Because you can't kill him because he's got 8 bajillion health or something like that. So there's this scaling aspect to it. But to me, it's a matter of there's very little that could be done. Assuming everything goes normally, there's not much that could be done to prevent Missouri from having control of the map. So again, it's about finding these instances of where can you take away Missouri's momentum and where can you gain your own momentum by saying, okay, if you're going to cross map to Rift Herald, we're going to take Dragon. If you're going to, sloppily walk around Dragon and take it without vision, maybe we get a big pick, maybe we get a kill or two off the back end of it, maybe get the Dragon, but we're the ones that end up with a gold advantage. Or maybe we go for the Rift Herald and end up taking things. And that's, to me, the biggest thing that we're looking for.
All right, no worries, no worries. We have finally solved the situation and now are ready to get onto the Rift. University of Missouri Columbia versus University of Maryland. And I am looking over to that top side again because I see the Garen. I get a little bit excited when I do see some of these old Season 1 champs and what people can bring in. There is a bit of trauma here and there from top lane Garen and being like level 1 back in League of Legends, and like every time I hit this guy, he just regens everything I do. How can I stop him?
Fair enough. It might be cathartic to you to know that there is a Darius here, in that, if I recall, at least from what I've seen inside of games, it's one of the very rare matchups that Garen doesn't just get to bully, because if you go fighting up against him, the silence is useful, but you have to use it at the right time. So you can't just run out of the bush with the silence, because then you hit, and then Darius kills you afterwards, because he gets a chance to pull you back, hit you with an auto attack, things like that. So as the Garen, you have to play a bit more defensively than you normally would inside of a matchup in the top lane. So maybe we'll get a chance to get Arrogant, again, one of these kind of critical returning members from Mizzou, to give you a little bit of catharsis here by saying, okay, I'm going to put down the Garen in the laning phase, and you get to watch him not regen all the health back because he's on a gray screen.
Is it catharsis when it's Darius, though?
I don't know. That's up to you, I guess.
It's just trauma again, D.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Let's have a showdown already. 1v1, level 1. Come on, bro. Let's throw down.
Just stand
throw
and
down.
wait. Yeah. I love this. Okay, that's actually really big. Oh, Arrogant missed. Okay, that could have been big. The big thing is, like, especially with like the shield that he had with the resolve tree, that combined with the auto attacks that like Garen or that Darius gets with the bleed effect, it's going to win you most of those battles. But with that phase rush right there, Dexmax actually got out of range of the Q, which would have made the big difference, would have applied another bleed stack and made it a lot different. But I do like that Arrogant is standing very far up in the wave, very far up to make sure that this Garen can't access that minion, using this early game power to the best of his ability.
It's the bleed stack, it delays the regen from the passive, and it gives regen back to Arrogant himself.
Yeah.
So it's a nice combo if he would have landed that Q. Still trying to zone out and get that early control over on that top side. Taking a look at where these junglers are pathing, both of them starting towards the top side. Path is going to be bottom now. Dean Who do you feel gets the better benefit onto this one? Maokai, we don't see in the jungle too often. Sejuani kind of making a comeback here.
Actually interesting. Maokai crossed, so he went red into topside and now going into the other jungle with Sejuani. Sejuani's already cleared the entire topside, only just now going to find that out. I think once the Raptor take has been spotted out, so now Utasi or Yutaki, whatever I say is going to be wrong, so I'm just going to say whatever one comes into my mind at any given point, is trying to force a gank into the mid lane, but again, the Akali can stand pretty far back, so I don't think that's a big problem. Instead, going to cross map over to the bottom. He's going to find the bottom side Scuttle Crab is going to be gone, most likely, as Sejuani should be able to take that fast enough, and then it's just going to be in a really weird place. He's on 3 camps right now, well behind the Sejuani's timing, which means that there's actually going to be opportunity for Mephistopheles to punish here really heavily after the first back, depending on what the opportunity is. This is one of those options I was talking about where opening is given.
I mean, you see the idea very clearly from Utasi. The combination of the crowd control that you get from Maokai, especially early on, point and click, very easy to get there. It enables gravitational field to get its stun without too much issue, especially if Dora is able to be at that level already to have that available. That chain of CC is so brutal for Derive to have to deal with, but Derive will not fall victim to any gank, still getting the lane shove, going in the benefit of University of Maryland in this mid lane.
I'm teetering around just to try to figure out everything that's going on right now. I'm still waiting for the back from Mephistopheles because I was hoping that was going to be the case here. But it's not. Instead, it's just a Maokai getting away with, but I was going to say treason. That doesn't make sense, but I'm going to keep it anyway because it's a solid joke. But that's not the perfect amalgamate. I guess highway robbery. Loitering is probably the best approximation, but I'm sticking with treason. So
I like treason. I like treason. Even if the word's not fully there, it's all right. It's all right. As long as you get the pun, as long as you get the wordplay, you are a fantastic caster, Rebel.
It's truly what matters. The wordplay is 99.9% of my job. The other 0.1% is wordplay.
Bringing us back to the rift right now. Both of our junglers now able to get recalls.
Yeah.
And both into the same direction. We're getting a lot of mirror jungling coming out from both ends.
Yeah, decent advantage so far. Not an experience, but in gold to start with. Bottom lane, bit of kerfuffle down here.
Ooh, Ethos and Ghost having to back up against this combo. Both the Braum and the Aphelios getting the hard shove into that bottom side. Maryland, hard shove going their way in most lanes thus far, just not really going for the top. Still doing well is going to be Derive. Rather a neutral state for this early game.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty shocked that like this has been going so well for the Aphelios and the Braum lane. Something must have happened in the early levels. Okay, bit of fun between these two. Is the Phase Rush got proc right as the Ghost got proc. Yeah, both happen at the same time.
Phase Rush, insane. Sunbay jumping in. Looking for the fight onto Ethos, going critically low.
Nice.
Will be first blood to Ghost. Ethos running low as well, but flashes away underneath the tower. Cheha cannot get anything back from Maryland.
And a very, very bloodthirsty flash in there from the side of Ethos was actually very well received because, again, it was a rough situation. They caught this perfect timer right before red-white gun comes up. Aphelios would have been ready and raring to go. Oh,
Ghosties! Ghost, you need the backup of Cheha. It'll be a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. But, man, I respect it, Dean.
Okay, all right. Ghosty's trying his luck a little bit there. Does trade 1-for-1. It was his wave that was getting shoved in, so I will knock him for that. But you got to appreciate the aggression and trying to make some more ghosts so that he's got some friends.
You got to limit test. It's early in the season, Dean.
He's limit testing. Yeah, who cares, man? We're putting the team on our back right there. We heard things about ghost season right there, flexing it a little bit, taking that 1-for-1, making sure the Aphelios doesn't just get to walk away for free.
Yeah, Aphelios will get a kill onto that, but still 2 kills going over to Ghost. Gonna be matched on Moonquivers now. Gang coming into the mid lane. Dora getting that permafrost stun, goes in the dive with 3, but the backup arrives. Utasi looking to save the mid lane, but Derive will run right through.
So close right there, but not quite able to punish. Instead, the victor ends up getting dove, and that's a bit of pressure being put on by Maryland, putting this Braum and the Sejuani together very early and getting an advantage for one member that could have been at a pretty bad spot. If Derive ended up getting giving away the first victor transformation, getting that wave clear loss, it could have been rough. But Maryland finding their opportunities where necessary.
So now 2-2 evened up, even in gold. Both of these teams kind of bringing it in the early game. Where there was a lull, now we got some action. Now we got some blood. That's what I hope for. That's what I want more of.
We haven't even gotten to neutral objectives yet. We're at 8 minutes. Like, Rift Herald hasn't spawned. Dragon hasn't been fought over yet. Like, we got plenty more to come, my friend. As there's more than enough to go around, hopefully. And even better, both these compositions are fine, I think, going into later stages of the game. So it's not even a situation where, like, we're going to have a lot of early action, one team's going to snowball. There's a very high chance we're going to end up with at least 1 or 2 big-ticket team fights between these two teams. And I'm excited for that. You know, a little bit of gold traded back and forth here at the beginning of the game is just an appetizer.
I think at this point I'm starting to favor the bot lane of Missouri. Given the conditions, more because you can get that Tristana push you were talking about during the champ select. But if Utasi is able to get down there to try and set up a neutral objective, and you get the setup early for Missouri, it is very hard to walk into that. It's a Maokai that's waiting to press R. It's a Leona that's waiting to press R. So there's a lot of fight they can have if they get early priority on these neutral objectives, but instead, it's going to be over towards this Rift Herald, sending all your tanks, all the beefy boys, to grab Shelly.
And I'm interested because I don't know if Ethos got caught by that little shade right there. It was tough to tell whether he was deep enough in the pit, but I don't think he started the Rift Herald. I think he was hanging high in the pit because he didn't want to get scanned out. So you might not know it's there, but it does not matter. As Mephistopheles, I think, saw 2, and that was sufficient for them to just say, okay, Victor should have pushing mid lane. You know, Top's already got pushed, so we're not that concerned about it, so we're just going to walk away. And that means Rift Herald's going to go to the side of Missouri here, which is of interest because, again, it's a question of what you get on the other side of the map, and thankfully they are paying attention to me. They know what they're doing. They're putting a lot of turret plates into J-High here, making sure this Aphelios is going to get something.
All right, let's run the bets. Where's Rift Herald going? Dean, give me it.
Ooh, you're going to make me bet now?
Yeah, I want to bet. I want to bet against you.
Okay. That's of interest. Usually, I'm always in favor of putting it in the Tristana lane, and I think that's probably my bet here. Mostly because if you put it in the Darius lane, it's not great. Mostly just because Aphelios gets kited by a lot of these members very, very easily in the later stage, especially the Aphelios should be perfectly fine against the Darius later. And so my anticipation is that this is going to go towards the Tristana, trying to help her with that with the satchel charge, just break a turret and make sure she's free from this Aphelios lane.
You know, I got to throw my bet quick because I see a bit of action just waiting to happen here. I was going to say the Tristana lane as well. I'm going to throw it over to the top side just because I see a Maokai up there and I'm cheating.
That's not fair. That's cheating. You waited until the Rift Herald was about to go down, man. Come on.
Big wave coming out from Arrogant. Gonna make sure that Deserex is right onto this one and waiting in the wings, not too far off Utasi. Despite the setup coming out from Maryland, they did waste a little bit of time over there pulling Derive. Not gonna find anything in the bottom lane. A lot of plates picked up nonetheless. Plates gonna get cashed in response by Missouri. Shelly charging on. There's that phase rush. Paying its dividends for Desmax to get some extra movement speed. Move on out. A lot of the crowd control coming out from Missouri. With Shelly going down, still is plates acquired, but not really the dive found that Missouri would have liked.
Yeah, I don't think the perfect setup right there. They would have maybe wanted the Maokai to tank that, just so you can put more damage in.
Derive! 1v1! Mid lane takes out Dora. Fight bringing out over on the top side. Utasi looking to get away, but the Demacian Judgment gets put down on his head. Noxian Guillotine will follow suit. And now which one will win out? Demacia? Noxus? I'm putting my money on Noxus as the bleed comes through. Mephistopheles will take one back. It's a bloodbath, but Arrogant survives and thrives in those.
It's big. It's mid lane now that's been set up for Derive to be able to win out, and that's going to be a huge advantage over top of Victor, putting him in a hole so that there's no mid lane control that you should have been able to bank on for Missouri. And again, Leona heading to top side does end up netting you a decent amount, almost the entire top tower, 4 plates for the Darius. That's all great, but the problem is you've now given that just the same amount of value over to Cheha in the bottom.
Yep.
That Aphelios is going to be such a mess. We talk about that being the win condition, and he's getting the goal.
It was one of the classic things I used to see, especially in the stage of LCS where we started getting more and more into like map movements and rotations. It was like, who was really winning out? The team that was doing more or the team that just left their scaling ADC in the bot lane to take plates? That's just not plates taken by Cheha, by the way. That's a whole turret. So Gale Force completed right out the gate.
It's a rough situation to find yourself in now because the Tristana's down a little bit, your Victor's down a little bit. Those are 2 of your better scaling options in the game, and you've led Darius into a fantastic position. Sunderer for the Darius against this Garen is going to mean that the lane dominance is available. That's wonderful to talk about. But again, it's a question of how much can they leverage this into this team that's got just so much CC, so much ability to kick the Darius away from the Aphelios in the midst of fights, especially with the Gale Force. I mean, you have basically a free get away from Darius card now as Cheha as well. So there's a lot of problems that could come about from having your Darius. It's a question of whether Arrogant is capable of leveraging this in some way, especially around these neutral objectives. I think the second Dragon, second Rift Herald, that's the place where this Darius is going to be the most useful. They really have to push that button.
Arrogant's going to have to do a lot of work and a lot of damage onto 2 targets, because keep in mind, Derive doing incredibly well on top of that. 2-0-0 right now. Has that Protobell completed. Cheha just aggressing into the mid lane. Still, plates are available for another 50 seconds, so Cheha not satisfied with the bottom lane. That turret, that was just an appetizer. Need to grab more in the mid.
Give him anything that he wants at this point. The Aphelios feasting at the moment, currently ahead of everybody else on the side of Missouri by 10 farm, decent 40 CS advantage. Now top lane, good action as well.
Yeah, roam coming out from Sunbay. There comes that Q. Decimate going to provide a lot of healing, which makes it very hard to take down Arrogant unless you're bringing a lot of damage and a lot of damage fast. Utasi waiting in the wings, just in that bush. Think Dex Max, I dare you to go forward. That phase rush has done a lot of work to make sure that Dex Max is going to be A-OK in a lot of these exchanges. But with that push coming in from Arrogant, not going to find the gank in the top side.
So right there, I'm actually a little surprised. The Maokai, or at least Utasi, probably was in a situation where he's like, I need to back, or I want to back, I want to go back to clearing camps, that type of thing, and didn't want to stick around. But it felt like Arrogant actually had wave, like his wave was down. He was down a full melee minion, more or less, and that means it would have pushed out, and Dexmax would have been in a terrible position where either you stand at your tower and you let the wave crash into the Darius and he has full control of everything, or you push up, you try to challenge it, and then you die to the Maokai. Like, one of those 2 things was like, or you have to burn Flash or Ghost or both in order to get out of that situation. Ends up not being leveraged right there from Missouri just because they want their Maokai to continue farming, continue staying relevant right now. Somehow actually still on level with Mephistopheles after what looked like a bit of a fumble out the gate. Didn't end up mattering all that much. Now a shift into bottom side here for Maryland as they're looking for their first second Dragon of the game.
Yeah, second Dragon now getting leashed away. Ethos waiting in the wings, walks over, finds Derive. Derive only delivering a little bit of damage. Flip on out. More damage onto this Dragon, and no response coming out from Missouri. I mean, there's no priority there. They got no vision there. It's completely denied out, so they're going to concede this over to Maryland. But now we got a Dragon stacking win condition coming out from the side of UMD. Looking for more onto Ghost Toasties. A lot of damage goes through, but the ultimate going to be burned. Glacial Fissure followed through the Glacial Prison. Cheha letting out that damage onto Ethos. A couple more autos should be able to put him down. Cheha will grab that first kill, but here comes Arrogant. Noxie and Guillotine gets put down, looking to take down that carry of Sunbay. Carry of Cheha, but here comes Ghost Toasties. Double kill, jumping in with the rocket jump, giving their life once again for the cause of Missouri.
Man, Ghosties is such a Chad, and I can appreciate that little ending to the play, but the hero right there is Arrogant. That Ghost and that flank getting on top of Felix, keeping Cheha away, and making sure to buy space for that fight to actually develop in favor of Missouri means they can leverage it. They get the gold, they get a little bit of everything, they get a shutdown, and they're going to get the Rift Herald off the back of it to boot as well, which is just amazing. That's what I'm talking about. That's what the Darius is supposed to be used for, in finding a way into that backline. Again, Arrogant. This guy that we're paying attention to from Missouri is the one of the few returning members of this team. Astonishing stuff right there, knowing what to do.
And great from Ghost Toasties. You said it to start off this entire thing, but Cheha was about to get away. Just not enough damage from the Noxie and Guillotine. Ghost is like, nope, nope, not getting away this time. I'm giving my life for it once again. One-for-one trades that Ghost is willing to do with other ADCs just to make sure that Missouri sweeps the rest of the team fight. I love it. That is Chad stuff.
Man, every ADCs that do that always just like they tug at the heartstrings, man. It's like Danny from this year when like he was on EV, did stuff like that. Like that's what you love to see. You love to see an ADC who's not afraid to go in and really make an impact, really throw themselves to the wolves to make sure that they're going to be able to really put out damage and just do what they're meant to inside of a fight. If Ghost Toasties is trading with the Aphelios, I think you're perfectly fine with that. You got more than enough to carry the rest of the fight here, as long as your Victor starts going a little bit faster.
All right, taking a look at the state of the game right now, because I am still in a little bit of disbelief that we're 17 minutes, the kills are even, the gold is even. The big thing for Maryland is they have been getting neutrals, which is keeping them at least pretty competitive in this fight against Missouri. On top of that, Arrogant showing up so well over in that last fight. The big thing here is Missouri have yet to really establish like hard map control. That's something I haven't really seen come out from them, especially for these neutral setups. Derive onto Dora. Ultimately going to be burnt out from Utasi, but still staying in the Shroud. Able to get the root coming through, but Derive has so much damage. Already one down, able to claim the kill onto Dora. Now here comes backup. University of Maryland gonna call Mephistopheles. Ultimate gonna be popped away. Playing with food, Derive. Really looking to bait this out.
Nice.
Right back in, but will get taken down by Utasi. Mephistopheles will get revenge on the mid lane. Able to redeem that one right back. Missouri trying to retreat on out, but you can't get away from this. It's just too much stick when you got the Frail Your duo beating at your back. Ethos, one more stun to come out. Gonna be put down. Maryland taking that team fight through, but here comes Ghost Toasties jumping right over the wall. Ghost Toasties so close. The bird comes through. This guy is a maniac. Fight still in the bottom lane as Dora says, please stop pounding on me with that big old shield and that big old board. The stun comes in. Dora's still alive. Takes Sunbay down. It's chaos, and it is Arrogant who has now arrived to the fight. Grabs Mephistopheles, puts him into the grave on a rampage, but Derive will dive right through and catch on to Dora. Bloody this game is, Dean, but finally the last kill is picked up by Derive.
Goodness gracious, fights happening all over the place. And that's the type of gameplay we've been wanting for this entire series right now.
Yes!
And it's the Victor getting picked on by Derive that really has kind of highlighted this entire thing, as the Akali just picked up 4 kills over the course of that just one play. I say 4, it could be more, just seconds.
It's not done. It's not done. And look at this, not far off. We got the Maokai. Round 2, Dean, here we go. Derive looking for Ethos. Ghost Toasty is not too far off.
No,
Derive looking to get surrounded now. Already one kill coming out as Derive's able to get that onto Ethos. Ghost Toasty is waiting for Cheha. Ghost, will you do it? Will you do it? Not willing to. Don't blame him. You don't know what's behind Cheha into that one. But still able to get out with the kills, Derive.
Absolutely, yeah. Derive is insanely powerful. It is completely devastating the mid lane matchup. Now you're able to kill off the Darius as well with very little magic resist built. It's such a tough place to be now for Missouri, where like you still have like an entire item. You got a Maul that could come in. You got like Spirit Visage that could come in maybe for Utasi. There's plenty of items to have. It's just none of them are built. So Derive just gets to wreck this portion of the game. Has Magic Pen, has the Rocket Belt as well, with so much burst damage to point to single targets that a little bit of the weight is taken off the shoulders of the Aphelios to have to do that with. And also, just to continue talking about just how big of a maniac it is, man, Ghosties is it's a beast. It just does not fearlessly jumping in and trading 1-for-1 against the opposing ADC is something else.
Ghost Toasties, I gotta name it early. I got an ace favorite now. Very, very early in the split, you won my heart with some of these incredibly aggressive plays.
Yeah, it takes a little while to actually get onto my list of like the player that I'm looking for, especially when you get into like late playoffs. Last year it was Lemon Tart Dreamer when he was on UCD, which was awesome. He was one of my favorite players. He had some really big moments. He had some great plays as well, especially against GVU. But like, this is a guy that I'm looking at, right? This is how you get on my list of players that I'm keeping watch for the entirety of the season, by doing stuff like this, man. Just jumping in, being fearless. Especially for a young player who's just a brand new addition to the team, when you're getting spoken of highly and you're doing stuff like this, it's impossible not to keep you on the radar.
Do it, Ghost. Do it. You got 4 behind you. Just engage. Be the frontline engage that Missouri need from you.
Okay. Looking at the position of everything else, because it is important that these fights will continue to break out. There's absolutely no doubt around that. The problem is side lanes are now being able to be pushed by Akali and by Garen relatively freely. The Garen is going crit, and that was buffed as of this patch, so I don't blame completely. That's a build that has been disgusting in the past. But you only have one lane that can be contested because the Akali just simply cannot at basically any point. That is an issue. It's so fast, man. What?
Just becomes a Beyblade and spins out. Oh, who needs flash when you can move that fast, Derive? Gonna put some speed. Oh, damage! I missed it from the blink of an eye. Now the dive going on in the mid lane as the turret's gonna go down. Glacial Fisher gets dropped. Ethos running low, getting dropped in the process, but Ghost Toasties left unchecked. Still autoing away. No more frontline available. Sunbay hopping forward. Cheha still alive.
Okay. big props right there. Both mid laner, both like kind of frontliners right there, but the Tristana fell, and it was really, really good from Maryland to be able to use their Aphelios, work their way front to back, end up killing the two underneath their own turret, and pulling the turret right out in front of Ghost Toasties, who was trying to put out damage, got stunned up at the beginning, but wasn't quite able to put out the damage that you really wanted to against enough targets, even though I really liked the positioning during the course of the fight. And of course, with Derive just destroying the side lane every time he interacts with somebody, it is impossible to deal with, where you're buying so much space now at the side of Maryland with just this one lane that it doesn't matter what happens elsewhere. Slave is Baron. Going to be able to use it really effectively because this is going to help them set up for their next dragon, and that's the really big thing. You get Ocean Soul on this Aphelios, it's hard to win the one-on-one every time you jump in, even if Ghost Toasties wants to, but more importantly, the Akali just does not die. You can live in the backline forever.
Derive is going to be so hard to take down, and Derive unchecked in a lane solo is a nightmare at this moment for Missouri. You can see the pain going through Dora. Dive after dive, the damage is there for Derive. Just look at the itemization right now. Oh, you just saw it, Dean. It was picked up, it was bought. Derive is a menace.
Absolutely. Sitting on plenty of penetration now with like basically 3.5 or 2.5 penetration items. The Void Staff's going to be on the way, but more importantly, I think what you're pointing out is, of course, the Magi, which is just... somehow he only just turned that Dark Seal in. If he had turned the Dark Seal in right before that flurry of kills coming through, it would have been at 25 stacks by now. He would have been so humongous in a game like this. It's still good, still great, still going to have plenty of value inside of fights with the amount of AP that it's got right now, but I expect that one to get stacked quite a bit more, especially if you continue playing into the side lane. No one's in mid right now.
Only Ghost hopping over that wall to try and meet it, but Ghost has to be careful. Alone in front of Sejuani. Sejuani will engage in the blink of an eye in a heartbeat. Parrot's going to go down. Missouri paying a lot of respects there, and Maryland just utilizing this Baron beautifully.
Yeah, and now, I mean, if you're the side of Maryland, they could just stay in that topside jungle if they wanted to. They could try to put one maybe in the mid lane just to push out, but I feel like Braum Sejuani should have kept hovering around the top side, where, like, you maybe could have bought space for Akali to step in, and Derive would have been in a good place. Instead, they just take this long cycle out. They're going to defend their mid tower. They're 5 here. They're going to lose mid tower. They're going to dove, too.
Deep dive coming out from Ethos. Tower's going to go down. Ghost Toasties hopping in with a rocket jump. Glacial Fisher goes down, and so does Cheha. Big pickup coming out from Arrogant. The shutdown found. Knocks in Guillotine, taking heads. Arrogant will claim one more with the triple.
Oh my goodness, what are you supposed to do? 3 members stood resolute right there, just get brought down to the Darius, and they're going to continue pushing. Dorike has enough damage to be able to prevent anything else from happening in the top side, and yes, Garen got bottom tower. Does it really matter? You gave so much right there back to the side of Missouri. You can see just how big of a menace that the Darius can be in the right circumstance in a fight like this, where you just don't have space to flee. Well used by the side of Berryville, or by the side of Missouri, my apologies, and Arrogant showing up on this Darius when he needs to.
7-1-2. Scoreline that is very close to that Akali we were just talking about, the hero on the side of the University of Missouri-Columbia. Really putting on a display from that last team fight. It's resulting in a tempo swing coming out for Missouri. They'll grab the Drake, making sure that Dragon Soul is not going to be acquired by Maryland.
Okay. And the more that this game keeps going, eventually the Victor gets strong. The Tristana now on 3 completed items, and I love the Lord Dom's pickup because right now, Ghost Toasties hasn't really been hitting backliners at all, only interacting with Mephistopheles most of the time. So the faster you get through that front line, the easier it is to start interacting with champions like Dexmax, who's not really has that much like health or armor that's built at the moment beyond what you have naturally as the Garen. You also get Sunbay, who does have the anathemas likely thrown onto Ghost Toasties because he's the only one with damage for the most part. And Derive, if that ever comes through, Cheha, you have that as well. With the Tristana, feels like you've got enough burst damage to be able to get through him before he can out-sustain you, as long as he doesn't have Red Gun up. So, win condition being established here from the side of Missouri, potentially being able to win that front to back if the Tristana is hitting the right target and is, everybody else is around inside of that fight.
And I feel bad for the viewers who are staying here for both of our esports titles. They got 5-game series on that last Overwatch 2 game. And this is already looking incredibly competitive. You're in for a long night.
Oh yes, it's going to be a very, very long night, folks, and we're excited for it. We're excited for plenty of very competitive gameplay. You're getting your first look at a lot of the teams that are going to be in some of the competition for CLOL this year, and you've got an Ace right now, being this kind of litmus test, being this first chance to see what the up-and-coming talent's going to look like inside of college. I mean, who knows? Maybe 4 months from now, we're going to be talking about Ghosties being in the top 8, being in LA, talking about him being a potential CLOL champion alongside the rest of this UMD squad, alongside the rest of Missouri squad, whoever it might be.
I've only known this player for 27 minutes, and the thought of that already puts a big smile on my face. It's giving me the same feel as Scary Jerry when we had seen him just this summer debut on Maryville. That was absolutely spectacular. Young ADC and had that almost limit testing ruthless aggression that we saw from Ghost.
Yeah. Still have a long way to go inside of this game, however. They're within striking distance. But again, we talked about Maryland having now Infinity Edge done for Aphelios. That means Aphelios is feeling great. And again, this Akali is just ridiculously strong and able to eviscerate anybody that pops into the path. And so far, Ghosties still has not touched an ounce of magic resist, which means you die, unfortunately. There is no counterplay to this Akali just pressing W, walking up on you, and hitting you with 2-3 abilities and just killing you, and making sure you are never on this earth, or that your kinship will never exist on this earth again, unfortunately, with the amount of damage that you're going to go over the Hellfire.
You see, Dean, that's a good point and all.
Yeah.
But Ghost has rocket jump. And Ghosties is going to be jumping all over the place right now with resets. Derive is basically going to be playing whack-a-mole with the mouse, trying to catch on to Ghosties. That's what I see going on right now.
Listen, if we get into a situation where Ghosties ends up killing him, I get to use my integration joke for Derive, which is just going to be absolutely terrible. But
I already know where this is going. But
yeah, it's going to be exciting when the time comes. So we have that to look forward to, and all the wonderful viewers and yourself get that nice mathematics joke coming in potentially. And again, we are, like you said, incredibly close. 3,500 gold at this point in the game isn't the most ridiculous in the entire world. ADCs are on similar itemization. Most of this advantage is probably held in the pocket of Derive more than anybody else. And so if this Akali misplays, uses a cooldown improperly, even in just one place, these fights are going to look very even, and especially with 3 dragons ready here for Maryland. They're doing their best to try to set up this mid and bot lane to push in so that Missouri is shoved back away from this one so they can get this neutral objective easily. But I don't know if it's going to be sufficient. Feeling a lot more confident, it looks like, is Missouri's. They're walking back to Baron, but there's already setup there. Missouri doing their diligence, making sure that they're ready for what could be a fight. It's Arrogant.
You can't lose Arrogant. You can't lose Arrogant if you're Missouri right now. Chasing him down. There's a lot of stuns coming through, but still surviving. Tomasi adjustments goes down. Arrogant has fallen. Maryland looking to take this team fight. Cheha unchecked on the back line. Derive jumping in onto Dora. So low as Utasi. One more auto takes him down from Cheha. Flashing over the wall is going to be Ghost Toasties. Looking to get away. Buster shot kicks away. Dex Max, a flash over the wall will keep Ghosties alive. And just like that, a sudden engage from Maryland onto Arrogant nets a big win.
Worked out huge right there for the side of Maryland. They had wards in the opposing jungle, and I guess it was Missouri who just didn't know that that was going to be the case. And because of that, they choke up. They say, okay, we need to be ready and raring to go if the Baron is going to be an opportunity, maybe a flank angle even, as they approach the Baron. But instead, Missouri get caught out. Arrogant gets stuck. And you can see Dex Max also hadn't really showed up before this fight. The ultimate brought down the Darius before he tried to turn something, as well as being able to run after and put a ton of pressure into Ghost Toasties, forcing both the ultimate and the flash out of that Tristana. Now down multiple members, Dragons available. It's just going to be a Soul Point and a Baron here from the side of Maryland. That might have been enough for them to actually just pull the game. I don't think that there's enough now for Missouri, or at least it's going to take a lot more than what they've been showing so far to win this one.
Yeah, right now, Missouri exclusively need hard engages to put down Maryland. They need to have very, very decisive fights and victories to put down Maryland, because any stall out of these fights, any stall out of the damage, that Ocean Stole starts going to work, especially for Dex Max. It's going to look like old Warmogs up there with this Garen. Now setting up the lanes is going to be Maryland, and it does feel like the Stranglehold is now completing for Maryland to take this game 1.
Absolutely. And it's a position where, like, I guess the person I'm looking at, I think Victor's too far back. Lichbane alongside the Crown, it's a lot more single target focus, but it's not that much damage to start the game. Third item gets you a little bit more with the penetration here from the Victor, but it's not that much. You have two members to look at. Can Arrogant get into a fight? And really, the question mark is, can Arrogant get an execution? If you get that and you get your passive where you can stack 5 stacks and insta-eviscerate somebody, you don't have to worry about that Ocean Soul, right? Cheha just dies if you drop 5 stacks and immediately press the ultimate, because he's going to get eviscerated. But the other person you're looking at, Ghosties, has 4 items, has Infinity Edge done, has the possibility of single target, has been pushed out of multiple fights just out of fear of getting jumped on, getting CC'd, not being able to put out damage. But gotta stand forward, gotta stay resolute, gotta find a way to put damage into the right members, or at least into somebody, so you can potentially take a fight.
I mean, Ghosty's level 15 right now, does have a lot of range to work with.
Nice.
Ultimate now coming out, does get the root onto Sunbay. Sunbay taking a lot of damage. Counter ultimate from Mephistopheles, jumping in, able to get onto Arrogant. Arrogant still doing damage, looking to get 1 kill on the Mephistopheles, will not go down. Utasi gets dropped instead. Dexmax, Derive with the deep dive, gets the kill. Dora not able to collapse onto Derive, going golden right in time. Derive is just so good, man. Still going over to that respawn. It takes just that to finally take down Derive, but now Arrogant has to put on a hell of a defense. It's not going to be enough because the Nexus completely exposed, means that Maryland will take game number 1.
And again, it's another fight where it felt like there was just nobody to put in damage to the entirety of the side of Maryland, and it bought all this space for Derive to go diving into the backline, find 1, 2, 3 members by the end of all things in the midst of that. And you had strong members here, you had ways to fight as Missouri, but again, they did not strike at the beginning of the game, did not set up their Victor for a ton of success, and instead, it was really that early play for Maryland that set this Akali into such just a domino effect of ruining this game. In that mid-game, finding like 4 or 5 kills as well was just enormous. Not much to be able to do to climb back, and they played it perfectly. It was a really, really hard win to try to take here from the side of Missouri. Never off the table, though. So again, that competition between these 2 teams is such an exciting little factor that really has come into play now.
Yeah, that was exciting gameplay from Derive. This Akali was absolutely nutty in that game. I mean, Derive, so many solo turret dives, and in the blink of an eye, gone. Kills just acquired like that, gold cashed in. But of course, you got to look at Cheha over in the bottom lane for how the early phases of this game went, because there was so much cashed in onto this Aphelios. And even with that, Ghosty still kept trying to fight.
It was really awesome because it felt like there was this subplot the entire game of like, you have these 2 bot laners, you have these big team fights that can come out, and it's a question mark of what else was happening around it. And on one side, it was like, okay, Darius was getting fed, but again, Darius is against a Sejuani, a Braum, even an Aphelios. It's really hard to bust through that. Like, trying to get in on top of that team is always going to be hard as Darius. Whereas on the other side, this Akali is going crazy, and you could see Derive's mastery of that champion was through the roof, which means that, like, how are you supposed to run from it? Like, how are you supposed to get away from it? We gave, and I think necessarily gave a lot of hype to Ghosties for jumping in, trading multiple times, being that aggressor, but like, Derive deserved a ridiculous amount, because not only was he able to make those dives happen, he was getting out clean against 2, 3 people multiple times that game. Derive was just so good, and I think Akali, take him away? Like maybe for the next game, I think you might have to.
You just might have to. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for the next game and what Derive has to offer. I'm sure Missouri has some bounce back because that was a pretty competitive matchup. We'll be right back with more Nay Star League. Welcome back, everyone, to NA-Star League. The matchup, University of Maryland versus the University of Missouri. Maryland taking the first win, but not without contention from Missouri. It was pretty much, it was an ideal League of Legends game for me, Dean. I don't know about you, but I love that.
Yeah, it was exciting all the way. The only thing I think we were really missing was like a pure 5-on-5 that ended up going like the full distance. If we had that at some point, that would have really made it like a
got
certified
death timer
classic.
to death timer rumbles, though.
We did. We got death timer to death timer to death timer rumbles in a couple of circumstances in that game, which is pretty exciting stuff. So I'm hoping we get another kind of slugfest like that for game number 2. It seems like both these teams are ready and willing to take that kind of progression through. I was looking up the junglers in the meantime as well. Both these junglers play more aggressive stuff. Don't give me Sejuani Maokai. Come on. Give me the Rengar. I know somebody wants it. That's what we're looking for. That's my only other complaint.
Maybe all collegiate junglers are Maokai pilled right now. Maybe that's what's going on ever since Xyle last week.
Xyle was the one who started it, man. What are you supposed to do about it?
Why Xyle? Why? Shame on you. Shame on you. I want to point out a member that I didn't really get to point out last time before we went to break, and that was Arrogant. Arrogant, his Darius was oh so deadly. I have to point him out because even though Missouri lost, that was an 8-2-2 ending scoreline for him. That was an 8-2-2 ending KDA. He was beast mode over on that top side and was definitely potentially the carry for that squad, right? He put on some pretty big shoes.
Yeah, I'm looking for them to build around that concept just a little bit more. That was a bit more of a lane counter because, again, the Garen came in right before the ban could come out, and then they defended it to the best of their abilities, and the Darius came through. But you think about other things that could carry on. You think about, like, Aatrox, Fiora is super strong, Jax is something that's popped up. Set as a pure lane counter, if you have the right matchup for it, is also something really, really big. Gangplank still exists, and some people take to it pretty effectively. So there's just so much in the top lane wheelhouse to potentially smash your opponent with and potentially take the game with. I mean, we saw that, what was it? I think it was Genji did it with Aatrox in the top lane, looks like literally just smurfing the game on his own. If Arrogant's got something like that, something that's a little bit easier to run team fights with, where you're not getting just kited completely, there's a real chance that would have been a very different game. Real chance that Darius could have done things. You saw how many fights he ran even into a competition like this, let alone if he's got something that's got more mobility to it.
All right, as we head into the draft for game number 2, we're actually going to see the live draft now. We get to see some of the closing moments of what's going on in Missouri. They're going straight for the Maokai again, and Ghosty's going to be on that Tristana. Oh, so excited. Victor as well, still getting locked in. The changeup is going to be that set, however. University of Maryland, we're not going to see the Door and Boar for a second time. Trundle instead. Different Failure creature. Going to hit the Rift for Maryland.
Okay, so what rhymes with pillar? Because we need pillar and something else for the support so that we can get the same kind of rhyming mechanic going here. Ooh!
Oh! Okay! We're getting spicy with the supports now. Tarek's getting locked in for the side of Missouri.
No.
Are we?
Please don't. No, it's a super good here, but that's such a frustrating pick to deal with if you're Tarek. And even if you're set in this case, like it's such an exercise of futility trying to play up against a Janna pick. It's such a disarming pick for both of those two champions that it's ridiculous. Okay, Soraka's still really good. I think Janna would have been more frustrating, but Soraka could be more useful because it is a hyper carry type champion to throw into that support matchup. And it's really cool that we get these two because it's very seldom that we end up in a position. A lot of times people default to like Nautilus and Leona. People complain about that a lot. We got a Tarek Soraka game. That's the type of Enchanter gameplay we're looking for.
That's what I absolutely love to see. Because for Missouri, this is going to be so much fun. With this comp they have, imagine the dive that's going to come through when you pop that Cosmic Radiance and you head towards the towers and you say, that means nothing to us. That is excitement right there. And it's something that Maryland's going to have to handle.
See, if you were really bold, what you would do is you would take Tarek in the jungle here. I won't even go into the mechanics of how that works, but you throw the Maokai in the support role. Not going to worry about it. We won't. No. You get back here, Rebel. We'll get to it in the game. We'll get back to it. We'll get to it in the game. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of free time to talk about it then. But the interesting part is that like Tarek isn't useless outside of the ultimate. Sometimes that's the case, but in this case, you can fight up against the Trundle and the Tarek or the Garen a little bit. But the important part is just like the spell usage. In this one, you're not going to be finding a bunch of auto attacks. Oftentimes, you're going to get zoned out. Like Zoe, Aphelios, Soraka, you shouldn't be touching those champions for the most part unless you get on top of them very quickly. And so there's a lot of kind of wiggle room in this one for that Tarek to have use outside of being able to stun up the Tarek and the Garen as they come in, popping that ultimate at the right time. So it was an interesting pick and a bold one one here. I know somebody in our chat was clamoring about wanting the rel, and maybe there's that as well needed to be considered, but I think it got banned out that game.
Yeah, to get banned away in the first half of the
unfortunate.
draft. Very unfortunate. Would have liked to seen that. Now, how do you feel about the Soraka in relation to the Aphelios? Because as we had talked earlier in the last draft, I was saying that Aphelios works really well when you have peel. Well, it's a banana peel this time. You're not having the same thing. How's that going to fare?
Like Soraka into melee champions is always something that I'm in favor of, being able to punish champions that try to run in. Set is destroyed by this champion if you're playing it properly. Again, Tarek does not have an easy landing phase against this champion if it's played properly, and you can do so much to prevent damage from just ticking into members. Like I said, Victor, if you're poking away, you're trying to put in a bunch of burst damage, and Soraka just heals through an entire ability of yours, your combo does so much less. Like, the Soraka is such a mean pick, and we didn't talk too much about the supports. There were a couple of times that it popped up as being like good plays or fine aggression coming through from the both of them. But this is a game where it feels like the support combat is really going to come in handy on both sides. The Soraka especially is one you're paying attention to. If it gets off the ground to begin the game alongside that Aphelios, man, it can do some real damage to this composition. It's going to make it difficult to try to find anything of true value here in terms of a big team fight that can be capitalized on.
And honestly, one of my favorite things about Soraka is their silence. It's one of the most simple things that gets overlooked, especially in lower elos, but you never realize just how big and impactful that silence is. If Ghosties is getting reset, silence, and you can no longer rocket jump out, right? You already talked about set. Well, you can delay Cosmic Radiance if you pop it at the wrong time. Silence can be put there to make sure that's going to be prolonged even more. There's so much you can really do with that aspect in Soraka. But the worry always is you are an Enchantress support, which means you are a little bit more delicate. If you do push in, there is that vulnerability that Missouri can take advantage and try and gank down into that bottom lane. They still have quite the team fight to work with when they're facing Maryland.
The thing is that there aren't a ton of ridiculous threats towards the Soraka in this game. Maokai can try to find a flank angle, but outside of that, I mean, Tristana will have range and Victor do. Both of them have range to be able to hit Soraka towards the end of the game. But at the beginning of the game, the Tristana's low enough that like Soraka should be able to actually throw in abilities and find some aggression.
That's Ghosties we're talking about.
It's
what do you mean? Ghosties, point blank.
Ghosties will be trading the entire game with the opposing ADC. That's what's going to be happening with Ghosties.
I like how this is Ghosties' brand from just one game.
Just pure unadulterated aggression against the other ADC, yes. But yeah, I think the Soraka does quite a bit for this composition. I think it's going to be difficult to kill her as well. I think mid lane you have to step up massively, because if not, if the Victor isn't going and able to put out damage that's significant enough to get past what will likely be like the Moonstone Soraka coming through here, it's going to be really hard for this team to find any kind of like a big, outside of a big Maokai engagement, it's going to be really, really hard for them to find an angle for a fight.
Now, with the jungle matchup that we have right here, it's going to be the Maokai again coming out from Missouri. Mephistopheles will be trading out to the Trundle this time, and I very much like that. I think you can show off a lot more with the Trundle. There's a little bit more versatility as you can be that fighter, as well as engager, and pretty much just drain out the tank onto that respect. It'll make it very hard to stay in fights when you become paper thin on your defenses. And as I said, it is more aggressive. I want to see more performance out of Mephistopheles, because I did feel like there was a little bit of a soft jungle difference that was going on that was kind of overshadowed by the fact that the lanes were just so bloody.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to the fact that, like, you had mid lane go really well, like, Derive was playing incredible, and you had multiple kills there, bot lane was going well, and so it wasn't a necessity for Mephistopheles to really get out and about and have all this massive impact or be this great team fighter. Instead, you just pick the right moments where, like, you've got this Edgewani ultimate, you've got this right situation, and you're feeling great. In this game, it feels like the Trundle has more forcing power. That pillar does so much at the beginning of the game. You drop it in a lane at level 2, level 3, and sometimes you're burning flashes, you're burning summoner spells, and if you're trying to shut out Victor in this game, that is a perfect prime target to be able to deny at the beginning of the game by just throwing a pillar behind it, right? What's he going to do? He presses Q, tries to speed up around it, maybe he has some flash, maybe he has some ghost, cleanse, whatever you've got in that particular matchup. And setting up your Zoe as well. If you want to erase somebody before a Tarek has an opportunity to throw an ultimate down, you don't have 3 seconds to wait for an ultimate when a Zoe Q is heading in your direction from over top of the wall. That's correct. It's just not going to happen. So you have to play a lot more on top of eggshells if you're playing against the Fed Zoe. So it's another prime situation where Derive can really take over the game.
So now that you pointed that out with the Zoe and everything, this is making me realize just how much zone control that you have from Maryland. I mean, for the Trundle, it's the pillar. You're going to have to deal with that. It's slow. It's terrain that's blocking your path. For Garen, it's himself. spin around. You are the zone. Stay away, otherwise get cut by the Beyblade. For Zoe, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Soraka, Silence. There's so much you have to respect. If Missouri do go for an engage, what they have to walk through, it's going to be an obstacle course, Dean.
Yeah, and I want to see a lot of kind of reverence given over to that, because like you said, it's not only zone control, but any amount of CC that's landing at all is going to be a nuke dropped on top of somebody. A Zoe bubble into a paddle star. You've got like a Philios being able to pump a Moonlight Vigil into somebody. You've got Garen being able to throw an ultimate into somebody. And the Taric has a combo, but again, without a couple of melee champions, especially kind of lower damage melee champions, something like the Sejuani or the Maokai, that you could potentially trade autos with in the midst of a fight. Without that being there, the Taric's basically got one shot to throw a W, throw a Q, and prevent you from dying before you have to start burning summoner spells, or somebody has to be doing something about the damage that's being dropped into you. So one of those tools gets denied, but the rest of it is still on the way for multiple members of this team.
All right, Dean, we got a little bit of time onto this, so I'm going to bring it back now. You got to explain it to me. Taric in the jungle. I'm not letting you walk away with this.
Okay, Taric jungle, I'll say this outright, is the best duelist in the game. He does not lose to anything.
Wow. Okay, those are big words, Dean.
The only champions that he might lose to, and this is a big might, is like Trundle, because Trundle also has auto attacking, has cancels, and steals some AD. But like Taric's got a stun that lasts for a couple of seconds. W is just damage reduction. That's going to be an entire auto attack that's canceled in the early game stun. And your Q is enough to probably get enough back if you've got 1 or 2 stacks. That's sufficient for a single auto attack. So you're up 2 auto attacks on a flurry of 3, and you get those spells back every 2 auto attacks. And you get empowered damage every time you pump one of those. You don't lose early duels, and people don't know this. They go, hey, Taric's a support. I can go beat him up. And then you beat AE down into the ground. You beat a Trundle down into the ground, and they don't think it's coming. And I talked to a coach for an LCS Academy team, a FlyQuest school coach, about this at Hinburg, and he told me that there was a tick up on the one patch, I think it was the durability patch, where Taric jungle went up like 13% win rate out of nowhere, and they had to figure out why, because they didn't know what was going on. Just saying, man, low key busted beyond belief. That's all I'm saying.
Dean, I don't know if I want you to start coaching these teams or work on Riot's dev team to make Taric jungle and Blitzcrank jungle and all these other fun jungles just
Taric jungle number 1. Yumi is now eliminated from the game, and Chago, both removed immediately. First decree.
Okay, what about Blitzcrank jungle? You know, I've been waiting for that.
Blitzcrank now a top laner, and he can flex jungle if you need. His Q now works. His Q now works against epic monsters. You can pull Baron out of it.
You know what, Dean? I think you got your true calling now. Cassidy, get over there to Santa Monica, man. As we are on the Rift now, game number 2, University of Missouri Columbia versus University of Maryland. It's going to be Maryland who are at game point right now. After a very competitive game number 1, Missouri looking to bounce back. Now they got this Maokai working with a lot of the same tools they had before, but the change-up is going to be that Taric.
Okay, there's a handful of things that are currently running in the background that I want to talk about. First things first, this bottom lane, because they have to leash, that means they do not have control of the lane, and you do want to give control of the lane to Soraka this early, because if Sunbet was really aggressive, you'd be standing in the front brush, and you would actually even pop out of the front brush so they know you're there, and they can't really walk up to the wave, because if they get queued, they are taking a lot of damage and trading nothing back to you, as well as having the Aphelios, who doesn't have an ability. You get to rush to level 2. That's a massive play. And so you can see Sunbet's just now doing it, but you could have been doing this from even when they entered the lane phase, hit them with a Q to start with, and really started hammering home that advantage just as fast as possible. Not going to matter that much. All because, again, it was the Maokai who wanted this bottom side start more than anything else.
Still, Ethos able to get a stun onto Sunbay. Some damage going to be returned, but thanks to that Q, a little bit of healing going through, and priority coming out for the bot lane of Maryland. Arrogant trying to play with that early game that we saw in game number 1, doing that early harassment on to Dex. Still trying to challenge this Garen with the set matchup.
Yeah, not a ridiculous amount. I don't think this is as winning as the Darius matchup was. The Darius matchup was one that, like, very, very consistently you will be winning. Mid lane already.
Nice Sleepy Trouble. D-Rive, man.
Yeah, look at this, man. Call him Velocity because he's accelerating. The mad jokes.
Gank going on in the mid lane. There we go.
Come on.
Look, a sleepy trouble. Look, there's a troll. Troll's biting the tree. He's got a club. Jumping away. Now Dora getting caught out here. A little bit too low. One more auto would take him down. The burn going through. First blood. Double kill. Derive still goes down, but big worth for the red in Maryland.
Absolutely worth right there. It's the 2v2 masterclass. Derive popping both summoners, making sure to get those kills put down. Wave also lost from Dora carry. He can't actually come back either, so it's going to be a ton of minions lost in that case. Putting it right back in the middle. It's a lead for Mephistopheles. It's a CS advantage and has a kill already. Like, this is the perfect 2v2 to kick off a game right here for Maryland. That is where we talked about. We said, hey, you want to put on pressure early. You want to deny the Victor. You want to get the Zoe going. You want to put on pressure as Mephistopheles. That is exactly what we got against.
A complete flip compared to Sejuani. Mephistopheles early gank makes big things happen in the mid lane and gets a lead going for Maryland. With that, 2 books going to be purchased out of Derive, heading back into the mid lane. Be down a little bit. Will be Dora, but not too much there. First recall coming out from Mephistopheles. And now the positioning out of Utasi, headed over towards his top side, but only grabbing the Scuttle Crab. A little bit slow on the clearing. Already Mephistopheles in the lead.
Yeah. It's a position where they're actually winning every single position to the bottom side of the map. Top lane is still a little bit back and forth because of obviously the set. It does have a bit of kill pressure against the Garen to start with. I think Dex Max is just playing relatively conservative, but that's because the rest of the map is winning so hard right now. Mephistopheles gets a Sheen, gets to come out with double longsword because of the advantage that's held already in this game. Derive got to come back with a ton of extra AP, has the Ignite readily available for when he wants to make the plays happen up against this Victor. Oh my goodness.
That just forces out the cleanse the moment Derive gets back to lane. Not missing with those sleepy trouble bubbles at all. Dora's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, really, really bad place. If you thought last game was bad, I mean, the Zoe already being ahead, you're still potential also for more ganks to come through from Mephistopheles. There's no flash, which means if Victor gets a pillar thrown behind him, it's basically free reign for Derive, especially at level 6, to hit him with a sleepy bubble. And without cleanse, seems like it's going to be a death sentence between that and the Trundle just showing up on his doorstep. As basically the entire map now from the side of Missouri has just kind of fallen to pieces for the most part. As it's been like bottom lane is down 2 waves at minimum, if not a little bit more than that. Mid wave, Derive is just winning this matchup entirely. How did he hit the bubble? What?
This is insane.
That was nuts.
Derive. I mean, the Akali was one thing, but showing up and putting up this level of proficiency on 2 champions this early, and this is some disgusting play. This is a lot of talent coming out from this player in Derive, and now getting the back of Sunbay. Ethos is over the wall, can flash through to try and stop this dive, gets the stun onto Sunbay. Turret gonna land as well, only 1 shot going through, 300 health remains for Sunbay. Ignite is taken away and burning. Sunbay's gotta be careful, now only has 100 health, doesn't get away from the stun, locked up and shut down. Dora grabs the kill.
Yeah, good response right there from Ethos. See, what I thought was about to happen was I thought Maryville, or Maryland, my apologies, the big M, and the Mary at the beginning. Is just
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
It happens. I'm allowed.
It happens to us all. I did it last split.
It's true. It's true. Okay, wait. Oh, all right. Ghosties.
Okay, relax. Yeah, the Ghosties versus Cheha rivalry. This is what you want to see. This is what we need at WrestleMania.
This truly is what we need more than anything else right now. Yeah, see, what I thought was going to happen is I thought Maryville was actually going to, or Mary... Why do we break? Why do we break these things? I'm so sick of it. Okay, I thought they were going to make a play to stack mid-wave and then buy a big back for Derive to come back and start destroying Dora carry, because you would have been stuck there with very little mana, would have been stuck there without the ability to clear all that fast because the E wouldn't have been up, and it would have either been you have to collect all of that wave and then immediately back, and then Derive gets a chance to move at about the level 6 mark, or you stay way too long and then Derive ends up probably killing you and there's nothing you can do about it as top lane.
Ooh, slam underneath the tower. Haymaker going to be used, but there is that ghost as well as the flash, as well as the phase rush. There's so much speed. Just dash on out of there. Arrogant. Able to get the pressure going his way, though. Look how zoned out Dex is.
My one problem with this whole thing is that, again, Arrogant's been on 2 champions that feel like they get shut out of teamfights really heavily. Yes, you do have the ultimate to come through. That could be pretty nice if Arrogant's able to land a big one in the same way that the Darius could take over certain teamfights, but he just gets kited so easily. Again, you got Soraka, you've got Bubbles to deal with, you got Pillar to deal with. Like, how are you supposed to deal with all these problems? That's not good. That's not good at all.
No, they brought the whole family in an SUV and will take down Dora. Sunbay being the recipient of the kill. That is vicious. 4-man gank in the mid.
Yeah, swipe or no swiping. Apparently the decree of Maryland right here out of the mid lane is it's just constantly they're putting aggression into this Victor, into Dora Carey, who has been unfortunately folding underneath that pressure. Drive already playing very good League of Legends, but beyond that, again, just making sure that that mid lane is going to be won by the Zoe, ensuring that they have control for these side lanes. It's easy enough. Again, all you really have to do as Dexmax is not give away a bunch because you're winning just about every other position on the map pretty handily at this point.
Ooh, a lot of damage on Arrogant. Haymaker can be deceptive, though. Sometimes when you think you got him low, that shield just pops up out of nowhere. Now Cheha pursuing onto Ethos and Ghosties. Forced to walk far away from the lane right now, trying to pay respects to Cheha and Sunbay. So far, it's a lot of early game control coming out from Maryland, and fighting it back will be Missouri with his top lane gank. They catch out Dexmaxon with the Haymaker auto. Arrogant will get the kill.
Very nicely played right there. And finding a gank finally here for Ukasi being able to do that. Okay, okay.
Oh, okay. I like the idea there. Ghost still hopping onto Cheha. Cheha losing a lot of health there, but there is the power. That's Soraka healing right up.
Our absolute favorite right there. Ghosty's jumping in with the Tanner Star, exactly what we expected. That was a bubble that landed. Unfortunately, the Paddle Star got thrown right before that because Derive would have made that a kill if it were up available to use. Goodness gracious. We've got action in literally every role constantly. Ghosties!
Oh, Ghosties jumping in with the rocket jump. They must have been planning this for quite some time. Ghosties going in. Doesn't matter if you're exhausted. Cosmic Radiance goes down, and Ghosties is not leaving empty-handed.
What a spooky boy in the bottom lane, constantly jumping in with these big rocket jumps. And I feel like Maryland just doesn't expect it. They're like, there's no way he's going to jump in.
I don't expect it.
And he's not going to do it again, right? Like, he's not going to do it again, right? Like, of course he is. Of course he is.
Mephistopheles realizing that things start to slip in the bottom lane, shows up. Cheha drops. Ghosties will get the kill. Now you got the reset for the rocket jump, but not enough mana. Chomp coming out of Mephistopheles puts down the toast.
But he jumped in again, exactly the way that we expected Ghost Toasties, as he is now our favorite Tristana player, jumping in at all possible times. Looking forward to that coming through. Right there, again, it's a great response from Mephistopheles in a perfect situation where he gets to continue to leverage the strength. He is going to eviscerate this poor Maokai.
Oh no, they don't love the forest, not friends of the trees. Derive, being the recipient of that kill, gives pressure over to Maryland to set up on this Drake. Stop it! Stop it, Derive! I know it is late right now. It is not bedtime for Dora. Stop doing that!
Oh, these bubbles are crazy, Eric. This is not every time he throws one, it feels like it's heat-seeking missile right at the Victor, incapable of missing. And they're being able to use the flash alongside the ultimate to deliver that Paddle Star. And it's precisely what needed to not happen. The mid-jungle is crushing from Maryland right now. Mephistopheles Derive, that combination is just too much to handle from this Missouri squad. And even though Ghost Toasties has been able to jump in, even though Arrogant is strong enough in the side lane, feels like they just have given so much over to this Zoe and to this this Trundle. They're gonna lose so much across the map.
Oh, what? What in the world is going on, Dean? I really don't want to cast any other series but these two teams now. It's just so much awesome. Yeah. Those Toasties putting on a pretty good display with some of his aggression. Arrogant trying to shove forward over here. Is getting low as a part of it. Maryland still holding mostly control of the game. 2K gold lead at 11 minutes in. We still got 2 minutes before those turret plates do fall. Now Dexmax, gotta watch out for that phase rush. You gotta watch out for that damage. Here it comes, the showstopper. Arrogant drops Dex.
And that was actually a pretty decent little head game if that was being played right there. I'm going to wait because there's always a chance that Toasties decides to jump in. He's not going to, at least at the moment. And right there, again, it was a solid like little head game that was played by Arrogant because I think he threw the Haymaker with the intention of saying, of having Dexmax go like, oh, I have damage to potentially kill this. Oh, no. Okay. They actually hit the Everfrost. I think he autoed before the Q came through.
Oh, this combo! Ghosties! Again with the rocket jump, Cosmic Radiance going down. They're going to re-engage. Ghosties going right back in, but the stun's not going to land, and Cheha is feeling the rhythm, feeling the momentum. Will take Ethos. Now Ghosties right in the sights. No flash available. No Gale Forces. No. Well, but there is Derive to put Ghost to sleep.
Oh, just the door slammed in his face right there. Not able to get away from this Zoe. It feels like Derive is always there somehow, like math looming in the background. I just don't understand anything. This is so good from the side of Maryland. Everything that's happening across the map. You love to see that Ghost Toasties and the rest of this team are throwing something at the wall and making things happen. But man, okay, right. This is the first really big play.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble, nothing really left here. Sunbay shows up for the Hills, bringing Hills. Derive's not going down, but it's not going to be the same for Yatasi, dodging out from the stun. Yatasi critically low, Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes in, and the tree gets taken down. Now looking to cleave on to more as Ethos underneath the tower will escape the grasp of Dexmax and Maryland. It was Missouri's gank, but it's Maryland's fight.
And it's a gorgeous play right there from the side of Maryland to be able to defend against that. It looked like Derive was dead to rights. Still Derive who's fishing with these bubbles little by little.
Oh, come on! No!
What? Why would you do that to him?
What? I'm not even going to commentate that kill. That's a double. Good job, Derive. Good job.
He's just giving me Serenok vibes right now. I feel like this is what Serenok does to people. You know, the best Zoe's on the server. He plays in Collegiate 2 over for Fisher and Derive.
I'm not Deserux anymore. I am Zell, and this is Beatdown. Don't go to our dresses, please, Derive. I fear you so much right now. Oh, but Arrogant doesn't fear Derive and will just casually walk up and down smash Dean.
Okay. Arrogant. He's running where he needs to. He's trying to find some kind of advantage. Again, I'm worried about the validity of having the set be one of your primary carries in a game like this. But, like, if that's where gold's got to go, you got to put it somewhere. Because somebody had to put down Derive. He was a bit too much of a menace here at the beginning of the game to actually let continue the way he had. And Arrogant now just has complete control of topside. He did take first turret. I think he had first turret, if I recall properly, because it was only just recently that the mid turret was actually taken here from the side of Maryland. And that, alongside the fact that he's taking red buff, he's controlling top, like everything about this set right now is just dominating the side of Maryland, which is one of the very few things that they have going for them in a game like this. Again, I just worry about what's going to happen in the later stages when, how are you supposed to get on top of Zoe? How are you supposed to get on top of the Aphelios? I guess that's a question for Arrogant to answer when the time comes.
It's going to be a lot of work. Pillar, silences, Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. A lot to fight through. I imagine you're just going to be RKOing into the fight. You got to take someone on a ride in order to get into the back line. It's going to be the best bet for Arrogant here, but still having that flash and offensive summoner spell in the Ignite can bring that fight through. Dragon will be spawning quite soon, and already Maryland looking to set up for that very early.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind the pacing that they were in the previous game, but it shouldn't be too crazy. It's by 26 minutes, 27 minutes, they should have the availability to grab up that neutral objective. With 2 items set, I'm guessing they think that Arrogant is more than powerful enough to try to make something happen. He actually is tied right now with Derive for most items in the game.
All right, here we go.
Solid loop around.
Ooh, Cosmic Radiance is going to be used. It doesn't get onto Arrogant. Maryland feeling good about this one. Here comes the ultimate from Mutasi, but Dexmax is the only one caught out. Frontlining, full health for Maryland, and they will take this Drake like it's nothing.
Yeah, actually found a decent timer right there. I was actually really expecting for an ultimate to get dropped on a Mephistopheles from Arrogant just to try to pull him away from the rest of his team so that they could look for some kind of assassination, pull the jungler away. Instead, they bail on that, and as a result, Arrogant got dropped way too much health. A couple of members got dropped way too much health. And that means that they had no way to get into the pit. A second dragon goes over. It's not the biggest of deals in the entire world. The gold advantage is 3,000 for Maryland. That wasn't expanded as a result of this play. There were no summoners burnt that were from the side of Missouri, so they still have a chance to fight around maybe second around Rift Herald if they really want to. Or right here.
Oh, nice. Knocking him over the wall. Sunbay dead to rights. Ghost Toasties will grab that one, and Arrogant out of nowhere just RKOs the living daylights out of Cheha.
Man, you can appreciate the level of aggression that's being kind of thrown on by Arrogant right here, as he does not want to lose this game. Trying his damnedest right now just to make sure that some kind of noise is being made across the map. And they're going to try to snowball this as fast as they can because they've got the Rift Herald in the mid lane. It's only Dexmax that's here to try to be there on the defense. The response on the other side is all that's happening right now for the side of Maryland. They're okay with this. They're saying, okay, Trundle and the Zoe, we're going to be able to match at least a little bit. You're not going to get anything more than just this inhibitor tower, and we're okay with that trade.
Ooh, a lot of damage on Adora. Would be pretty big if Derive got a kill right there, but with the bubble missing, going to need another Paddle Star to make that a reality. That's still a second charge going over into the mid lane. Got a turret in the bottom lane, but that's a really tough trade there from Maryland.
Truly is. really, really rough situation to be in. Maryland, again, they're in two places. It's like, okay, if we stop right now pushing on the bottom side, we don't get gold, but we do stop them from getting probably inhibitor tower. And the alternative is we put this gold back into a place that we expect it to do well on, right? You're putting it Derive, you're putting it into your Trundle for Mephistopheles, and you're like, okay, maybe that gold is more valuable than it being split in like 4 different ways, 5 different ways by the entirety of Missouri as they just run down 3 towers. So they say, okay, 2 towers, 1 tower in exchange for that mid lane push. Maybe they say that that's gold more valuable, and maybe it is going to be more valuable, right? If you get onto Rabadons before 4th Dragon, 2nd Rift Herald Tower, my bad. 4th Dragon, 1st Baron, that type of area for Maryland, for the Zoe. I mean, you get hit with a Battle Star, you die. There's no magic resist on basically anybody here that's of any substance right now, except for maybe Maokai. So, I don't know. Missouri might be feeling the effects of that one.
And I mean, you're not far off from that death cap. Already first Needless purchased by Derive. Need a few more gold on top of that. Dexmax looking to defend this tower over in the bottom lane. Arrogant taking a lot of damage will Haymaker out the shield. Ethos is there. Missouri feeling control towards this bottom side. They want to take this tower and should be able to net and get some of that standing gold.
By the way, you know who else is a really good tower taker? Terry. Just saying. Super good. Same reason as he's a great duelist. Just all those auto kills. Anyway,
a dive up here onto Mephistopheles. Sheha looking to play some defense. Ultimate going to be burnt out. Dora looking to back off. Low is Utasi right here. Mephistopheles turns it around. Dora will come up empty-handed. So much damage from Cheha. And Dora realizing it's a lost fight in the top side. Maryland able to take it.
Does not actually matter. Right there,
No
the
way.
ultimate burn from Soraka made a big difference. You gotta be kidding me.
Sunbay looking to be disrespectful to Dora, throwing down those Qs. The damage, so big. But here comes Ethos just in time to save the mid lane. Derive! What? Just destroys Dora off screen.
Oh, it just comes from mid lane, man. He comes in like a bullet. It's like, I think we were talking about Mario Kart earlier today, where we were talking about the bullet bill from 8th place. Derive just comes in out of nowhere and delivers a massive shot.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing
my
mind.
He just pops in, and he's just like, if there's a kill to be had, he's going to show up. Sunbay has to leave right there. They were worried about potentially getting engaged on, not having this rocket to be able to heal them up around this pit, and so they're just going to leave. I think that's the safe option. They don't want to take a team fight right now, and they're resetting for the Dragon, which is a super underrated thing that Maryland just actually got an opportunity to do, which is, they might lose mid pressure. They have bot pressure already, but there's no wards that have been put down by Missouri. They've showed themselves on the map, taking the mid lane and not doing anything else. And so there's no real loss of having any sort of vision that they now need to push out on the side of Maryland. Instead, they're going to recapture mid control. They're going to walk in right after where Missouri walked in, and given that they're up X the amount of gold, they're going to feel fine. That's not good.
Okay, all right. Still going to get out thanks to that cleanse. Ghost is not going down, but that's still losing about 1/3 of your health, and fishing for more is going to be Derived with the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, Paddle Stars. Little grab going to get taken. Few seconds should have this Drake on the map, and it does look like Missouri are looking to fight for it.
And I think this was a smart rotation coming through from Missouri because they don't have bot pressure, which is the one thing I will knock them for. However, they at least have a position where the Zoe's going to have to walk further and further into the jungle to try to find these big bubbles. They're going to look for a fight before she shows up.
Yeah, going on to Dex. Able to get the roots onto one. Sunbay looking to get away from Ghosties. Sheha running really low onto that. Arrogant will grab the kill. Cosmic Radiance doing so much work right here for the side of Missouri. Ghosties completely unchecked, and Sunbay has to bail away. Dexmax using that phase rush. There's Derive. A good chunk of damage onto Toasties. And unable to complete the team fight, but it's still a win nonetheless coming out for Missouri as they get priority on the Drake.
It will be first Dragon going to the side of Missouri, their first Infernal Dragon of the game. It's a pretty big win for themselves. More damage is always going to be helpful, especially when you built this much damage on the side of Maryland, given that they've been leading so far. And it's a surprising fight when they're able to clamp off space. No way. Okay. You had me worried there for a minute, Eric. You had me convinced that Derive was going to take that dragon away.
I was fully convinced myself right there. I was waiting to just lose my voice on a singular scream. Derive playing with fire, almost getting burnt in the process, but will still be alive. It is a bit of a momentum thing we see coming out from Missouri, but look at this. No cleanse now available. Rocket jump over the wall. Derive still being a menace.
You're just making it difficult. On this Zoe alone, being such a contributing factor to the wins here from the side of Maryland. And the gold is reduced to only about 1,500 gold, which isn't crazy. This isn't this massive advantage that's being held by this team, but again, so much is being held by the Zoe at the moment that all she needs is one big play, and that's going to be more than sufficient to be able to bring it down. Baron's down to below 3,000 health. Oh, 2 full members are out of this fight right now. There's almost no chance that you win this if you try to take a fight.
Goodness, that poke. Baron's going to be taken. So much poke coming out. Derive going to look for more. Battlestar doesn't land onto him. Cosmic Radiance yet to go down. Health bar is getting low for Dex, spinning away onto the backlines. Will eventually fall to Dora. Damage getting found though. Mephistopheles able to find 2. Cheha jumping in. Ghosties onto Cheha. Cheha will flash right back into Ghosties for a quadra kill. And now looking to put the cherry on top. Will Cheha find it? Dora going faster, going towards home, but Cheha looking to find that interception. Not going to get the pentakill, but a big quad coming out for Cheha.
Not a big shark in the water type dude here for Cheha, because I feel like they could have kept after that kill and maybe gotten the victor, got the pentakill away, but instead they just focus on staying on the map. They say, we got the Baron, we got the big fight win, we can push down mid-tower, we can do a lot of things to set us up for massive success in this game. At minimum, it's going to get them a good gold advantage. We're back up to 5,000. The Aphelios is fed in this game now alongside the Zoe, so you've got both your damage threats going, and it'll set you up for your 3rd dragon in the game. Will really put you in a position to take that Infernal Soul and finish this game out. Because if you get the Infernal Soul alongside the now Rabadon Zoe, nothing lives that. Nothing is going to live this battle.
And that was so great with that last fight. The way Maryland played around to Rive. Force the Baron. You're forcing Missouri to come to the area, to walk into the Paddle Stars, to walk into the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. It was such a struggle for Missouri to get that one to start off on the footing that they wanted, because they were getting poked out the entire time. Now, being completely on the back foot, you know, still silver linings for them. They were able to get that inhibitor tower way earlier. They can grab an inhibitor if they can win a team fight. That's looking a long ways from here, considering it's a Baron-empowered Siege looking to come out from Maryland.
Notably right now also, there's not much heal cut coming through from the side of Missouri, and with a Bloodthirster, and especially with a Soraka on the team, like, there's very little that can be done if she's hitting Qs. Sunbae had shown off a couple of times at the beginning of this game that I didn't really get to talk about all that much, but the Soraka play was actually quite nice, saved a couple of really important plays. I think it was a gank in mid lane that basically Derive only lived because of Sunbae. But this is a situation where that Soraka could be an absolute devastation. There's nothing Missouri can do.
That is brutal. That is so brutal right there. Just that single pillar coming out from Mephistopheles forces out the Cosmic Radiance, and you claim Ethos, you claim the mid lane on top of it. This Siege, you cannot deny it from Maryland, Dean.
No, you can't. And they're going to walk right underneath the tower. They're just going to siege up on your tower. You're going to lose this one. You'll lose the inhibitor as well. And that means now, if you're trying to set up around the dragon, if that's the win condition that's set up by Maryland, they've got more than enough space to do this with, because the inhibitor is going to make sure that there's nothing there. Right there, first miss from Derive. That really cost so much.
Oh, Derive getting picked up by Ghosties. One big shutdown acquired from the side of Missouri, but they're fighting with their backs against the wall. Arrogant waiting on the end, so is Mephistopheles. A little bit of a pincer, but rejoining will be the team of Missouri, but they can't get the closeout onto Maryland. Maryland will take their first Nexus tower. Here comes Arrogant, able to get the RKO onto Cheha. Cheha runs low, Haymaker comes out, big shield, but Cheha will tear right through it, and Maryland will tear right through Missouri. Ghosties running for the hills, but here comes Mephistopheles, and with that silence put down, you cannot jump out. Forced to rocket jump and flash away. Dexmax will claim your support. Maryland looking for the end.
Okay, Ghostos has to make a miraculous hold right here alongside Dora K. But it seems like there's enough kind of taken out of the sails right here. I felt like maybe Maryland... Maryland's made some very respectful calls, and I can appreciate that. They don't want to push too fast. I feel like they could have maybe looked to end right there, but they're not going to. They took enough of an advantage. They're up 10k. They could grab the next dragon as it's spawning. What are you supposed to do about it? You've got this massive Zoe. Now you've got this insanely massive Aphelios who suddenly has come online all at once. Everything has come together for your composition on the side of Maryland. You just have to waltz this one in, so they're not going to take that big acceleration. Instead, they're just going to slow walk it. They're going to take themselves the win that they've earned.
All right, Infernal Drake now up. Maryland heading straight to it, playing the slow burn to close this out. That was a Maokai. That was a Maokai that just got dented by a Zoe Paddlestar.
dented is one word. You lost an axle on that one, unfortunately. One of your wheels might be off just completely after that one right there, because it was disgusting. That's the power of the Zoe, and that's the power of having vision control in this bottom side jungle now, especially with top lane where like the inhibitor's down, so you have just an ambient pushing with the siege minion. You can look on two ways right now. You can play exclusively in mid and in bot, and with all the space that you now have from not having to play anywhere else on the map, you can ward cover, you can make sure that they have no vision, and this is where Derive really is going to masterfully play. This is where everything's going to come to fruition.
That's a lot of armor on Utasi that was just shredded right through. Dexmax jumping in on Arrogant. Arrogant getting clubbed right down. Utasi runs low. Cheha runs legendary. Ghosty still trying to bring the fight right back, but one paddle star to the mouth. That's all it's going to take to send Ghosties right for the respawn. 3 members still up, but Derive wants them all. The flash burnt out of Dora. Dora trying to survive, but Derive will claim the life of Dora. Here comes the final push from Maryland.
Oh, and I thought they were going to have to do a lot more to actually win this one, but instead they win a fight underneath the tower. This just might be it.
All right, it's a Ghosties angle. Can Ghosties clutch it out for Missouri? Cosmic Radiance times out as the paddle star will be the exclamation point to put this game to an end. University of Maryland going to take this series in a 2-0.
Goodness gracious, what an incredible display from Maryland as they come out against a pretty decent competitor that was in the Northern Conference against an experience like this team as a very young organization, and have a display like that. Really, really incredible stuff from Maryland.
Absolutely, with a lot of their timings and especially the way they played the map, you know, they knew where their strengths were, especially around Derive. I really liked the Baron call that they made there because it allowed Derive time to poke while Missouri were coming, and it felt like that was the big moment right there where there was just no real chance of a comeback for Missouri. I respect that so much from Maryland.
Yeah, and I can appreciate also the fact that, like, again, they played into mid lane very effectively. They knew that was a strength, but it opened up to attack the rest of the map. That's where your Garen got broken open, and the set really was winning most of the game, but it didn't matter that much because Garen got the pressure, was able to bring down towers in the meantime, while the set was preoccupied trying to win one side of the map or the other. Bottom lane got put down a little bit as well by the Zoe, just by saying, okay, I'm going to walk down to bottom lane, I'm going to make sure that you get cleaned up. It's same with Trundle, where anywhere their presence was needed, they showed up when the time came. And yes, you get a little bit of something here or there with some really, really solid bits of aggression coming out from either the top or the bottom lane here from Missouri, but it was responded to in kind always from the side of Maryland. So again, they seem to be very, very clean at their League of Legends. They understand what they want to be doing at all times, and they've got some real star power behind themselves.
Missouri having some star power of their own. I want to give compliments, even though it was a 2-0. It was very competitive in that aspect. I mean, from the top side, Arrogant, the Darius we saw in game number 1, Set in game number 2, still able to bring out some pretty big plays without looking as hot on the set. Ghosties, Tristana Beast. I want to know what happens when we see Ghosties on the Ezreal eventually, because that was the champion that was hyped up. This Tristana play with the Taric, it was quite creative to just rocket jump in, utilizing that dazzle, getting the stun, and winning out some of those trades against Cheha.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Ezreal Rel combination. We heard so much about those two champions from this team that, like, it's going to be tough to. That doesn't mean that Missouri falls to 1-2 inside the tournament. They were able to win at least one game, and I think with that, they at least show that they're competitive with some of the other top teams inside of the event. But I mean, Maryland, I feel like the group that they're in was relatively open. We were trying to find somebody that would step up. I know St. Clair is inside of that group, and so St. Clair is probably one of the more favorited because we were recognized that roster. They've been around for some time, and they've been at the upper end of some of the partner league as well. But Maryland might be pushing for some competition up against St. Clair and up against the rest of this group and making a push for later stages of the tournament. We talk about playoffs and things as the season progresses. We're still pretty early to talk about that, but man, they did look very good.
And I just like some of the themes that we were able to develop with some of these players from Maryland. All of just one series, Derive being one of the most lethal mid laners that we've seen in quite some time for Nace. Dex basically is Garen. Dex is Garen. That is it. No other champion exists. No other player exists. Dex is Garen and Garen is Dex. Mephistopheles, I did love the Trundle pick. Look, so much more proactive on that Trundle pick in compared to the Sejuani. So as a whole, this team looks like the complete package, D.
Yeah, the bottom lane even, I thought was playing really well. Sunbae had some great Soraka moments. That last fight really saved the ADC to be able to make that actually work. The fact that their ADC is standing resolute in front of everything, was able to stand up to a lot of aggression today, was able to absorb it. Game 1 had to take a bit more of a backseat, even though the Aphelios felt like a crux of the composition. It was kind of the rest of the team that really stood up and was able to make things happen. And then in Game 2, I mean, the rest of the team was doing well, and then when they started getting picked off or shut down, like the Zoe would get killed or somebody else would get killed, it was the Aphelios who stood up and kind of took reign and control of a lot of the fight. And so I like that there's a bit of to and fro there as well, where it feels like this team, they've got a lot of weapons, they feel like they can carry out of a lot of different places, and it's a team with a lot of threat. And I think Maryland is somebody that we're going to be talking about come the end of NACE, come the end of even the collegiate season, as somebody that was shocking a little bit more than people would have thought they would have been.
I mean, we had some pretty good talks back in the spring split about Maryland and their performances that they're able to bring. I mean, this was heads and shoulders outstanding, to say the least, out of them. I mean, every single lane, as you were saying, just shined, just looked phenomenal. And you got to like that, because it's starting off the season that way. That's such a confidence boost. And you know, you have a strong start, which means you do have a lot more you can kind of wiggle with, experiment with in a lot of these series. That's one of the best things about best of 3 series. You do get the time for adaptation when it comes to these matchups. So Maryland is a team that I'm going to be watching a lot for when it comes to NACE. I like their macro movements, because it does seem like that's something that's well practiced for them. They spend a lot of time taking recalls as a complete group. They do complete resets before setting up for these for a lot of these fights. And around neutral objectives, their ability to call for Baron and to just, like that, jump on it without any questions, without any hesitation. You gotta love that coming out from a squad. It's very decisive.
Yeah, the decisiveness, I think, was the big thing for me. It was just that, like, when they were leaning into a side of the map, when they were leaning into a play, they really heavily committed to the play. And that's something that, like, again, coordination is something that gets tested a lot more in collegiate than it does in like, even academy or LCS or professional or anything inside of North America outside of just our college scene. This is one of the places where it feels like that is the difference between what is a good team, what is a great team, is that a lot of the time, coordination ends up falling to pieces. When especially you're playing against some of the top-level teams inside of these tournaments, inside that we know that are well established. So to me, if Maryland can continue to show that against teams like St. Clair, and then even into further brackets when they start playing in playoffs, playing against really, really solid teams, that is going to be the note for me to say, okay, Maryland is a real deal. We have to look at this team as a potential contender, not just for playoffs here in NACE, and not just for the championship here in NACE, but maybe for the entire season.
I want to throw a question your way, Dean. If you had to pick an MVP from both teams, and I'm just going to let this exclusively be you, because me brain small, and I like putting pressure onto you. We'll start with Missouri. What do you put there?
I got to get to Arrogant. I think Arrogant's lanes were both consistently strong. I think he was really good at team fighting, and it seemed like when he was involved, the team fight calls were very clear. It was very, very clear. He said, I'm flanking from top, I'm coming from bottom, I'm pressing ultimate, and we're going to win this fight right now. We're going to make a play right here.
Like the game number 1 in the mid lane dive, tier 2 tower, Arrogant just dives onto Cheha.
Or even game 2, where like the same thing happened with the set, where like you had that big fight that led to an inhibitor tower going down in exchange for that bottom tier 2, and it's like that was probably the best macro play they made all game, and it was off the back of this play from set, which came kind of out of nowhere. So the 3 kills, the 3 towers were just a massive kind of gold influx that kept things going. So I'm going to give it to him. And on the other side, it's Derive. Like, you got to give it to Derive. Not that anyone played bad, but Derive is
All right, we have an interview ready with our winners. Let's go ahead and welcome them to the desk so we can break down a little bit of what happened. Sunbae, I've seen that face
welcome
before.
Again.
Welcome back.
Absolutely, it's always a pleasure to talk to you guys.
All right, how does it feel to be back in NACE and starting off with a rather good score to start off the season?
Absolutely. So we're actually kind of shocked, left to the dust. We didn't know exactly what we were going to do until NACE, announced that they're bringing League back. That's kind of our tradition. That's what we were based off of. So we're glad to be participating again. And for having a nice start to the season, it's pretty much the same roster. We do have a new top laner. So, and we're working a lot behind the scenes with administration. So it's nice to have that support. And it just, we're all having a different energy going into this.
And I hadn't seen you guys perform in CLOL for a couple of years either. And so is that something that you're looking forward to in this split? Because this is like an opportunity to play against a bunch of the teams that you would see inside of like Northern, Eastern Conference, those types of areas. Is that something that you're considering as well with this NACE kind of performance, or is this more focused on NACE, the tournament itself?
Gotcha. So yeah, absolutely. Finally, with all the roster changes, I think we've really solidified what team we can enter with CLOL, and we feel really confident going into that. We've been, I remember saying for like the past 2 seasons doing interviews for NACE playoffs, we never practiced a single game. We've never scrimmed once. We just come to the games and play, right? But now, since the semester started, we've been scrimming about 2 or 3 times a week. So we're really taking this seriously. We're prepping, and we can't wait to perform on the CLOL stage.
So I want to ask you, because I was hearing from your representative earlier that this is the first year the program's up. Is that correct?
Oh, not even first year. It's like the first few months. We just head into it. Months? Yeah, it's brand new. We're super excited. We heard this over the summer. So of course, it was like grassroots student run, but it's nice to finally see some guys, gals, everyone on the scenes, working. We got the Department of Student Affairs helping us, School of Journalism. They have a building, they have an esports center, and they've been streaming our games on Thursdays. So it's just nice to see so much support from the administration here.
Yeah, I want to ask how you feel about that as a whole, though. Just like because a lot of programs, they kind of start off as clubs, and now it seems like you're getting more towards that official route. How does that feel in terms of representation for your team, for your university?
Man, I could say a whole essay on this, but it's nice seeing the effort that the students put in years after I've been playing for League of Legends on the league team. So it's nice to see something, fruition coming to happen. Stuff's starting to play, gears are turning. We're seeing, Sergio Brack has been a great help. He's been running back and forth, trying to get this, kick starting, and it's been phenomenal. Everyone's full gears. I see everyone chirping and chatting in our Discord. So I don't know. It feels so much more homier, and I'm just glad to see we get some recognition now.
That's like truly stupendous. I'm super happy.
Oh, poor. We lost our boy.
Uh-oh.
This is so
tragic. He was going to say something spicy.
He's going to say something spicy. All right, Dean, don't worry. You're back, Dean. You're Dean.
I was going to ask specifically, because this is it's off question. I just wanted to give a bunch of credit to you and Maryland, the program. But I want to talk about who is it inside of NACE that you're looking forward to playing the most? Because now you've got your roster, you're feeling confident, you're looking forward to playing all these teams. Who are you looking forward to the most in this tournament?
Oh, 100%. Going right into this, I was wondering who are the type of schools that are going to be entering this, and everyone's going to say, you already know the answer to this, but Maryville, it's crazy. Like, this is like a school that's predominantly had a very strong history in collegiate, so of course that's our one goal. If we're able to compete against a team that has this administration backing, this kind of support, and that kind of roster, you see these names all the time in competitive and collegiate. So if we're able to do that from our home base in College Park, Maryland, sky's the limit. I'm sure everyone's going to be happy after we bring that dub in.
Absolutely love to hear it, Sunbay. Now, to close this out, give me a bit about yourself. I want to know your personal goals coming into NACE and what you're looking to do this next split.
Absolutely. So we talked a little bit last time during our last interview last semester, but I've been playing in Proving Grounds. Currently trying out for a few more teams in the next open qualifiers. So just trying to see how far I can get. I'm really, full dedication to UMD. So I've been seeing what kind of practice I can get for collegiate. So I thought, competitive, that step above is the best way to do it. So hopefully see where we can go there. I did play Wolfpack over the summer. We got destroyed, ironically enough, by Julius's team, our coach's team, Cincinnati Fear. So trying to come back, revenge tour kind of thing, So
is that who you're going to be aiming for, Cincinnati Fear, when you get into Proving Grounds?
Oh yeah, 100. Oh, I don't know about playing for them, but I'm just trying to get my dub back,
All right, Sunbay. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on your win.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to talk to you guys.
All right, a lot of fun right there, and so well-versed he is, so charismatic he is, just ready for this interview. This is pretty much the set guy UMD always sends.
it's wonderful when you have somebody that charismatic to stand up for the org, and especially somebody who talks that highly of it too. Like, you can respect Maryland for being able to put together all the support for them and making the players feel like the stars that they are truly, and making them feel like they're truly the athletes that represent the school. That's what you want, right? Like, you want athletes are complete people, but you also want to make them feel like their time is not just like theirs and they're just wasting it. Like, the people there support them, and that's, it sounds like Maryland's been going in that direction. They put themselves in a place where like the players can truly feel like they're being appreciated for the efforts that they put in, and you love to hear that from every college.
Yeah, and wild to hear that it's just been a couple of months. It's a team we saw last split, right? Just barely really starting off, barely reintegrating into the CLOL space, and this is a great way to do it. It's already a stellar performance coming out from the University of Maryland. I'm looking forward for more that they have to bring, especially some of the names they were calling out. I know one of the names you were kind of mispronouncing earlier, Dean. Maybe giving a little bit of foreshadowing of this matchup, maybe in the future. Yeah.
The land of the Ville versus the Ville would be a pretty entertaining one. So.
All right, let's throw it over and start closing out right now as we take a look at our schedule. Today was just Overwatch 2 and League of Legends. Be sure to catch tomorrow. We got our first-person shooters. It's going to be Call of Duty and Valorant. Thursdays, we'll have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Finish it off with Fridays and Counter-Strike Global Offensive. But for the cast and Des, my name has been Eric Des Rix Beltran. Joining me was Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. Of course, we need to give a shout out to all of our sponsors, Extra Life, Duncan, ROTC. They all make this possible. I want to thank you again for joining in. We'll see you next time on NACE.